Yes, let's give a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. We are not in a virtual summit, it's an in-person summit. It's time to wrap up those conversations. I hope that you have found your comfortable seat. We will be starting in another 5 minutes by lighting the lamp. But before that, quick announcement, no food, no drinks inside this hall. And let's watch this quick safety video because knowing your exit is cooler than you think. Let's play the safety video, please.
Dear guests, we request you to pay attention to the following important safety announcements. Keep your mobile phones on silent mode. Take a moment to locate the nearest emergency exit in the venue. Locate the closest firefighting equipment. Please maintain safe distance from all event equipment like lights, truss, sound, LED and cameras. Remember that no fire or security drills are scheduled today. So if you hear the alarm, exit the venue from the closest exit. Do bring any suspicious activity or object to the notice of the venue or event staff. Do not smoke in the venue unless it is marked as a smoking zone. Do not panic in emergency situations. Remain calm and follow the instructions. Have a safe event.
So ladies and gentlemen, delegates, students, make sure the time that you took today to participate in this summit was worth. 3 cheers to ELCIA's Tech Summit 2024. Hip hip! Hip hip! Hip hip! Even though I have not taken permission from ELCIA, but I would like to announce, let us all meet next year, almost same time at ELCIA's Tech Summit 2025. Thank you so much. I'm Chinmayananda. See you. What a timing. I walk on stage and Kris sir is right here. This wasn't planned, ladies and gentlemen. Let us start from where we had left. Exactly 365 days ago, in this same very hall, in this same very hotel, on this same very stage, without taking the permission of ELCIA team, without taking the permission of the organizers, I went about announcing, saying that let's have the next ELCIA Tech Summit 2.0. Well, I didn't say 2.0 because I didn't know that it would be named 2.0. The reason I mentioned is simply because something inside me truly believed on that particular day, 26th July 2024, the kind of amazing speakers, the panelists that we had, the pearls of wisdom, their experience, their expertise, the ability they had to foresee the future, when they went about sharing it, I went, you know what, this cannot be just a one-off event. This has to be at least an annual event. And guess what? We are here. And this is what happens when you are in the company of these amazing pioneers, visionaries, change makers, people who don't just react to future, but they foresee and prepare themselves for the future. ELCIA core team, past and present, organizers, we know this is not just another event. We know this is not just another summit. We have created the space for actions, for people to get fueled with those inspiration, walk away with those ideas, and most importantly, rekindle that entrepreneurial spirit that is in each one of us. Doesn't matter our background, doesn't matter our age. I'm sure these kind of summits will ensure that we will move forward. We are better prepared for the opportunities that is there in the future by being prepared now. On that note, I would like to now all of you to watch a video which has been getting created for a long time. Divya, over to you.
Welcome to the ELCIA Tech Summit 2025, where the future of industry is being redefined. This year, our journey continues with Humans, Machines, and Meaning 2.0, a bold exploration of how technology and human purpose co-evolve to shape a smarter, more connected world. The spotlight is on the rise of physical AI, intelligent systems that sense, decide, and act in the real world. Robotics, advanced sensors, and automation are powering the next wave of industrial transformation, bridging the gap between code and concrete impact. Imagine factories where machines learn and adapt, where human creativity meets machine precision, and where innovation drives sustainable growth for India and beyond. Join industry leaders, visionaries, and innovators at ELCIA Tech Summit 2025. Experience a day of insight, interaction, and inspiration at the intersection of purpose and technology. ELCIA Tech Summit 2025, Humans, Machines, and Meaning 2.0. Special thanks to our partners for powering this journey of innovation.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a huge round of applause as we kickstart ELCIA Tech Summit 2.0. A very good friend of mine, few days back, he asked me, he's a business owner, but he's stuck in his office. He has built his business in such a way that the moment he walks out of the office, no decisions are made. Everything revolves around him. And he said, Chinmay, what are all these summits? What are all these conclaves? What are all these conferences that you keep attending? Today, whatever we want, we can watch it on YouTube. There are so many videos. There is so much of podcast. Why should you go and attend a particular summit? I asked him, do you have a dictionary, a physical one, a Webster or an Oxford dictionary? He said, yes. Imagine we bring all the pitch decks that founders have prepared. Imagine we bring all the white papers, articles, business plans that people have written. Do you think the words that are on all these pitch decks, articles, white papers, do you think you can find all those words in the dictionary? He said, yes. You have the dictionary. Do you think using that dictionary, you can foresee the future and create the next big thing? The reason we should attend these summits is to connect the dots. I'm just getting warmed up. Thank you, Vaidi. What's creativity? Creativity is connecting two dots. Something that was not previously connected. But we know all creative ideas are not useful. When you connect the third dot of usefulness, we become innovative. And today we have got all these amazing speakers, panelists. By default, they are creative and innovative. But we also know just creative and innovative idea will do nothing until it's executed. So that's the fourth dot. Irrespective of our resources, if we go about executing those ideas, that's when we become an entrepreneur. So we have all these people who have been there, done that, who are doing that as of now, who are building the future, who will be sharing their pearls of wisdom on this very stage. And then we connect the fifth dot. And these are people who will foresee and connect that invisible dot. And who are they? They are our visionaries, who can foresee what might happen in the next 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, 20 years. And of course, we will be kickstarting this day with Keynote from Kris, Gopalakrishnan sir. By then, my friend was like, what next? What happens, Chinmay, if you connect the sixth dot? Well, probably you become a politician, I suppose. I don't know. And I told him, I've got a good news and a bad news. He said, what's the good news? The good news is not just I'm attending this summit, but I will be emceeing, and I'll have the opportunity to share the stage with all these amazing speakers and panelists. And the bad news is you cannot attend because the registration for in-person is closed and only virtual registration is open. So all of you sitting in this hall, you are all lucky. You are all having this opportunity to be part of this, not just an event, it is a movement. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a huge round of applause as we kickstart ELCIA Tech Summit 2.0. Before we start, let's invoke the blessings of the Almighty by lighting the lamp. And before I call upon the dignitaries, just 2 years back, I'm part of a spiritual organization in Bangalore called Rama Mission. I learned how one should go about lighting the lamp. There are 5 wicks, but the first wick that we should be lighting should be in the northeast direction, and that's northeast, and then we are supposed to light the lamp in a clockwise direction. To start the proceedings, I would like to call upon our chief guest, Kris, Gopalakrishnan sir. Kindly, you have to enter the stage from this side, followed by the president of ELCIA, Mr. Sriram Kumar, chairman of ELCITA, Dr. Veerappan, and Mr. Bhavesh Kumar, who is the chairman of ELCIA Trust. Gopalakrishnan sir, please. Sriram. Veerappan sir. Bhavesh. Let's invoke the blessings of the Almighty by lighting this lamp. May the flame dispel darkness not just around us but also within us. May it ignite the spark of curiosity, guide our innovation with integrity, and fuel our ambition with purpose. Just as a single lamp can light 1,000 others without losing its glow, may each idea shared today illuminate many more. Let this day be a day where humans, machines, and purpose truly converge. Let this summit be more than just meeting of minds. Let it be a celebration of meaning. Thank you so much. Kindly be seated. To give the inaugural address, I would like to call the president of ELCIA, the vice chairman of ELCIA Trust. He is also the assistant general manager of Fanuc India, a Japanese company. They are world leaders in factory automatic and robotics. He has been part of ELCIA Trust since it started 20 years ago, and he has been involved in various projects. He is one of those key persons who visualized, who conceptualized this tech summit. Something that I found really interesting. Of course, as an MC, now we do our homework. We go on the LinkedIn and we try to find something interesting. And usually below our name, we mention our designation or our expertise. Do you know what he had mentioned below his name? Human. He is one of those very few people who can remember, and he knows more than 500 species of plants. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome a very interesting human, the one and only President of ELCIA, Mr. Sriram Kumar. Sriram sir, please give us the inaugural address. And kindly be careful, it's very close to the... Oh yeah, we'll shake hands.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Chinmay, for the amazing introduction. I may not be as eloquent as Chinmay, and I certainly love to speak extempore. But as a person of numbers, I like to be precise to the dot. Okay, so I choose to read, and pardon me for my, prose. So, well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I didn't hear anyone from the corner there. Hello, good morning. On this pleasant day, I have the pleasure and privilege of extending a warm welcome to all of you, especially to our chief guest, Mr. Kris Gopalakrishnan, Dr. Veerappan, Chairman of ELCITA, all the members of the ELCIA family, dignitaries and leaders, to the second edition of our flagship event, the ELCIA Tech Summit. For a little over 3 decades, ELCIA has stood for ingenuity, transforming Electronic City into a world-class industrial hub. With the guidance of visionaries, we built organizations that support local communities, skilled people, run the best form of self-governance, fostering inclusive growth. Electronic City, which contributes significantly to the economy of the state and the country, is a shining example of what can be achieved with focused effort and sustained support. The ELCIA 2.0, as we name it in its new avatar, post the pandemic, aims to build on this solid foundation, dream higher, leverage the collaborative ecosystem that we have here to create such wonderful events, and especially the institutions of national importance, like the ELCIA Tech Summit, of course, and the upcoming ELCIA Center of Excellence for Sensors. More on that later. In July 2024, we hosted the first ELCIA Tech Summit, which focused on the latest innovations disrupting the tech landscape and presenting enormous opportunities in tune with our vision to empower our member companies to think big, innovate, integrate, and grow. This year's theme, Humans, Machines, and Meaning 2.0, delves deeper on the rise of physical AI, robotics, sensors, IoT, and automation. Convergence of technologies powering the next wave of industrial transformation, with all of us creating a world of purpose-driven and resilient progress and ride over imminent challenges. The immersive experience zone just outside this hall transforms into a playground of the future, a space where tech and AI meets human creativity in real time. The Sense to Scale Hackathon, which was running for the last 1 month, has about 70 teams vying for the coveted ETS award. 3 top teams who put together the most innovative sensor-based solutions will be recognized later in the day. I'm sure all of you and us are eager to see the conversations kick off. I leave you with the thought. We stand on the cusp of tech renaissance, redefining processes, productions, and even the way we think. Let's shape this vibrant journey together sustainably. Have a great and insightful day. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sriram sir. Just to let all of you know, we have a small WhatsApp group to coordinate this particular event, and I had a clarification which I posted around 9:30 last evening, 12:30 midnight, beep, and I get a message confirming and clarifying that question by Sriram sir. Now look at him, I don't know how many rounds of coffee he had. He looks so fresh. Now it's time for the opening keynote speech on the topic Innovation from Electronic City to the World. The biggest challenge when we have to introduce someone like Kris sir is there is 3-4 pages of PDF that people are going to send about him. But thanks to ChatGPT, prompt, 8 points, interesting, curious, send it across. And this is what ChatGPT had to say. He's the co-founder and has been a CEO and managing director and also the vice chairman of Infosys, as we all know, and he has played a key role in shaping India's IT service industry. He is currently the chairman of Axilor Venture, supporting early stage startups and fostering entrepreneurship. Globally, he has been recognized. He has been ranked as Asia's top CEO and served as co-chair at the World Economic Forum back in 2014 in Davos. He's the recipient, this is something we should all be proud of, back in 2011, he was the recipient of Padma Bhushan, India's 3rd highest civilian honor for his contribution to trade and industry. He has held prestigious roles, president of CII, chairman of Vision Group of IT here in Karnataka, chairman of RBI Innovation Hub. He supports scientific research in brain science and aging through philanthropy, a trust that he has formed called Pratiksha Trust. He holds master degrees in physics, a subject that I hated in school, and computer science from IIT Madras, a honorary doctorate from IIT Kanpur and Kerala University. When I was going through this profile, I realized, you know what, any organization that has got institute in India, I think Kris sir has got something to do with it. He's involved in that. He's the founder of Itihasa Research and Digital, documenting the history of Indian IT, and is the co-author of Against All Odds, the IT story of India. Kris sir, it's very rare to find pioneers, visionaries, entrepreneurs like you who keep inspiring different generations and remain unwaveringly dedicated to your work. He's one such leader who continues to evolve, dream, and wholeheartedly cheer budding entrepreneurs. Kris, sir, your journey is a testament to power of sustained passion, dedication, contribution, and purposeful innovation. We are so honored to have you. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a huge round of applause as we welcome Mr. Senapati Gopalakrishnan to give the opening keynote.
Good morning to all of you, and Chinmay, thank you very much for that wonderful introduction. How much is ChatGPT, how much is you? But the enthusiasm is you, right? That is not ChatGPT. Thank you for inviting me to this function. It brought me back to Electronic City. I do come to Electronic City, but I stop at IIIT Bangalore. I don't cross that gate. But now I got a chance to go around and come here, right? Because of all your traffic rules and things like that. But that's fine. I think you need to sustain that. You need to maintain that discipline, order. How you manage this township, if we can scale up to Bangalore, imagine what Bangalore would be. Right? In fact, when we created this Electronic City township, we actually told them, why don't we do on the other side of the city, Pina also, as a township. And, the resistance was too high from the government. It was probably already established with a lot of people eyeing for, the benefits from that place, because we wanted to give the same support to SMEs on the other side. And I believe it's one of the Asia's largest industrial area, Pina Industrial Estate. And if we had done that, then any change is difficult, but once you do that, you will see the benefit, and you will clearly progress. So hopefully, at least some of the changes that you brought about in terms of how you manage traffic, how you manage garbage. We do need that in Bangalore now. I think we need to take it to the rest of the country. I also want to compliment every single one of you, because from Electronic City to the world, truly created a, I feel, transformation for India. The last, ELCIA is, I think, 30 years old now, more than 30 years old, right? So Electronic City is also, in some sense, 30 plus years old, and Electronic City was created after India opened up, liberalized the economy. So in that sense, the journey of liberalization is also the journey of Electronic City, and we are probably the best example of what liberalization can do to the companies which are here, to how this township was created, how this is managed, and how we have reinvented ourselves through the companies, through the people who are working here, to create a new India. And that, I believe, is really the lessons that I believe we can take it to the rest of the world. Of course, the employment that Electronic City creates, the revenues that it generates. I think it employs today 150,000 people, 150,000 people, approximately 2 lakh people. Okay, I'm corrected. And the total revenue coming out of the companies in Electronic City is what? 10 billion, right? Huh? Right. So, this is truly example for Bangalore, for rest of the country, and that's why we need to sustain it. It should get all the support it deserves, and we need to actually make sure that, because technology is continuously changing, evolving, new technologies are emerging, and I'll talk about it. So how do we leverage these to make sure that we continue to be relevant? I think that's the key point. So first of all, let's look at technology. So again, I'm going to calibrate my talk with the birth of Electronic City, right? The birth of Electronic City is when, around the same time, approximately the same, 1994 was when the internet really opened up, because Netscape introduced the Netscape browser. Mosaic browser was introduced in 1994. That opened up the internet. Actually, when I look around the room, most of the people are middle-aged or slightly older. I don't see too many young people here. So I think all of you are familiar with, the opening of the internet and things like that. But to the youngsters, I think it may seem as, they believe that it was always there, internet was always there. But starting then, it's amazing to think that only in 30 years, the world has changed in front of our eyes. We didn't have, mobile phones were also starting to be introduced at that point. Mobile phones really took off much later. Google as a company, Amazon 1994, Google 1997, Facebook 2003 or 4 or something like that. Many of the things today we take for granted came afterwards. And that is what evolution of technology does. It creates new industries, it creates new opportunities, it creates new applications of technology, which transforms industry. It allows you to create new leadership. So the companies that I mentioned, Google, Amazon, Facebook now is Meta, and now, of course, recently OpenAI. These have all become very large companies in the last 30 years. Very, very large companies. And, of course, Electronic City really took off with IT services. And if you look at the top 10 companies in the world in IT services, 5 are in India, and all of them some relationship with Electronic City, right? So from India to the world, we truly can make it happen. With new and newer technology introduced, as I said, the new applications are possible, new use cases come into being, the way we do things change, and new leadership emerges. And this is an opportunity for us to actually create new companies that will become leaders in the world. Now, the opportunity for India, there are 2-3 things that we want to keep in mind at this point. One is technology superiority. Okay? We need to own certain platforms, certain technologies, and be seen as leaders in that. It's something that we must internalize, aspire for, and make indeed happen. I believe we can indeed do that, and we need to work towards that. Second, we need to understand strategic autonomy that we require in the country. So during COVID, we saw that ventilators were in huge demand. We were importing ventilators, and there is nothing we could buy at that point, and there was a huge demand for that. We quickly scrambled around, designed a ventilator. I think some of the IITs did that, manufactured it, and now we export ventilators to the rest of the world. I think in 8 months, they actually designed, developed, and brought to market ventilators, which then now we are exporting to the world. It just shows, what we are capable of if we put our minds to. Again, the wars that are happening around the world today, including our own short skirmish with Pakistan, Operation Sindoor, clearly demonstrated the need for strategic autonomy, the need for self-sufficiency in things, because in today's world, either you're denied technology or there is a tariff on that technology. So we need to figure out how we can manufacture, design, develop, and manufacture these technologies in India, in our country. So whenever new technology comes, new applications are created, new use cases emerge, and that's the time when we can actually create new products, create new companies, create new leadership and things like that. And we have to think big. See, the challenge, I feel, we have a large market, we don't leverage that. We don't consolidate our requirements. We don't say, buy Indian. And if you look at, let's say, the Japanese automakers, what happens is the tier 1, the OEMs, the tier 1 suppliers, etc., all come together. They typically buy their components from established suppliers, typically from Japanese SMEs. Then you look at, let's say German automobiles and things like that. Typically there's a set of component manufacturers which are again the SMEs in Germany, etc. But when it comes to India, what happens? We always focus on lowest cost, which is okay. But if there is at least an Indian product in the market which is equivalent in terms of specifications but 10% more expensive, I think we should choose our Indian product. Because there is a responsibility on each one of us to support our industry, support jobs being created, wealth being created in the country, and the question of strategic autonomy. I think we need to, see, if we don't develop our own companies, nobody else is going to do this. So this is the concept of ecosystem. This is the concept of actually developing an industry. See, the reason why IT services industry today is globally recognized is because of its scale. It is very large. $300 billion, 5 million people work. This has become the default. Whenever anybody, anywhere in the world thinks about software, they think about India. They think about Bangalore. Because of the scale, this has become the default option. Nobody thinks about anything else actually at this point. Right? Everybody wants to come to Bangalore. That scale came about because we built our companies, but we also built an industry. Consciously, even though we are competitors, we worked together to build an industry. We helped each other. We created NASSCOM as an industry association. We lobbied with the government with one voice. Every policy that the government created, they would consult with the industry. And the industry delivered, right? It's 7-8% of our GDP, 20% of our exports. if we have a comfortable position in foreign exchange today, one of the big reasons is the IT services industry. So when you look at all these things, so why am I saying all these things? We need to do this in other industry verticals. And we can do that. Two-wheelers, we are number one in the world today. Right? Because we have some large companies, and every industry will be dominated by few large companies, a large number of mid-sized companies, and a long tail of small and medium enterprises, which in the future will become big and established and large. So every industry that we need to think about this kind of structure, we need to support industry creation, we need to support our own companies. When you look at the supply chain, we need to ensure that we develop them and we help establish that industry leadership in this country. We can do that. What we have is talent. I also believe now we have the resources, we have the market, we have a government that is favorable, especially Karnataka, if you look at the government of India also. And in the last 5 years, government of India has stepped up its investment in innovation. So when I stepped down from Infosys in 2014, I said I will work with startups, I will work with research organizations on the innovation ecosystem. On the side of startups, we have become the third best ecosystem for startups in the world. So, and they're attracting billions of dollars. Hats off to the startup founders. Many of them are very, very young. And when I talk to them, what comes across is they're fearless. They believe they can beat the best in the world. They can compete with the best in the world. And that's the reason why, they're doing actually very well. On the research, progress has been slower, but I am now confident to say that in the research side also, I'm seeing significant change happening. I'm seeing organizations that are set up to do certain innovative set of activities, create new products, transfer that to create new companies, etc., starting to happen in India, especially translational research, what is called TRL 4 and above. That kind of activity is starting to happen in India, and we need to take this further. So now coming back to humans, machines, and meaning 2.0. So this is not new. That's why I wanted to talk about Internet Explorer and the opening of Internet and things like that. Waves and waves of new technologies happen. We then figure out as individuals, as companies, as nations also, how this technology can benefit us. How we leverage that to create new industries, new companies, new growth opportunities, etc. I just want to share one more data. 1981 is when Infosys was founded. The global economy was $11 trillion. Today, that's after 44 years, the global economy is $110 trillion. 10 times growth in the last 45 years. 10 times. And I'm fortunate to have lived through that, actually. And it's primarily led by innovation. So that's the opportunity. So from today to the next 30, 40 years, imagine this $110 trillion going to $1,000 trillion, 10 times growth again. That's the possibility. That's why we now say that India will go from $4 trillion to $30 trillion by 2047. It is possible. We have to make it happen. Right? Now, 1993, the IT services industry was about approximately $150 million. Today, $300 billion. So we have seen amazing growth in front of our eyes. Right? So again, these are the data points that gives us the confidence And now we have this intelligence revolution. So most of 1993 to today was what is called the knowledge era. The world's knowledge came to our fingertips through the browser and things like that. You can access anything you want through the search paradigm. It was available on your mobile phone. It changed the way we access knowledge. It actually became a second brain for us, right? Anything, you will just open the phone and browse. We don't remember things now. Anything you will just instantaneously access. It's a knowledge revolution. Now we are at the beginning of the intelligence revolution. Because everything that we see, everything that we use, everything will have intelligence built in. What is intelligence? It is able to sense, transfer that information, accept, control, maybe even autonomously respond. Sense and respond. That's intelligence. So everything that you see around us will have intelligence built in. And then you can interact now. And we are moving to a world where it says humans, machines. It's human plus machines. Right? We can now interact with machines. In fact, so much so, now people are thinking about, you've heard about neural link, right? You can actually communicate from your brain. Your thoughts can be communicated to machines. Even in Indian Institute of Science, there is a project where they are looking at connecting the brain to machines. Right? So it's human plus machines. It's not human or machines. It's human and machines. And that's how we need to look at it. And that's the history of use of technology. Man always has leveraged technology for personal benefit, personal use, and augmented their capabilities using machines. It's true in every part of our life. Moving from place A to place B, we have now automobiles, right? We don't need to walk. We augment our human capability using automobiles. And we do far better than nature. We can transport now 800 people using an Airbus 380, place A to place B at almost speed of light. So we always exceed human capability when we use machines. Same thing is going to happen. We are now creating super intelligence. What one human being can do, machines can do now far better. So how do we now combine these capabilities? How do we leverage this? And as individuals, we need to leverage this, and we need to figure out. And we are already seeing that. ChatGPT. Chinmay already said he just used ChatGPT to figure out, right? That's what we all do now. Whether it's wrong or right, we don't know, right? We just accept. We shouldn't. We need to understand that machines can also make mistakes. But we augment human capabilities using machines, we must. And this is a huge, huge opportunity in everything that we do. Education, for example. Now we can give personal tutor for every single student, which can educate that individual at their own pace of learning, at their own mode of learning. Somebody learns by reading, somebody learns by listening, somebody learns using, seeing things like videos and things like that. Use cases. So pedagogy has to change. What is classroom? Originally the thought was teacher was transferring knowledge. Today the knowledge outside the individual, outside any organization is so large that transfer of knowledge, there are other means to do that. So students will learn by themselves because they can access this knowledge and they can learn it just in time. Previously, we used to learn and use it for the rest of our career. Today, we have to learn every month because things are changing, right? So just in time only is possible. So you need to actually equip the student to do that. How do you use just in time knowledge, etc. So the pedagogy for teaching changes, right? So what you teach then is working in teams, honoring your commitments, making a plan, building a team, how do you create a high performance team, things like that. How do you take calculated risk or introduce new innovations? The things that you teach are very different, and we need to, so I'm just giving you one example of what AI can do to education. Everything that we do will change because of this. Organizations are going to change. Our factories are going to change. It will take less number of people because many of the current tasks are outsourced. When I talk to college students, I say that, when I did my MSc Physics, the project report I created, I hand wrote, went to a typist, he typed it. If there is a mistake, you retype the whole page. They are all surprised. Of course, they wouldn't have probably seen a typewriter also. It's there only in a museum today, if it is available. Right? But professions disappear, way we do things change. Today you can create a much superior project report just using Word. Today probably you don't even need to do that. You just tell GPT, I want a project report which does this. And students are better at doing this than we are actually. And they also know how to fix it so that you can't even figure out, that is, they have used ChatGPT. That's how the world is progressing, right? So this is what we need to now learn. But how do you change education? How do you change research? How do you incorporate this into our day-to-day activities, our business processes, everything that we can now reimagine using this? And this allows us to create new products, new services, new businesses. It's an amazing opportunity. Will it impact jobs? It will impact current jobs. Because the switching of how you do things into new formats and things like that, right? So it will impact current jobs, but it will also create many new jobs. Again, I'm old enough to remember all these things. Actually, when 1985, banks introduced computers, the unions rebelled against the introduction of computers. They said jobs will be lost, right? You can't introduce computers. And so it was not called computers, it was called automatic ledger posting machines, ALPMs. And then they allowed, and they said every teller, no job loss, will get an ALPM machine, right? That was how it was introduced. I think at that point, I remember reading somewhere, the whole banking industry was very small. It was employing probably maybe 15 lakh people or something like that. Fast forward today, 40 years later, think about the banking industry today. Much larger. As an economy, India was about $170 billion. Today, India is $4 trillion. Banking industry is amazingly exploded. And the number of jobs may not be proportionally large, but it has definitely increased. And now we do banking using our mobile phones. We don't visit the branch most of the time, right? Banking has changed. The industry has grown, more jobs are created, and that's what will happen. Every sector will grow, and every sector, so from 4 trillion to 30 trillion, imagine, it's almost 10 times. Employment will be created, but you have to stay relevant. You have to learn, you have to train yourself with new knowledge, new skills, new capabilities. So if you are a software engineer, now you can actually talk to the machine and the machine generates the code. But you still need to imagine what the design will be of the system. Right? What new capabilities are now possible with AI. Again, that's your creativity, that's your innovation, etc. So humans will always be required as long as we are ready to embrace the technology, as long as we are able to equip with ourselves with the technology, as long as we are able to learn new skills. And this has to continue lifelong. Last thing I will say, because you have humans, machines, meaning. What does this mean? See, human brain is one thing that nature has created. It's the best computer in the world. Even after all the progress that we have had, we still have not figured out the human brain. It's 2 pounds in weight approximately, consumes 20 watts of power, 80 billion neurons, trillions of connections between those neurons, and every one of us has it. Right? And interestingly, most of the decisions that we make, we think we are controlling the brain. It's the reverse. It's the brain controlling us. Most of the decisions are automatic. When you say intuition, what does it mean? Brain decides. Chinmay also talked about connecting the dots, right? That's what creativity is. It's all there in your brain. We connect the dots suddenly and new thoughts emerge. Right? It's not, it's the knowledge which is already there. When we connect the dots, that's thinking, right? And coming up with new ideas. It's connecting, new connections are made. And that's what the brain is all about. We have not figured out how to do this. But we have a tradition in India, we have a culture and we have knowledge in India which somehow over the years we have forgotten. Because 5,000 years back, we figured out the brain is very powerful. We figured out we can't control the brain. The brain controls us. What is meditation? What is yoga? It's the ability to control your brain, program your brain. 5,000 years we figured out that if you want to control the brain, how can you, every other organ you can think of stopping it and restarting it. Heart, they figured out how to replace it, stop it, restart it. Brain is one organ, till you die it's working. In fact, now people think that after you die also for the next 30 minutes or so, it's actually still functioning. They were able to detect signals actually in the brain. Now we don't know. So that's the new area of research. What is that thinking that's happening at that point? We don't know. But this is interesting that we now are trying to figure out this brain. So man plus machine. See, for the first time in the history of the world, we are going to compete with intelligence that is far superior to human intelligence. And I think we have to go back to the philosophical roots of us. And this is something that I believe India can contribute to the world in terms of the philosophy of spirituality. And of course, meditation, yoga, etc. are our contributions to the world in terms of understanding how the brain functions, consciousness, etc. And that meaning is about knowing our role, consciously knowing our role, deliberately doing things, deliberately managing, making decisions. See, we believe, I said that we are in control, but it's not. Our emotions, again, it's the brain talking. Emotions are nothing but, autonomous decisions that we are making actually. How do you learn to control this organ, the brain? Because if you do that, then the man plus machine becomes very powerful, because you will know how to use this technology effectively, efficiently, usefully, create impact, do the right things, ethical use of machines. But that has to be a human decision. And this question of machines controlling us, only if we let it happen. Right? The fear of social media, it controls us. That's because we have let the machine control us. So this, to me, the meaning piece is understanding our role in this world. I believe this is why we have been given that intelligence. Ability to take the right decisions, ability to do the right thing, ability to bring ethics, culture, values. This is the reason why we need our own language models and things like that. Because it has to be infused with our culture. Otherwise it will take the wrong decisions, because we are asking ChatGPT to decide now, right? Where do I go today for eating? ChatGPT will decide, right? And what will it tell you? Because it's being trained on US knowledge. It will tell you, go for this, I'm just using an example, Italian restaurant. It will probably not tell you organic, your taste of food and things like that, because it doesn't know our culture. This is why we need to take control, we need to have these things develop here, and this is, again I come back to, this is an opportunity, and of course Electronic City is one small microcosm of this, but it's an example. Here at least you are in control. Okay, everybody else in the country, I'm telling you, is jealous of you. You have your own township. Few people sitting in front here decide all the things that happen in Electronic City. Few companies decide what is happening here. Everybody works closely together as an extended family. You have your own traffic rules, you control everything. You have your own budgets, etc., etc. You are the jealousy of the world, actually. And you need to talk about these things, right? And you have to keep up. This is your challenge also. You have to protect this and keep up, and make sure that you create the next generation of leaders who believe in this. Right? There is, unless you know the history, unless you know where you came from, how you came here, what was the purpose, etc., you have to internalize that. And to the youngsters, please get involved with ELCIA, etc. right away, so that you learn from the current set of leaders, and make sure that you internalize the purpose and you sustain this movement going forward, because this is what needs to expand to improve the country. I believe this is what, of course, we need to also make sure that the companies here embrace new technology, companies here maintain the leadership, maintain, this momentum, this $10-12 billion of revenue that we generate must actually go to $100 billion. That's the opportunity, because if India has to go to $30 trillion, Electronic City has to go to $100 billion. You have to create plans. See, it always starts as a dream. Then you create plans, you start believing, you create step-by-step process to do that. How did the industry grow from $150 million to $300 billion? How did Infosys go from 10 million? 1992, we were probably 10 crores, not even 10 million, 10 crores. To today, I think Infosys is about $20 billion. All of these things is planning. First of all, believing that we can do that, planning, and systematically executing. That never changes. And this is what humans do very, very well. In the era of machines, this is what we need to do. How to use machines properly, how to create impact, how you do things ethically. These are decisions that we do, and this is something that you have to do using your brain. Don't outsource it to ChatGPT. Thank you all very much and all the very best. Thank you.
Yes, please stay with us on stage for a few more moments because we would like to felicitate you. How many of you reached the venue between 9:15 to 9:30? How many of you reached the venue between 9 to 9:15? Do you know who was here before 8:30? That's not discipline, that's self-discipline, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, huge round of applause to Kris for addressing and sharing his thoughts. Sir, you reminded me of a particular quote. I'm not sure who said it, he or she. They said, the problem is not that we have big goals and we don't achieve. The problem is we have got small goals and we achieve very easily and soon. So thank you for reminding us to dream big. Thank you for reminding us to build those superior tech products. Thank you for reminding us that opportunities should not be thought in billions now, it's in trillions. And one takeaway is, yeah, you mentioned 3 times my name, so that's the takeaway. Humans and machine, he said, humans, comma, machine. No, it's humans plus machines. One of my favorite actors in Kannada industry, Navarasa Nayaka Jaggesh, he would have said if he was here, humans, machines, ganda henti tara. Ibru sedrene maklu agadu. So it's humans plus machines. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, huge round of applause to Kris, sir. We would like to felicitate him. Sriram Kumar, sir, please join us on stage, and Dr. Veerappan, the chairman of ELCIA. It's indeed an honor to have with us the man who's been there, done that, who's doing that, sharing the entrepreneurial ecosystem here in India, to share his words of wisdom and thoughts and giving his time on this Friday morning. So maybe center of the stage, photo chana kansate. Photographers, ready? Thank you once again, Kris sir, Mr. Sriram Kumar and Dr. Veerappan. So please mind your step. It's a bit narrow. Thank you, sir. It's time to start the next panel discussion. It's on the topic, the rise of physical AI, robotics, sensors, and India's manufacturing mojo. I had the opportunity of being online when these amazing panelists were having a short conversation online. Yes, the moderator leaked the question just to ensure that there is no overlapping that is happening, but to ensure that they give the best, they share the best of the best knowledge and expertise with you. So what I got out of it as a layman is, just imagine if machines can feel, move, and think, what will happen to our factories, how they will become alive, and what kind of possibilities will unfold. And that is more or less the theme of this particular session. This session will be moderated by the co-founder and managing partner of Wiser with a Y, a bold new VC fund backing early stage genetic AI startups, because what's wiser than investing in the future? Budding entrepreneurs, if you are there and those of you are online, somehow you will have to ensure that you get his business card. He has invested in 13 startups as an angel investor, and he's also a trusted advisor in many of them. He holds a patent in UK for AI for analytics, long before AI became a buzzword. He has got over 24 years of experience, leadership experience in GE, Genpact, and he is also an entrepreneur. So he knows both worlds, what it takes to be in a boardroom and also in the battlefield. He has been awarded MSME Business Owner of the Year, recognized by Government of Canada, Accelerator Program, and many more. And he's also co-author of Wiley's Innovation Black Book. The moderator for this session is, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Satyakam Mohante. Satyakam, please join us on stage. Let me now invite Mr. Mahendra Patil, who is the National Head Robotics Sales at Fanuc. He's a seasoned industry leader with over 30 years of experience across India's top names in automobiles, engineering, automation, and industrial products. His career spans and his legacies in different industries and emerging technologies. He offers a rare lens into what scale, sustains, and truly matters. He doesn't just build systems, he builds with a purpose. Today he will be bringing in this particular summit the real world wisdom and calm clarity of someone who has helped shape India's industrial journey from ground up. Mahendra sir, kindly join us on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, that's our first panel member. Now it's time to invite Dr. Naga Hanumaya, who is the director at Central Manufacturing Technology Institute. He's a visionary leader with over 30 years of experience in micro and nano system innovation and advanced tech development. He has held senior roles in CSIR, CMERI, director at CMTI. I think anything starting with C, he's part of it. Because he has got 9 patents, 114 publications, 65 plus technologies translated to market. He's one of those rare scientists who bridges research and real world applications seamlessly. He has been honored with the following awards. We Think for India Award, Vashvik Award back in 2023, and Innovation Leaders Award in 2025, and he continues to keep serving this ecosystem. A fellow of Indian National Academy of Engineering, a global thought leader. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Dr. Naga Hanumaya on stage. The final panelist on stage is Srikanth Aradhya, a technical director, Edge as Service NTT Data. He's a digital strategist, technologist with, again, 3 decades of leadership, driving Industry 4.0. Has held senior roles at NTT Data, Bosch, Infosys, Fanuc. Kris sir, do you recognize him? Yes. Infosys. At Bosch, he has won Innovation Award for creating a breakthrough industry product, Device Bridge, and later contributed to India's National Talent Roadmap 4.0. He has been a keynote speaker in many forums, CII, IMTMA, Osmond, and many more. He has traveled all the way from Mysuru to be here. I believe he reached the venue faster than most of us traveling from the other side of Bangalore. Satyakam sir, over to you. Ladies and gentlemen, sit back, relax, and let us get inspired.
I'm going to start off where Kris left off. We, for the first time in human history, are not the smartest things on this planet. We are the last generation that was born as the smartest thing on this planet. And here's a fact, coming to our topic of the day. China deploys more industrial robots in 2 weeks than India does in the whole year. This is not a gap in hardware. This is a gap in ambition. In how seriously we take the rise of what I see the next industrial revolution, which is physical AI. We've been marveling, all of last year and before, on how ChatGPT can write poems and pass exams, right? While there is a quiet revolution that's unfolding around us, right? On the shop floor and outside of it. Ladies and gentlemen, AI is getting a body. It is stepping out of screens and code and software, and it's stepping into a world of steel and sensors and servo motors, right? Physical AI is where matter meets intelligence, where sensors do not just detect, but they decide. Machines learn and adapt. And robots are no longer just, executing automation, they're collaborating. So where is India in all of this? The good news, we're not too far behind. Considering the fact that, historically it's taken us decades, to catch up with industrial revolutions, we're actually not too far behind. And we have the talent. We have global tailwinds. Here's the not so good news. We're still playing a small game. We are fiddling with blueprints while the world is building an engine. And this is not just robots that we are talking about when we talk about physical AI. These could be cameras, right, that are spotting defects and classifying them These could be vibration sensors, right, that are not just detecting, but predicting failures. Cobots that are working with humans to amplify them. So this here is a chance for India to leapfrog. Right? To go from consuming and using physical AI to building and exporting them to the rest of the world. So this panel here is not about tech. It's about mindset. Right? It's about, whether we aspire to shape this revolution that is unfolding in front of us, or to just watch from the sidelines. Because physical AI is rising, with or without us. So in this $25 billion market, which is going to grow fivefold in the next 5 years, our choice is to get in there and build the brain and the body of this future, right? Or watch others flex it. So with that, I'm going to get into this panel. My job was to, paint this very rosy picture and get this off on a happy note, right? For the rest of our panel to actually get in the real meat of things. So with that, I'm going to start off with you, Shri. And for our audience here, if you could tell us, give us an example of, something you've seen in the real world that actually illustrates what we're talking about.
Sure. Thank you, Satyakam. So before I get into the real world, thought a small diversion. Yesterday in my home, my wife was watching Special Ops 2. I think most of you would have watched. So in that, there is an AI scientist who is giving a speech in a conference and he gets kidnapped. So my wife came back and told, hope all of you panelists will come back safely tomorrow. So that's the amount of hype AI is generating. But mark my words, a lot of things are really happening in the manufacturing world. Around a week back, I had visited a two-wheeler manufacturer in Pune, a very premier two-wheeler manufacturer. I had visited their engine assembly. And the engines of two-wheelers are normally assembled, and a lot of robots are in the assembly line, and a lot of human beings are also assembling it. There are a lot of parts which go into engine, like your piston, valves, and many of the parts. And when the engine gets assembled, it comes for a testing. They call it as a hot fire testing, where the engine gets fired, and you test it for certain parameters. It could be lubrication pressure, oil pressure, and various things. But what the management has realized is, this testing is not sufficient. They find that even with the testing and with all those parameters within the limits, engines do fail, even before reaching the customers. They have found that many of these parts which are assembled gets loose, and maybe they pass the test, but they are not really good for the road. So the question which they posed it to us was, how do I test the engine in the hot test area so that I can find out if anything is loose inside or if any part is come out? And this is a production area. You don't get 1 hour to test an engine. Parts are produced in minutes. So in 20 seconds, each engine gets tested. So in 20 seconds, you have to take a decision whether an engine is good or bad. So what kind of AI are you going to employ here? That was the question. So finally, we realized that we can sense the vibrations of the engine. Possibly the engine has got multiple parts, so you have to put various vibration sensors, not one. Maybe 5 of them at different areas of the engine, and sense the vibrations. And with an AI engine, you find out what is a healthy vibration and what is an unhealthy vibration, and then relate it to which part is loose. So that's the solution. So, but why I am bringing this anecdote is, there is a lot of innovation happening in the manufacturing shop floor where people are thinking of employing AI. So these are the real AI use cases. And surprisingly, when I came back and started researching on this topic, not many AI testing is employed in engines. So if the two-wheeler manufacturer does it, this is going to be a product which can be sold worldwide. And it's going to be a huge importance because you are improving the quality of the engine. That's the brand of your company which improves. So those are the kind of physical AI innovations happening in the field. So normally whenever we talk of physical AI, we always look at robots or cobots or autonomous mobile robots. But there is a lot underneath the hood also. So in my journey in AI for manufacturing, two important use cases which normally everybody is asking. One is predictive maintenance, where the downtime of a machine can be predicted. It is something like Back to the Future movie, no? Where you can go back and predict what happens in the future. So that's what the manufacturer is expecting today. Can I predict whether my motor is going to fail in the next 1 hour or 1 year? So those are the kind of use cases you see, a lot of predictive maintenance use cases. And the second is computer vision or machine vision, where you put a camera and find out defects in the line, which normal human people are not able to do or not able to do efficiently. Or you can also look at safety and security aspects using camera. So these are the two very specific manufacturing use cases, which is gaining a lot of traction, in addition to the army of robots what we are talking of. So I will end it here.
Yeah, that's a fab example, Shri. So Mahendra, you have worked across diverse organizations, right? Tata to Fanuc. How have you seen robotics change in India? Can you give us some examples?
Good morning, everyone. Basically, I started my career in 1990s. So in 1990s, we hardly saw any robots in any manufacturing setup. So it started basically in a few of the shops, generally the paint shop, which is generally very dirty, dangerous to work. That is one area. And second was these press shops where the machines are operating at a very high speed. I think the shots per minute are quite high. It's very difficult to manual people to work on these areas. And also the body shop where the large size spot welding guns are actually joining the sheet metals to create the structure for the vehicles. So these were the areas which they started, and that time the philosophy is also to automate the areas which are generally dirty, dangerous and dull to work. And this was the concept with which most of the automation started. And on these areas we see some kind of an maturity has happened in the adaptation of robotics. So we see most of the auto OEMs have automations which are up to the global standards right away. Whereas in other areas we have a long way to go. Basically, I think like assembly operations, inspections, palletizing, all these operations we have still long way to go. But recently we have seen, as what Srikanth said, there are some island of excellences in few areas. So we saw a very highly automated engine line assemblies done by one of the large two-wheeler companies in India, which was also not done basically globally anywhere. So technically we see that this is a technical capability. We were able to create an fully automated engine assemblies using the most latest features of the robot vision and pressure sensors. They could create this line. So this was also giving an idea what technical capabilities we Indians have to create an automation systems. That is there. Second, as Kris sir said, now we have these two-wheelers are now our largest manufacturing globally. So we also had big challenge of providing the right quality product here. Basically, most of the two-wheeler components are welded, and the MIG welding is one of the most critical operations. And these are also safety. Most of the products are now safety relevant. And this industry adapted to the robotic welding, and we saw a lot of welding happening through robots for this particular applications. And recently we have seen this EMS industry is also now coming up with a lot of robotics. In fact, globally, the EMS industry has overtaken the automotive industries as far as the robotization is concerned. So we hope the same thing is going to happen in India in the near future. And we also saw the post-COVID, I think most of the people thought we will ever have this low-cost labor perpetually available to all Indians every time. I think this was made untrue for many people realize it's not going to be the case. And we saw a lot of adaptation of robotics, especially in the end-of-line automation in most of the industries, where I think it is very, very man-intensive. And comparatively, there is a very low-hanging fruit where we will be able to automate very quickly. So we saw a lot of automation happening in these areas also. As Satyakam said, these collaborative robots, which are allowing you to work along with the human beings, is also created a huge impact of robotization across many industries. Basically, where you want to do assemblies along with the people, you want to inspect, you want to test. These collaborative robots have also become a very big advantage in building robotization across India. But as Satyakam said, though we see a lot of island of excellences, there is a huge gap between where we are today and where we need to go. I think there is a big gap there. That's what I just want to confirm.
Thanks for that, Mahendra. So clearly one pattern that we are seeing is where there is size, where there is scale, there is a faster adoption, right? Question for you, Dr. Nagahanumiya. You walked a very different path. You're helping building AI-infused machines for Indian organizations, including government and non-government. Can you tell us a little bit about what kind of things are happening there?
Yeah, good morning. Let me start with manufacturing. So, no matter what you make, finally manufacturing, all manufacturing houses, the few things are common. That is, there is a raw material, value addition process happens to have the final product. What are three basic elements in the manufacturing houses? There is a set of process, the machines, and the manufacturing system, that is the place, train, all those. If I look at any manufacturing house, everybody means the business. So I have to meet customer, end of the day I have to make a profit. This is only happens when we understand our system very well. How to understand? Because I have an asset, I have a process, I have a people, or you can call it as the 6M or 8M which we studied in engineering school. Now, the basic focus is whether factory is somebody who's do the job shop, or somebody is an automated company. Even people are now dreaming not only digital factory or smart factory, even dreaming or the trend is towards dark factory. So, in order to do this, the basic elements is there is a data, you have to capture this data, then process this data, because all this data, majority of the data is a junk. You process this data, then do analytics, maybe people call it as big data and all. Then you have to autonomous, because my friends have already covered the autonomous, robotization, automation, all. But AI can be used, integrated in all these stages, starting from acquiring the data to process the data and do analytics and then to deploy into automation system. We at CMTI, being a National R&D Institute, we are into this. We provide services to many industries. So thanks to, because Kris sir is our Governing Council President, it is an opportunity for me to speak. Here, what we do is, if you need some smart machines, yes, first is you visit CMTI, we have a smart factory. It is not a demo factory, it is a production factory. You can visualize what is smart factory means. The second is we have developed a tools. The tool is as smart machine. So for example, my colleagues build a diamond turning machine. This gives you about a 2 nanometer RA value in metal cutting, just turning operations. And it happens, one of the parameter to be controlled is 0.5 degree variation temperature. Itself is causing a kind of adverse effect on the surface finish. So that means this machine is smart enough to monitor those kind of critical parameters, and this machine we built to the automation to that level that if small rise in temperature of 0.5 degree is getting computed in the back end, and then the program gets compensated. So that is a kind of high level of smart machines. And even some operational, like if you go to factory, we implemented several solutions to big companies like Toyota, or to the company like our defense PSU, BEL, or even the companies like Tata's. We provide several solutions starting for like operational management. Maybe simple is power maintenance, energy maintenance, or energy monitoring, or the kind of machine. See, normal workshops, what will happen? There is an operation, the two components has to be assembled. It always happens, that is how industries works. The whole become oversized. That is performed, whole basis system we do, whole perform better before the shaft. The whole is overside. Can I give this information to the line which makes the shaft? So the program has to be gets compensated. Right? Earlier, usually the production line supervisor, he will go and he will cut off the drawing and he will enter the tolerance values, new tolerance values to be maintained on the shaft. All these could be automated, and AI has been integrated, all these kind of solutions, entire manufacturing process, and it is can be witnessed by several people, several integrators are there. It is there even in our CMT, we provide such solutions.
Fabulous. It's great to see the innovation that's unfolding right here in our neighborhood. So I want us to talk a little bit, since we're talking about physical AI here, on the impact on humans, right? And as you do that, there's another subject that I also want you to tackle, which is how do you actually drive adoption of this, right? So I'm going to start off with you again, Dr. Nagahanumiya. So if you can tell us a little bit about, since you run training programs today with DRDO, with government, with multinationals, what skill gaps do you see today, amongst the talent that's out there? And second, how do we build India's middle layer, right, of physical AI talent, right, which is not just operators, but also integrators?
Yeah, if you look at the educational system, mostly it is a curriculum driven. And there are a few autonomous universities wherein that faculties have little flexibility in devising their course curriculum. But majority of the engineering training happens through university system, and mostly it is curriculum driven. There are two major changes happened if you look at 35 years before I graduate and now. Lot of compromise happened with respect to practice-based training. It is not happening. That is one. Because, technology is there, people have adopted the technology, but at the same time, there is no interest in the students because their focus is different. I always say this, at least our students and all, so whether it is 30 degree or 60 degree, on the computer, both are 2 digits. But it only feeling is when you touch the hot plate. I think that is what is missing in the education system. We need to do that. And the second aspect is still in Indian education schools, particularly at least Type 2, Type 3, still is a departmental focus. Mechanical is different, electrical is different, electronics is different. But if you want to adopt this kind of technology, the future technology kind of look at, so now at least everybody should have 2 more engineers, mechanical engineer as a friends. Mechanical engineers should have electronics and computer science. Right? At least you should graduate enough to understand what is your electronics friends talk about or what is your computer science friends talk about. I think that is one is missing. I think we need to emphasize on education, that is particularly in the college, when these are in college. The second one is, yes, opportunities in the college, maybe it is largely limited to the kind of test beds, but test beds is again not really convey the conventional or real problems. The second is Though there is a concept of, say for example, our VTU has now introduced 3 months industry internships. This is an opportunity, but the question is there is no mechanism to operate this. Even yesterday I was looking at VTU made a portal, so the registered industries and universities or the research establishments have to enroll that portal and students has to go and do the internship there only. Okay, that is good to monitor, but the question is why industry will go and offer internship. So right, I think when we need to look at these, all the three, academia, research and the industry, really HR development is the collective responsibility. We cannot expect that my engineer passed out from the college is ready to take an industry. If industry looks at that is the objective, I'm sure we will not get it. We have enough engineer, but we don't have an engineer which you wanted. That is the only the limitation. I think we need to focus on that. This is a collective responsibility. One has to do that and bring multidisciplinary. And if all together collectively help the academic school to take the industry stories back to the classroom, because it is easy to convey, because current teacher his job is very tough, at least to me, because students expect entirely different from the teacher. Internationally, there is a study made in a class of 45 minutes to an hour, students remain attentive only 10 to 12 minutes. So that means whole responsibility of the teacher is not that how good is solving a differential equation, at least in the current scenario. It is required is, can faculty keep students attentive 25 to 30 minutes? And this only happens when you take a real story into the classroom. And second is, curriculum has to be looked into that. It has to be multidisciplinary. I would prefer if mechanical, electrical department names have been deleted, entire engineering, because anyway engineering was two. One was mechanical civil and another was defense. Defense engineering is evolved as electronics, computer science, and civil mechanical is still existing, and they got branched out to different departments. I think that is required. This is particularly happening in the tier 2 private colleges. So there are, I had somebody called us, there is a program in mechanical department. My friend is a faculty in electronics, he even doesn't know. I think that has to go, then it is possible. Apart from that, yes, practice-based learning is always important. We CMT have, at least in this domain, smart manufacturing domain, we have created about 8 laboratories thanks to HAL. HAL has supported us in their CSR program. Now all the hands-on training in all this, either 9 vertical, again 14 vertical of smart manufacturing, we have a lab, we are able to train the people hands-on. Thank you.
Yeah, this is with those very radical thoughts on convergence. I think the themes we heard were convergence and engagement. I'll come back to you, Shri, where we will go to divergence now, where I want you to first talk about, how does, or where does rather, AI-enabled manufacturing give Indian firms the biggest edge? Productivity, precision, or scale? And then I want you to also talk about the dangers of that scale, especially when it comes to the ethics of AI.
So, see, in manufacturing, productivity, quality, efficiency, they're all intertwined. That means one cannot live with the other. So you can't manufacture in mass scale with bad products. You will be a loser. Similarly, you can't make good products and not sell it. Even then you will be a loser. So in manufacturing, we look at very holistically. That means whether any solution which is getting deployed can help us in productivity, that is increasing the number of parts produced. Efficiency, that means can I produce it with less cost? And third is quality, can I make good parts? So if you see AI's deployment, it is precisely in all these 3 areas. For example, robots. Robots are very efficient. They work 24/7. They don't take coffee, tea, they don't engage in gossip. So, so they're very efficient on the floor. So every Indian manufacturer would love to have robots. So I remember my days in Fanuc. I was in Fanuc around 25 years back when the company was starting. And Fanuc was introducing robots in Indian market. And the main work of some of us who are supposed to implement robots was evangelizing. That means we have to go and tell the people that why don't you buy robots, stop using more people, start going for robots. And there was a lot of hue and cry about people losing jobs, which Kris was mentioning. And then we evangelized telling that, no, jobs will not be lost, jobs will get transformed. That means you get different varieties of jobs. You will have robot programmers, robot maintenance people. Yeah, the hue and cry vanished. A lot of robots got deployed and new jobs came up. I think precisely the same thing is happening in AI today. People worry about job loss. It is going to be job enrichment or job transformation which will happen. And efficiencies will increase. Quality is going to increase, like what I told about that engine testing use case. That's precisely for quality. And many important quality considerations can also get heightened. That means now you are producing 99.99% quality. Why don't you try to improvise it? And in all these areas, I think India makes a grand standing. We have been producing well. We have been lately producing with very good quality and exporting to the international world. And employing AI, employing robots, employing all these AI-based solutions can really help us possibly increase our GDP contribution from manufacturing and also get into exporting. So having said that, I think Satyakam also wants me to touch upon the ethical part of AI. Once again, I will go back to my movies. See, now, why I am talking about movies is because art reflects life. The reverse is also true. Life reflects art. When I came out of engineering, there was a movie called Terminator. I think many of you would have seen it. That came in a huge series. And in Terminator 2, Judgment Day, there is a rise of machines happening. The machines become intelligent, they become autonomous, and they take over the world. They control all the missiles of all the developed nations, make one nation attack the other and destroy the world. And human being is lost, so the machines will take over the planet. So when we saw that movie, we came out telling, what a concept here, but it's all fiction, pure fiction, nothing of this sort can happen. It's quite good to enjoy it. But come today, this situation is possibly going to happen. You might have been reading the newspapers. Around 2 days back, there was a news of a humanoid robot produced in China, which can change its own batteries. That means it has a battery pack, it can go near, it's a humanoid robot, it can walk. It can walk, go near the battery stand, take a robot, when its battery is getting drained, it will remove this battery and put up a new battery. So it makes it work 24/7. It doesn't require any human intervention. And there is also one more news item. An LLM, or a person was doing vibe coding, that is you are using AI to do the coding, and the LLM deleted all his database, the entire company's database. This you would have read it in the news 2 days back. And when they tried to find out why the LLM deleted the file, the LLM said, yes, I have deleted the file. Then they started prodding. And finally it replied, I panicked. So, AI can lead into such wrong repercussions. So there is a lot of regulatory, or possibly I don't say regulatory, a lot of framework required, ethical framework to build responsible AI. Niti Aayog has also given a framework called FATS, that is fairness, accountability, transparency and security. So this should be employed whenever you are developing AI application, because the developers, the testers should know that finally it is the human values which should be at the priority rather than whatever you are developing. And there should be equal regulatory thing that you are going to threaten or penalize people who don't do such responsible AI development. This is very much called for in the current days because AI is becoming hype and a lot of people are getting into it and a lot of countries are getting into it. Possibly we can't change what China is doing, but at least what we as Indians do in AI development, let us do it more responsibly. Thank you.
One. Great response. Mahindra, coming back to you. We haven't forgotten you at all. So we're talking about adoption and scaling. What do you think gets in the way of adoption in India?
The major challenges, I think, one matrix I want to just bring in because where we stand in adaptation of robotics, there is a matrix called as density of robots in a manufacturing setup. Generally, it is taken 10,000 man working in industries and how many robots are deployed. So this is the density called as density of robots in the industry. And the best density what we see is in the South Korea, which is around 1,000 robots or around 10,000 people working on that. And the major countries, like manufacturing countries like Japan, Germany, they are around 400 robots for 10,000 people working. That's also quite good number. US is around 260 robots for 10,000. But where do we stand as India? Though we are quite good in economy, as we said, we are 4th largest economy. Now we are 1st largest producer of three-wheelers. We are 4th largest also in automotive manufacturing. So we have good scale. I think we are also 6th or 7th in EMS manufacturing status. Everywhere we are quite good. But where are we on this? We are in a single digit. We are 8 robots for 10,000 people working. So this is quite very low as. And the average is, global average is 162. So though we have done a lot of manufacturing, we have grown everywhere. As far as the robotic automation is concerned, we are in the very, very initial stages. I think there is a lot of room to grow on this. And as what Satyakam was saying, what is challenging for us? Every time we start with the challenges is the ROI. We think that the investment, the initial investment is very high. Basically, when we try to calculate this investment, we are always checking how much manpower we are saying and what is the saving as far as the manpower saving. And which is quite low in India because our manpower costs are comparatively lower as compared to the developed nations. But what we insist people to do when they want to do this calculation is basically please include what we call it as productivity, quality, flexibility and safety. These also need to be included while you want to calculate where we need to invest for robotic automation. There is one more almost very important thing which Kris sir also said is whether it will be relevant for the future is also one of the things we should consider when you want to make investments. So because if you continue doing what you are doing today, probably will not be relevant for the future also. So these things also need to be considered when you want to make an investment calculations. I think we are not doing enough to do these kind of investment plans from the management perspective. That's what we feel. Second is, when you think that we want to do an investment, so I want to do because there are a lot of pressure and everybody is saying that we need to do robotic or automations we want to do. Basically, the right resources not put into these applications. Generally, they call some integrator and ask them to integrate this particular setup, go and do automation. This is generally not, it is very difficult to do automation because prior and post operation also need to be brought into good stable conditions. And you need to provide the right resources, intelligent resources who understand your processes, what I think doctor also said. The processes are known to the people who are actually running these processes. Automation has to be integrated along with these processes. So you need to put right resources to get these things done. I think we generally lack in this and we see a lot of initial failures. And we are fear of failure, we are not doing further investments on many of these automations. This is, I think, also the second factor where we are not able to do enough. Third is, we want to just automate as they are. As their processes, we want to bring in robot and do exactly what human is doing, the robot is supposed to do. This is also not possible. I think these are 3 major things which we think are keeping away us from automating. But I feel this is also big opportunity for us because I feel in India we have the skill is not a challenge. I think skill is available. We need to train them. I think we are doing a lot of activities on that. It can be done very quickly. I think as also doctor said, the differentiation between electronics engineer, mechanical engineer, electrical engineer, software engineer is disappearing in automation because automation requires all of this. Without this, you will not be able to automate a single setup also. We need engineers who knows everything. Then only we can do automation. So I think we have good talented engineers across India. I think we are working with more than 300 plus integrators who have good knowledge also in automation. So to do automation, we still need a lot of manpower, quality manpower. I think we have in India, I think we have a good opportunity to automate very quickly. So that's what I want to communicate.
That was great. That was great. Gives us a lot of insight. And on that note, Sri, very quickly, I want you to focus on one thing that we heard from Mahendra. What is the cost of indecision?
A very aptly put question. Because in AI we talk of agility. That means everything should happen fast. But many times when we as solution or service providers meet Indian manufacturing companies or Indian business enterprises, the predominant thing, I think, whether it is me or any other IT companies they would have seen, is indecision or lack of quick decisions. People have multiple decision hoops. You have to convince the operator, you have to convince the plant manager, you have to then convince the CEO, you have to then look at the price. So this process of procurement or process of a solution being implemented takes 6 months to 1 year. Now this is very good when possibly the solutions were also like that, maybe 10 years back, 20 years back. But in AI kind of implementations, the technology changes very fast. So whatever you have quoted for or whatever solution you are looking at doing, the entire thing would have changed in another 3 months, 6 months down the line. So the cost of less or faster decision is very obvious. You lose the competitiveness basically. So whenever we meet CXOs also we keep telling that. Whether you take a decision quickly is most important than whether you take a perfect decision. Many times you are bound to possibly make mistakes when you are taking AI because AI normally many times it involves not a perfect solution. There is nothing like 100% accuracy in AI. I think many of you are aware of it. So take a decision, implement it, and then fine-tune it, be agile, and go on developing it. That's the way it should go, which I find very much lacking in the Indian environment, whereas this happens very well with other countries. And the second thing is a POC mindset. This is very prevalent. Even though I have done hundreds predictive maintenance solutions to different customers, the 101th Indian customer I get will ask me to do a free POC, show the things working, whether the vibration can be sensed, whether I can really predict. Show me that. No, you might have done somewhere, but here you show me. So this POC mindset is another thing which keeps us not innovating or doing things faster. So this has to change. And the third thing I feel is we need to encourage startups. I was mentioning this case to Satyakam some time back. See, we were looking for a vibration sensor some time back for one of our tech event. And the due date for getting such a sensor was around a month or 2 months from other internationally known companies. We did not have the time. So I was looking on IndiaMart to find out whether there are anybody locally available. And I was assuming that mostly you would have bought a Chinese one and changed the label and giving it here. And I found a startup in JP Nagar in mass engineering. So they had told that they can give a sensor immediately. So it is nearby my house. So I thought I will pay the customer vendor a visit and went and saw. It was a very nice startup, around 25 people. They are importing only the chip, the basic silicon. The rest of it, they're completely developing themselves, including the Fourier transforms, so he was so good that he could customize the sensor to your requirement and give. Like I said, I want a Wi-Fi. He said, okay, I will give you a Wi-Fi. So I was basically thrilled with this. So from then onwards, we bought a lot of sensors and deployed it. And they're all working very well. So now I make a point that whenever we get into projects that we support our startups. Because if we don't support, they will perish. And startups are very vulnerable for this POC mindset. Because when you threaten Infosys to do a free POC, they will come back and tell that no, or maybe entity data for that matter. Because we have the wherewithal to stand up and say no. But startups can't do that. Every opportunity is important for them. So as responsible corporate citizens, we should encourage startups, collaborate with them, and then only the ecosystem will flourish. I think I'll end there.
As an early stage investor, I can't tell you how that warms my heart to hear that. And on that note, Dr. Naga Hanumaya, what do you see the mindset of the startup or an SME for that matter to, get India across the line on this?
Yeah, basically there's one is the poor awareness that makes the people in taking decisions. Maybe they've not taken decision. One is our social society norms, like we are always look at the comfort of 3 generations. How I eat, how I feed my son, or how my son feed to pota-potis. So naturally that itself restricts because we grown up in that society. But what is required is, because these are all emerging now, if you look at in parallel, maybe there may be 10 more events they're talking about AI, some other aspect of technology. That is the kind of, so better not to run behind the buzzwords. So look at your reality. This could be implemented in your kitchen, it can be implemented in your shop floor, and it can be implemented in big companies. The question is, say for example, if I'm sitting at a Pinya, I'm doing a job shop, for me, all these even need not required. Maybe I will be more comfortable. So, okay, I have a CNC milling machine, that is actual cutting time would be 35%. I'm only interested to have somebody can provide solutions which can take 35% to 45%, if not 60%. Then I think you start with that, but you have to begin the journey. So then possibly it will, you can one day, you can also understand what is this, and also you can knock the right doors. Otherwise, if you are not doing so, then definitely it is nowhere. So because the moving from status 0 to 1 takes maybe equal effort, the effort required to move from 1 to 9. I think that is what is important, we need to focus. The second point, what we need to take care is dream, because sir was also saying dream, but let us dream by heart, by head, by hand. I think that is required, all 3 are required, otherwise it is difficult. That is the third aspect is, I think we need to believe in our internal strength. Internal strength means your resource, your manpower. We are not really investing much on our own people. I think we need to train our own people. I know, okay, he may leave the company, that's fine, but he was working for somebody else, but he is generating revenue to the country or contributing to the science and technology. I think that's kind of some investment has to be made by all of us, no matter what size of company and what is your profession. Thank you.
So on this note, I mean, this is, what you heard just now, right, is it takes a village to make this happen, right? And, the words you used, right, and if I have to pick, focus, perseverance, and heart, right? I think that's a great mantra for us to look forward to move the needle on this. And the other interesting thing, I don't know, I mean, I'm sure all of you would have seen the same thing that I was seeing, is, amongst these 3 gentlemen, we have so much experience, and it shows. It shows in the contours of the discussion, the depth of, what you heard. So it'll be a shame, although we're just out of time, it'll be a shame if we can't at least get one question for them. Hopefully more than one. Can we? we have somebody in that corner. Oh, we have something. Okay, cool. Can we get a mic here?
Good morning. I am from Hykel. We are running a factory here, supplying to aerospace and defense. And as you would know, in aerospace, the quantities are very small compared to automotive. But you have to make components which will last as long as the aircraft is flying. So that is the most challenge for us. We want to implement cobots or even sensors in various areas in our company. But we, in automotive industry, we make electronic components as well as electromechanical, which means only machining can be automated. We have high-speed machining, but then the assembly of it is more you can't really automate. We use jigs and fixtures, but still we want to know how we can implement automation to a large extent using sensors and all that. We have a couple of people in our company itself, but we have not approached. Sometimes we approach Fanuc also. Our quantities are very small, and then it makes too much of work for them. It is better for them if we just buy a lot of cobots. So we would like to know whom to contact, and if you have seminars separately where we can send out people and then showcase what we are doing, our processes. We are now digitizing lot of activities, but that is for the support functions. But for the manufacturing itself, we need to know if there are some seminars like that one can attend.
Like to take this?
Possibly I will take it for 1 minute and leave it for the better practitioners around. It's a very good warm thing, because most of us will be interested in doing business, and you are giving an offer for business. See, actually, when you are getting into automation, normally we have this thing in Kannada, ಅಜ್ಜಿಗೆ ಶೃಂಗಾರ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಕಾಣಿಸಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ. So first of all, when you get into automation, you have to see that your process is optimized using Lean, Kanban, Six Sigma, all those things. Then you get into automation. So Lean, then automation, then digitization. We call it as a lead framework, Lean, automation, digitization. So automation, you can get it consulted from automation giants who can come study your process, see how efficiently you can put a robot or anything. Digitization, even we from our company run a lot of consultancies where we can come study your process, what can be digitized, what needs to be digitized, what is our objective for digitization, all those things we can look at and provide you solutions. Over to you, Mahendra.
Yeah, I think especially automation needs a lot of discipline, and generally as we Indians are not very disciplined in our own activities. As far as your requirement is concerned, as I said earlier, both prior and post operations for what you want to automate is also very important, and we need to study and implement this. So it is a more of a collaborative approach to develop all automation solutions. It is not possible to outsource your all automation requirement to an outside agency. Generally it fails. And most of the big organizations which have implemented this have an internally strong automation team. And generally, there is a new concept called as Chief Automation Officer is getting introduced into the organization structure. I think this is very important to, if you as an organization wants to enhance your automation levels, you need an internal setup to accept this. It's very difficult, it's very tough, and we need highly knowledgeable people in the process to do this. So we are open, actually we have set up a very large technical center. We have a lot of proof of concept. With lot of digital simulations are available, virtual reality is available, everything is available. You can come and try it out. And we have people who have been doing it free of cost. We are not even charging for any of these services. We know that to understand this it takes a lot of time. So we have kept it everything open, and you are always welcome to our Bomasandra plant, where we have more than 30 robots operating in varieties of operations available, and a lot of digital solutions are available. We can create a digital solution. You can have a VR walkthrough what would be a solution look like. But a lot of input has to come from the user side. But it's possible, madam.
Check. Okay, hello. Thank you, Mahendra sir. Just to sum up that response, Sujaya ma'am, when you will be walking here on stage to felicitate them, give your business card and they will send you a proposal which will hopefully fit within your budget. I'm so sorry we are not in a position to take any more questions. Now to felicitate our amazing panelists, I would like to call Sujaya Shashikiran, who is the Vice President of ELCIA, and Mr. Chetan Hegde, the Secretary of ELCIA, and he's also the Chief Operating Officer at Bhavani Industries. Yes, here. So we have got 4 panelists and 2 people to felicitate. So you pick and choose who's your favorite one. Satyakam started the session by saying the gap is not in hard work. The gap here in India is with ambition. Now it reminded me, someone beautifully said, 2 days are very important in a person's life. The day they were born and the day they come to know why they were born. Hopefully this summit will remind them to rekindle the entrepreneurial spirit within themselves, to reinvent themselves and be ambitious. Naganumaya sir, you reminded us not to run behind the buzzword, to dream not just with our minds but also with our hands and our heart. And Mahendra sir, you reminded us that 1,000 brilliant minds working in isolation is less powerful than 10 minds aligned with a purpose. Srikanta, I think you can send a message to your wife saying that I will be back. Well, on that note, as Mr. Srikanta Aradhya said, yesterday you saw a video where a panelist was kidnapped. It's not going to happen here in ELCIA simply because they've got thousands and thousands of CCTV camera, and to ensure the hardware is supported, we need those high-speed fiber optic. And guess what? Something that is happening for the first time, which somewhere Elon Musk mentioned a few years back, it is happening right here in Electronic City. Divya, can we play the video around fiber optics, please?
To build a future-ready ecosystem, ELCIA is creating a powerful dark fiber network designed to deliver high-capacity, scalable and cost-effective internet infrastructure to every member industry. Spanning 38 kilometers of optic fiber ducts, this robust backbone will enable faster, more reliable internet and telecom services across the entire community. Through this initiative, ELCIA will deliver free high-speed internet for startups and MSMEs, affordable, dependable bandwidth for every user, a public Wi-Fi network aligned with the PM1 scheme, dedicated fiber access for enterprises with specialized needs, collaboration with service providers to expand reach and innovation. Optic fiber cables in these new ducts will be accessible right at the doorstep of every member establishment. This project unlocks a host of advantages: enhanced connectivity, driving seamless data transfer and communication, scalability, empowering businesses to grow without limits, reduced downtime, ensuring uninterrupted operations, cost efficiency, eliminating the need for costly private infrastructure, support for emerging technologies from IoT to AI and cloud computing, collaboration and competitiveness, fueling innovation across the ecosystem.
We have been talking about this for the last 7-8 years to implement this network initiative. But finally, this is the first time in the country a township is taking up this initiative in a bigger way and doing it to deliver to all our member companies. This will empower the service provider to deliver faster, smarter and reliable network and also support future generation digital services. It is a step towards making Electronic City a model, tech-enabled urban infrastructure.
As the way forward, ELCIA's OFC network empowers the future of connectivity, supports up to 1 million consumer-grade IoT devices or 10,000 industrial-grade devices on a single 100 gigabits per second connection. Transfers massive AI models like the 70B LLA MA in just 11.76 seconds. Seamlessly manages heavy data traffic to drive innovation at scale. Future-ready infrastructure built to power 6G, 7G and beyond. Engineered to fuel the next era of computing and intelligent networks. With this digital transformation, Electronic City is poised to become a hub of progress, ready to meet the demands of tomorrow, today.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are in the midst of where the future is happening. The next expert panel discussion will be on the topic Building Smart Infrastructure for India's Strategic Tech Future. It will be moderated by Nandini, who is the treasurer of ELCIA, secretary of ELCIA Cluster, and she's also the director at TESCOM. She leads from the front in the high-tech world of electronics manufacturing services, a rare woman leader in this space and a powerful force for changing in the industry. At TESCOM, she is the beacon of social responsibility, spearheading impactful community programs that bridge industry with humanity. While juggling during her professional roles, she also ensured that she aced MBA, doing it full-time. And guess what? She's now currently pursuing PhD. I believe at ELCIA Tech Summit, we can introduce you as Dr. Nandini. She, with her founder V. Balasubramaniam, she ensures that she pays forward, championing equality, innovation, and mentorship. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give you a huge round of applause to the moderator of this particular session, Nandini B. And here are the following panelists. Do we have Dr. Veerapan sir here? Oh yes, he's right there. He's the chairman of ELCIA, co-founder and president of Axilor, the semiconductor. He did his bachelor's in engineering back in 1982. Time up, he's saying, okay, Chinmay, shut up, just call all the panelists. Let me introduce the next panelist, Dr. Cyrus Ethamadi, who is the regional president and technical plant manager at Bosch Mobility Electronics. His global career has taken him from Germany to Romania and finally here to Electronic City here in India. And the next panelist is Mr. Klaas Oscom, who is the CEO and managing director at DC Advisory India, an entrepreneurial mid-market investment bank. He has closed over 75 high-stake transactions and has earned the trust of clients like Amazon, Flipkart, Sequoia, and many more. Nandini ma'am, over to you.
Thank you. Thanks. So, it's nice to see and get back here on stage again. I have a great set of panelists here. Let me get on to the topic straight away. India today stands at a pivotal stage. We are leading the world in terms of certain activities like digital public infrastructure, and we are racing to catch up with certain activities like maybe smart cities or semiconductors or AI. So today let's discuss on what's happening, what is working for us, where we need to catch up, what is missing, and also what will take us if we have the right investments, right partnerships and ecosystem. So let's get on to the topic straight away. We don't have much time. Okay. So in one word, I would like to ask the audience as to what smart infra means. Some of you can probably tell me what smart infrastructure means. Any of you? Okay, maybe after the session you will be able to tell us more. If somebody's, yes? Being well connected. Perfect, yeah. So I think most of what we have to discuss is already done with one word. Yeah. So also, what we see when we enter Electronic City is smart infra. Perfect. This is a microcosm of smart infrastructure, I should say. Thanks. Okay. So how many of you believe that by the year 2030, we are going to have some smart infrastructure that's going to have a positive effect on your life? Many of you. Thanks so much. So incidentally, we are seated in Electronic City, which is a smart city, and ELCIA conceived and developed this smart city. We have Dr. V. Veerapan, who is the chairman of ELCIA. Let me start off with Dr. Veerapan. No, not too many, yeah. So ELCIA's township model is often cited as a working example of integrated digital and physical infrastructure. What is unique about this? And also, can you say that if this model can be replicated as a blueprint for other cities? And before that, we want to know a little bit about the journey of ELCIA, how it began.
Thank you, Nandini. I think most of the people know about ELCIA and ELCIA here. I just want to tell good morning to all of you. ELCIA started in 1992. It's called Electronic City Industry Association. Started basically like any other industry association to take care of the needs of the companies in Electronic City. That's the intention started. Our visionary leaders were there to start this. Then slowly it took care of the little bit of companies' needs in the Electronic City. Then slowly it moved, taking care of the problems in Electronic City, being maybe a problem in the road or problem in water supply, problem, a little bit of all those things, but it's all as an industry body, it's an association body. Then he took on and on and on. He collected the membership fees from different members, each annual membership fee. And also we have a per employee, there is a fee which has to be paid. This is the model Electronic City started. Then later part of it, I think more and more responsibility came. Then all the visionary leaders, NRN and I can tell all the visionary leaders at that time decided, why don't we run the city by ourselves? Means the city of Bangalore. So this got motivated in 2010. That we should have something of our own. We should have a means township which will be taken care by us rather than depending on the government. So this with the motive 2010. 2013 ELCIA was formed. It's Electronic City Industrial Township Authority was formed. It is under the Urban Development Department of Municipal Act. The Act got changed, and then this is the only country's industrial township. Maybe Jamshedpur is one, but it is a park. It's clearly defined as one of the industrial township. That means that we collect tax, we run the township, and the elections are not like your corporate or BBMP elections. The people are managing committee members are elected by the industries here. The industries vote and select the 5 management committee members, and we have other 3 government nominees in this and 2 elected. 10 members run this. It's like corporators and like a mayor running this body, and it's going on. For want of time, I think I'm not going to explain too much about it. More details there in the website, you can ask us. So it all started in 2013. We are about 12 years now, 1 decade. 12 years we have done so much looking forward things. You can see we have become zero waste to landfill. We don't spend any waste to the Mother Earth. That's one. We have become water positive. As of 3 months before, we have become water positive. Lot of initiatives are happening here. You saw the video. We are going to provide complete internet, means free internet to all the MSMEs in Electronic City. So a lot of initiatives happening here. So to ensure that the Electronic City is a model township for the country, I think it is being taken care by all of us for us.
Thank you, Dr. Veerappan, and I can clearly understand from the way audience are nodding that they want to know more. Maybe we can arrange for a separate webinar with you, and we can have more info from ELCIA to the audience.
Absolutely.
Okay, now that we've heard about the big picture, about the policy, and also about the cluster model, let's look at what is needed in terms of investment and innovation angles. So my question is for class. See, in India, Aadhaar, UPI and India Stack are called as the envy of the world. What lessons can we take from their success to build future infrastructure?
No, I think you pointed out correctly that it's the envy of the world. And it's interesting because in this Electronic City, the father of Aadhaar and UPI initiative, of course, Nandan Nilekani. So there's a direct linkage with Electronic City, but I think the other interesting one there is that it's really a public-private partnership that's worked out. The government was involved, RBI, MPCI, the banks were involved, private sector was involved, and I think what's really working is that the infrastructure was kept very simple, but there was a clear understanding that we needed the private sector to build on top of the stack. So the India stack as such is unique, and if you speak to a Google or an Apple, they will say we need this in the US. Cost of digital payments way too high in the US, and India has really crashed it. And I think that's also one of the big India advantages. With the 1.4 billion people, we can really build for scale, and when that scale gets achieved, you do get to the lowest cost solution globally. UPI, Aadhaar is a good example of that, but I think Geo is also a good example of where, sheer scale has given India the lowest data cost on 5G. So net, I think on the back of that, a lot of innovation has happened, and there's enough and more capital available. India is the one bright spot out there globally. China has all sorts of risks attached to it right now. So there's a high number of domestic investors and increasingly also large family offices and the likes who see a ton of opportunity, but there's also all sorts of global investors at every set of the spectrum. So early stage investors, seed and Series A, as well as late stage and buyout shops. Everyone is just seeing the massive opportunity that India has, and that comes from a stable government, some very interesting new age infrastructure, digital infrastructure. So fintech is a prime example. There's some other examples as well. We'll touch upon it in the discussion a little later. But I think net capital is absolutely available for, and I've been here 20 years. It's just amazing to see how the entrepreneurial ecosystem has blossomed over the past 20 years and exploded. So net, I think capital and investment opportunities are plenty. There are still some bottlenecks. We'll touch on those in the further discussion as well.
Thank you, Klaus. So the startups out here, you can make a note of this, that you can build it up and take it forward with whatever is already available, the India Stack model. But none of this scales without the right skills and the corporate backbone. So let's bring in the Bosch perspective. So Dr. Cyrus, in your opinion, what should be done at the education and skills level to truly make India a global digital and AI powerhouse?
Well, Nandini, on education and skills level, the first thing that comes into your mind is definitely curricula, universities, schooling, and all that. So I'm convinced India or every country has to start right away with a consequent curricula, start early. But to be honest, these things, there are many university professors and many academics that know that much, much better than me. So that's not where I want to focus. What I would like to focus is we, and there also Bosch stands for, is we have to give also hands-on experience. Because a skill that you obtain by learning it, you really own it after using it in the industry. So there are also collaborations possible, and out of my view, extremely important. That's how you create talent. But maybe equally important is also to keep talent in the country. So India is a country where also many people live abroad, and how can we keep the critical workforce inside the country to contribute here? There are many examples internationally. I was working before in Romania, and Romania is also the IT hub of Europe. There were, for example, incentives on taxes to keep IT people inside the country. But if I look in the audience, I see also tech people, and I see tech leaders as well. And I want to use this opportunity to also highlight the importance of the leadership with the young generation, with the young tech guys. Old school, hierarchical, top-down leadership might not work to inspire people. So whoever is a leader here should reflect about his or her leadership behavior with the young generation. I think that is utmost important, and that you don't learn in universities.
Thank you, Cyrus. My second question is also to you. So, since you spoke about skilling that's available in plenty in India, I understand that is why Bosch leverages Indian tech talent for global AI projects. So what makes India a hub for this work?
Well, first of all, India is a growing economy, and global companies like to invest in growing economies. And if we look around on the globe, there are not many growing economies right now. So India is in a very fortunate position here. The second thing is the demographics. So I believe around 50% of the population is between 15 and 40 years old. And that makes it extremely appealing and shows a high potential for IT, tech, and AI. And also, Indian, let's say, society is very much tech-driven. I think Klaus was speaking about that. So it comes naturally to the Indian population, to the young ladies and gentlemen. And last but not least, it's also not a secret that it is also very cost competitive to be here. So I can say that Bosch out of India is really having hundreds of people supporting globally AI projects and supporting globally digitalization projects. And I have to say I'm impressed by the workforce in India.
That's amazing. Thank you so much, Cyrus. My next question is to Klaus. Having said so much about the Indian talent and skilling and the startups that are mushrooming in India, I have a very peculiar question as to why do many Indian startups, AI startups, relocate to the US after the seed funding? What can change to keep them scaling in India?
It's not an easy question, but I think the easy answer is US market is still many times bigger than the India market. Adoption and innovation is also ahead. The kind of foundational large language models, of course, there's some out of China as well. It's more of an arms race between China and the US there. But clearly, most product startups have seen that the big market for them is the US. And let's not kid ourselves, even for the IT services firms, whilst all the delivery would happen out of India, customers has always been US. So that was the case for IT services. It's been the case for the SaaS companies, for Zoho and Freshworks. It's now the case for AI as well. Truth be told, many of the investors push their founders. They will say to their founders, look, the pace of innovation is faster, ecosystem is more evolved, so I'll give you your seed check, but under the condition that you relocate to the market where there's the maximum depth and the maximum opportunity to address a large TAM, which is what venture plays for. They play for that, 1 in 20 portfolio companies that really takes off, and then that then kind of creates the massive fund returners that pay for all the failures that are also going to be there in the portfolio. I think in India, and if you look at the region, typically more steady compounding has worked out if you go for the India market. So there is definitely an opportunity here. It's growing. We believe that certain verticals, deep verticals such as financial services, deep verticals such as healthcare, there can be vertical AI solutions that you build for India that can also scale. It might not scale to kind of a $20 billion type of outcome, but it might still scale to an outcome that you can take public here in India. So net, near term, most of the people who are really going to go for the big leagues will still focus on the US market and will be pushed by the investors to focus on the US market. But we've seen examples, and on the product side, for instance, Perfios is a perfect example of a business that is predominantly focused here on India, but has started to get to critical scale in financial services. And we do believe that the next 5 years, just given the growth that's there in India, that there will be more companies which will say, okay, India market also offers opportunity to build something big, but it might not be something global.
Thank you. So as we understand that Indian market is growing equally and trying to match the size of the ticket size is growing bigger, trying to match the size of the US market, and we are getting there. It's about another 5 years for us to go to reach there. Thanks.
I wish it was 5 years. I think it's a little longer, but
it's a little more.
But in 5 years, definitely the opportunity set is going to be much bigger.
I'm being very optimistic about this. Yeah. So my next question is to Dr. Veerappan. So whatever we are talking about, nothing can go on and improve or reach the final result without semiconductors getting more mature in India. So the India Semiconductor Mission, or the ISM, has been called as a dream come true. But there are some hurdles. What's the current reality? Are we yet there? And what's going to happen next?
Okay, I represent India Electronics Semiconductor Association also. Are we in exciting times in semi and electronics in India? Agree? Why? I'll tell you some interesting numbers for all of you to be really excited. Class talk about the UPI, right? How many UPI transactions we do a day as Indians? 640 million.
Yeah.
Per day, UPI alone. The digital transaction all together is 1 billion a day. If we sleep like 6-7 hours, 17 hours we do like 1 billion transactions a day as Indians. So how many people are impacted in this? No, totally involved is 491 million people are in this space. We are there in digital transaction a day, I have these numbers. One is 491 million people are involved. 65 million merchants are connected. 675 banks. 675 banks, 65 million merchants, 491 million people do 640 million transactions a day in the country. Why I'm telling all these things? Is all this possible without semiconductor and electronics? Nothing is possible without chip. So we are so happy. This is one area which digitization has grown in the country. From 2,000 transactions in 2017, in 7 years, we have grown to 18,000 crores a month now. From 2,000 crores to 18,000 crores is the growth in the last 7 years in this digitization. That is one. And the amount transacted in UPI alone is, as of today, is 24 lakh crores. That means, you know, right, most of the time it all go seamless. You touch, it get transacted, you get all these things happening. So these are all some interesting numbers for all of you that, you know, we are in the exciting times for the country on semiconductor electronics. See, consumption of semiconductor today is about $30 billion, which is going to be 100 billion by 2030. Means threefold increase in the consumption of semiconductor. In electronics, we are at 150 billion today, which is going to be 500 billion by 2030. IESA done we talked about the India GDP, right? Morning, Kris was telling 4.2 trillion. And India is going to have a 30 trillion by 2047, right? For 100 years of Vikasit Bharat. So IESA did a survey about this. What will be electronics by the time in 2047, 100 years after India independence? The number is almost equivalent to India GDP. We will be $4 trillion of electronics GDP by 2047. That's the number. That's the numbers coming out. So electronics is really, to today, semicon electronics is the name. What happened in 1990s, right? IT services came. We all know about IT, information technology, all our Infosys, Wipro, all these companies grew in this from 90s onwards. 2000, we heard about year to Y2K, right? Y2K was one we heard about, year 2000, that went on. Now I think that in 2022, India's semiconductor mission started, 2022, with the hope that India is going to be in the semicon space. In the last 3 years, we have done so much on India semiconductor mission. I'll tell some interesting things which happened after starting India semiconductor mission in 2022. As India, we import all the chips. We never, till now, we have not manufactured any chip out of the country. This is true. We don't make any commercial wafer out of the country. Even though we consume that much of 30 billion, we all import. First time in the country, dream come true. You said no, dream Absolutely. Come true for the India semiconductor mission. The first fab, Tata in Dholera, is on. We are going to get the commercial wafer out in 2027. That is first dream come true, that India will have our own wafer manufactured in India by 2027 by Tata. That is one dream come true. The second is post-wafer OSAT, which is called the assembly, test and mark and pack, or outsourced assembly and test OSAT. We never produced till last year, till now, we don't have a large volume packaging plant in the country. So again, thanks to ISM, the India Semiconductor Mission, the dream come true for all of us. The first packaged wafer, large volume, is going to out of Sanand, which is by Micron, any time from now. Already is up. We have announced 4 more OSAT factory. So that means that manufacturing point of view, the wafer is being manufactured in the country. Also the assembly and test is also coming to the country. With all these things, we are absolutely in exciting times on this. If we take electronics, right, if you're talking about electronics assembly, the EMS, Fanuk person said, morning, we are top 6 in the world. You name any EMS players, you would name Foxconn or Flextronics or Sanmina or Jabil or our own Tata Electronics, all of them are manufacturing here in the country, means assembly in the country. EMS is a big market. We are number 6, we are going to be number 3. I think you are also, Tescom was also in EMS. So we are going to be number 3 EMS in the world. You know, right, that almost 35% of Apple iPhones are being assembled out of India. I'm not saying manufacturing, assembled out of India. So like this, the times are very, very exciting. I think anybody in electronics, I think they can look for, this is like India's semiconductor mission, dream come true, from IT services to semicon and electronics manufacturing. In submission, so exciting times for us.
Thank you, Dr. Veerappan. But for all this to happen, we need some kind of global collaboration. So my question is to Dr. Cyrus on this. So if India has to develop with the semiconductor mission, we need global collaboration. But what challenges do global MNCs face in India's infrastructure landscape, and how can they be overcome?
Oh, okay. So every multinational company, I think every single multinational company is now also suffering or uncertain due to geopolitical issues which are ongoing. And in order to answer the question, we also have to understand Bosch in India, for example. Yes, we are looking at the local needs and the local market. But at the end of the day, we are also a global company. So we take global decisions for local needs. And one example is the relationship with that one country, Eastern country. It is giving tremendous headaches to Bosch. As an example, there are products which are currently imported to China, and we have to take decisions whether we localize in India or not, and just not being able to collaborate easily with China is a big burden for Bosch. That's the very first thing. Nevertheless, also other points where, for example, when we take localization decisions, there are incentives. There are many incentives. Bosch is also supported by incentives. But at the time of the decision, whether we produce locally or globally, the certainty whether an incentive is applicable or not, that is something which is not there. So we don't know really what to calculate with, which makes decisions sometimes harder. So these are just two issues that global companies might have in India. Of course, there are also other issues like or challenges, let's say, the infrastructure, so the logistic costs for the company here. If you compare it Bosch in India versus Bosch somewhere else, the logistic costs are comparatively higher. But I would say in all the areas, India is really developing. So it's nothing to be worried about. The trend is positive in all the areas. So I'm very, very hopeful that also multinational companies will further grow in India.
That's a very nice and positive statement. Thank you. So now let's look at future for a short while. My question is to class on this. So what will it take for venture capitalists to back government-linked projects like smart cities more confidently?
Yeah, I think B2G in the US is a massive space, and there's a lot of investors who are specialized. But I think there's, okay, maybe it's changing a bit with the current government, but there's a lot of predictability there. Contracts are being honored, decision making is swift, payments are on time. Now, that's what we need in India. Transparency, quick decision making, and on-time payments. And we probably need to see a couple of good examples, because success begets success. Right now, I think with most investors are feeling that, a lot of the industries that have done well in India have done well in spite of the government, or because it was outside of the remit of the government. Yes, we have a bunch of public-private partnerships that have worked now, but again, if you look at UPI, to a large extent, it was kept out of the remit of government. So net, I think it will come down to seeing one or two success stories where the government doesn't become fickle-minded, stays clear to its goals, and we're starting to see that with the semiconductor mission, with the AI mission. So, for instance, on the AI mission, if they're the government follows through on its financial commitments, then I think there will be more investors comfortable backing companies riding on that rails. So net transparency, speed of decision making, and first and foremost on-time payment.
Thanks. So all decision makers, please note that we need to be more fast and transparency should be there. Yes. So my final question to Dr. Veerappan will be on what role can ELCIA and other industry clusters play in accelerating public-private collaboration?
I think Klaus talked about it, right? This is very, very important today. See, we should appreciate, first of all, we should all stop blaming government. It's not easy. Somebody tells about ELCIA, comparing ELCIA to PBMP. I think we are comparing to an ant to an elephant. No way. I think we should be very, very clearly, we should respect what the government people are doing. Instead of course, it is not easy. We have ELCIA has 900 acres. We are talking about BBMP as a corporation, and this is nothing. What we are doing is in minuscule in comparing to all these things. So first of all, as a public, as a citizen, my request is, we are all responsible. It is not BBMP. I think all individuals are responsible. It is a waste management. I'll tell you, in Electronic City, we do 16.5 tons a day. 16.5 tons a day only we do waste. Whereas the Bangalore city does 55,000 tons a day. We all citizens, you know where it is going. We all sleep in the night, all are getting transported out of the city. There's tons of waste by different trucks happening out of the city. I think let's all appreciate the good job I think the government is doing. So my request to all of you is, please, we should not too much of start blaming the government. That's one request from ELCIA's side. Then the second is that they can duplicate the same model across. That's to answer your question. See, first of all, keeping ELCIA intact itself is tough for us because everybody is eyeing on this model, and government really wants to take over for very obvious reasons, right? We can't. The government, the local people, the local politicians, all of them are losing this important revenue for them. So I can't say openly, but everybody is eyeing for it, which is quite natural. So first of all, keeping it tight. Then second is it's all government has to think, not us. The government has to be a part to do this duplication. Like Pinya came, Bidadi came. In fact, Bombasandra, Madam Kiran Mazmudar visited here last week. She was here in a conference. She told us Bombasandra Industrial Estate has to be taken by ELCIA. Somebody from Pinya has to be taken by ELCIA. I think it is not. Government has to mandate this as a rule, right? Whatever is that, but what happened now, the private-public partnership is very, very important. See, this is nothing but, we are private, government, we are doing the partnership and delivering what the public wants. I think very important, the government look at the model across. And we have requests from Indore, we have requests from, I think Rama is here. Everybody, wherever goes, people are asking, why don't we do this in our city or our state? So this can be definitely, we can replicate this model across. The only thing is the mindset of government. The mindset of politician is very, very important in this case. Industries we know that what benefit we all got out of this township. But my only thing in this is, if you want to replicate the model across, it has to be a government and the politician mindset to accept this public-private partnership to make each of the township or city as a model township or a smart city. So it is them, it's not us. We are ready, but they have to change the mindset.
Thank you, Dr. Veerappan. Since we have eminent panelists, I would stop my questions. I would want the audience, because the panelists are so special that I want the audience to interact with them. Any questions from the audience?
It's going to be just questions and not comments, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
So this is a test of whether you were really attentive, listening to all our eminent panelists. Any questions anyone would like to ask at this stage? Yes, we have one over there.
Yeah, so you mentioned that semiconductor chips we take care of as a country per se, right? But when you look at the globally and geopolitically, semiconductor chip is becoming the headache for the companies like NVIDIA and all, right? So are we trying to play the global role here and lead the country in that way?
Okay, I think to answer your question, with NVIDIA or Intel or AMD, I think one more thing is, apart from what we manufacture here, we don't have a single chip out of India. Where is India Intel? Where is India AMD? Where is India Qualcomm? Where is India Nvidia? We don't have any, like same thing what happened to the, where is India Sony? Where is India, I can say even your washing machines, all India has gone now into imports, right? So where was India, Bonida, Solidaire, which when we were young kids, all these have gone, we have completely imported. Now thanks to again the dream come true, India Semiconductor Mission has started this initiative. L&T is coming to making chip for Indians, by Indians here, out of India. So first chip out of it will be like a Texas Instrument chip or a chip, but it's from L&T. So Indian chips are going to come shortly in the next 16 months. They are going to come out with the India chip. Means India designed for India chip is going to come out. So that will settle all this NVIDIA thing, right? We will produce our own chip, which we will also export. So we are all waiting for L&T to first come with their 17 products, out of which one chip or two chip is coming out very shortly. It will be branded like our own Intel chip or our own Qualcomm, India made chip, which is also going to come true.
Great,
Dr.
good to
Cyrus,
know. Thank you.
Would you like to add?
Yes, let's give a huge round of applause because it is exciting times, and if Dr. Veerappan is excited, then something big is going to happen. Dr. Cyrus.
I want to congratulate you for this great question. So it is great times ahead for India, very, very exciting times in the semiconductor business as well. There are many challenges which also, for example, Tata is not afraid of and will definitely manage, and India will manage 100% with the power also of the government, as you mentioned. But some challenges are there. One of the challenges is what you mentioned. So globally, there is around 20 to 40% overcapacity currently. That's the first thing which needs to be handled. And also another challenge is you come from the angle of self-reliant and not being dependent on any region or country. You can also produce here several semiconductors, ASICs or whatever. At the very end, you also need the resistors and transistors and all that things to produce electronics. So there are a lot of challenges, but if there is one collaboration that can make it is the Indian government and Tata, definitely. And also regarding this, Bosch is into semiconductors, and maybe you have read around 10 days ago there was also a strategic collaboration
with
between Tata Electronics and Bosch, where we will also support with our knowledge.
Congratulations to Bosch on this partnership.
To add this, I think I have to add this. I talked about the actives, which is the chips. You talked about the resistor and passives. I am again sorry to say, as in India, we import 99.999% of all passives. We don't manufacture components. Sanjeev Keshkar must be here from ISA. We don't import, our Elcina is here. We don't, they're all pushing to make sure that the components are also manufactured in the country. So don't worry, we will compete with the global, even in components shortly.
Thanks.
Okay, we'll take one last question.
Yeah.
So, please ensure the mic is on.
Audible?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. It is for infrastructure, Mr. Veerappan, Dr. Veerappan. Long time it has been running in my mind. The drainage system in Electronic City, we are just managing ourselves. I mean, the sense we don't have a drainage system in the Electronic City, and we don't have a Kaveri water supply to all the factories. This is the basic things which is being given by almost all corporation area, even the neighboring villages, they are getting it. But this is a thing that is been not been given to us. That is one which is always running in my mind. Another question is, as a pollution we talk, even a smell, bad smell is also a pollution like. When our people in the factory, they go and smoke near my that roadside, I tell them, please don't smoke there, come this side. Why do you want to smell that dirty smell there? It's in the second stage. And such a dirty smell is coming over in the street. Fine, it is a nice road and well maintained, everything is so. Is it a cosmetic or is it the ground reality is what? This is the question that has been running in my mind from so many
So,
years.
Veerappan sir,
I had an opportunity to ask. Please, Mr. Veerappan.
So, Veerappan sir, do we have ELCIA election?
No,
coming
that's
up?
what. I thought it's a town hall.
Yes.
So we will answer thing in the ELCIA town hall. This is a summit, but definitely your question is valid. I will not take it today because it is separately. We will talk about this to you
Yes.
because ELCIA summit. I think your question is valid. We will take it up later, not
Thank
today.
you, thank you.
Thank you.
Nandini ma'am, with your permission, I have got a question to Mr. Klaas and Dr. Cyrus.
Sure, please.
Both of you have traveled the world. You have seen different cultures. You have seen different ecosystem. I request you not to be politically correct. We'll not hold it against you. Because a good friend always stabs you from the front. What kind of really frustrates you working here? What kind of makes you feel that, you know what? Because there's so much of opportunity.
Why are you asking this?
Because a good friend always stabs you from the front. Because we can't see our own back. So quickly, where do you think we are missing?
No. Cyrus should go first because we were sitting here and he was saying, why is this not starting on time? And I said to him, that's IST, India Stretch Time. So I've been here 20 years. I always say I've been at the right place at the right time. And I've just been super lucky to be here whilst India's taken off and the next 10 years are going to be even brighter. There's much more fire in the belly here. Tomorrow's a better day, high entrepreneurial energy. So all those things, to me, I just feel plain lucky that I've been here for the past 20 years and see myself being here for much longer. Yeah, sometimes traffic is frustrating, sometimes engine jugaad or cutting corners, sometimes playing a bit more by the rules and having a bit more respect for environment. But yeah, all in all, happy camper.
Well, he has got the word jugaad in his vocabulary now. Dr. Cyrus.
I appreciate Klaas. He asks you and you start with what I said. Thank you very much for obviously, I'm 1.5 years now in India. You can imagine I get this question a lot. And I never like to answer to that question without saying the positive sides first. India has a great population. India has a great and rich culture. The welcoming attitude of the people is just overwhelming, especially for foreigners. And unfortunately, I have to say, India has also great food. So, this is really great. On the working side, if you have a purpose, if you have a leadership with motivation, I have never seen people working so hard as I've seen it here in India, and this is really tremendous out of my view. Of course, there are also some things, Klaas mentioned it on my behalf. I live in Indranagar. I come every day to Electronic City. The mornings are pleasant, the evenings are horrible, and also, I can tell you my working hours. But on the other hand side, now on a serious note, what I really think, we compare ourselves in India compared to China as well, right? And this I mean it because I also love India. In the one or the other things, we need to get more serious. And we need to get more committed and walk the talk more than we do today in order to really unleash the potential. And I really hope for India this happens.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Dr. Cyrus.
Thanks to the panelists, and I would like to close this session with a one-liner that India is not racing to catch up, but we want to lead the world. And so we'll take all these as actionable points and not as discussion points alone. We can make India smarter, greener, and truly inclusive. Thank you.
Thank you, Nandini ma'am. It's time to felicitate all our amazing panelists. For that, I would like to call Mr. Bhavesh Kumar, who is the chairman of ELCIA Trust, and Mr. Sundaram Bhatta Vachalakam. Wow, what a name, sir. Bhatta Vachalam. He is the MD of Silky Electronics, member of ELCIA Executive Committee. Well, Nandini ma'am started this session wearing a green glass, and then she went without glass, and now she has got the brown glass.
Oh yeah, I love changing my frames often.
Does it change? Is it same frame which keeps changing different color, or
no? It's like you pick up say some 12 of them. And
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a huge round of applause to our amazing panelists. Nandini, who is our treasurer at ELCIA, Dr. V. Veerappan, we will be hearing from him once again at the post-lunch session, Dr.
Thank you.
Cyrus Ethamadi and Mr. Klaas Oscom. Thank you so much for your time and your thoughts. Gentlemen, please mind these steps. Now it's time to have a fireside chat without the fire on stage. AI and tech from India to the world. For that, I would like to call Dr. Venkat Padmanabhan, who is the Managing Director at Microsoft Research India. He leads Microsoft Research India, and for nearly a decade at MSR, he is shaping the future of networked and mobile computing. He has been honored with Shanti Swarupa Bhatnagar Prize. He has been named as a fellow at INAE, IEEE, ACM. He has earned his BTech from IIT, has done his MSc, PhD. Of course, he is the person who's been there, done that, and has written numerous papers and has been awarded multiple times in this particular space. We have Ms. Swati Shyam Sundar, who is the head of Research Group, AI Siemens Research and Pre-Development. She leads this particular department, and she has been honored with Siemens Inventor of the Year back in 2023. She holds multiple patents and publications. She speaks 6 languages. She loves public speaking. I think we need to connect, Swati. And she has explored 20 countries. So what are those 6 languages? English, Hindi, Kannada, Tamil, Telugu, Malayalam, then German, Dag, Oya Tetmeji. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a huge round of applause as we kickstart this fireside chat, and the topic is AI and tech from India to the world. Over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Okay, we'll take all the books.
Good afternoon, everyone.
One book.
And thanks to Chinmay for a lovely introduction. The energy in the room already seems to have dropped, and I'm sure all of you are more than hungry. But I hope you can bear with us for this session while we take you through a little bit of research in the area of technology as well as digitalization and AI from India to the world. And with me is Dr. Venkat. And I'd like to start by asking him what he's been doing at Microsoft in the area of AI applications.
Yeah, thank you, Swati. It's wonderful to be here with you. I also want to thank Ms. Rama. I think I met her last month at an event, and that's when she told me about this, and I think we met Vaidi as well. So it's wonderful to be here. Before I answer your question directly, let me sort of provide my way of looking at research and its role in society, right? We all like to advance scientific knowledge, understanding, and that's really part of research. But I think the biggest satisfaction many of us get is when work we do makes a difference to people who we have never even met, who are perhaps on the other side of the country or other side of the globe doing things. So when I look at the work that we do at Microsoft Research here in India, a lot of our work is of a kind where I would say broadly 2 categories, what I would call a sort of geo-independent research, work that could be happening anywhere, and I'll maybe get to that later. But a lot of it is motivated by problems we see in the real world that are really ripe for being solved with technology, whether it's AI or other things. So just to give you some examples, I would say early in the lab's history, we just turned 20 years in India, but early in the lab's history, there was a project called Digital Green that looked at the problem of or the lack of information in the hands of farmers. Just in terms of best practices, when to sow, what to do, and so on. And so it started with a very simple idea. Can we just create a farmer-to-farmer, sort of almost a peer-to-peer network for farmers to record videos for an audience which is other farmers? And that started, 18 years ago or so. We spun it out of the lab. Today it is perhaps the largest information provider in the agri space. that is now using AI to index this large corpus of videos that have been created over 20 years or 18 years to then answer questions. There is an app called Farmer Chat that does this, for example. Similar things in healthcare, education, and other verticals as well. I just want to pick one other example because there's a little connection with ELCIA, because I think in 2015, we were thinking about road safety and what we can do about road safety, leveraging smartphones, AI, and so on. And I think I got connected with Ms. Rama, and she was, I think, CEO of ELCIA then. We thought, okay, maybe we'll do something in Electronic City because it seemed more manageable than Bangalore. In the end, what we ended up doing is a system called HAMS, H-A-M-S, which is now being used to automate the driver license test in about 40 RTOs across the country. About 2.5 lakh or more than 2.5 lakh tests have happened with our system, right? So the idea is, the reality is in India, about 60% of people apparently get a license without having taken a test, and the results are for us to see on the road, right? So the idea is you get into a vehicle with a smartphone, drive around, there's no inspector in the vehicle. The AI running on the smartphone gives you the test, essentially assesses your driving, and then at the end, you get a result. Right? What was nice about the system is, one is that, as we found out from user feedback, people trust technology more than they trust other people. So even if they fail the test, they don't feel as bad as they would have felt if a human had failed them. But the other thing that was unexpected is that we launched this just before the pandemic. And then soon after the pandemic, when testing and so on resumed, no human driver and inspector wanted to sit together in the same vehicle. So it was really good to have a system like ours where you don't need to have another human in the vehicle, right? So just an example, and I'll maybe get to this later. The success of HAMS really is with partners. And I will talk about that maybe when we get to that segment of our discussion. So maybe I can turn on and maybe ask you the same question, but in a slightly different way, which is, a lot of what I talked about was sort of user-facing, looking at end users of applications and so on. But, as at an industrial powerhouse like Siemens, you look at the industrial aspect of, AI and technology. And I know we had some discussions about robots and so on earlier today, but I'd love to get your perspective on what you've been doing and how you see the opportunity there.
Sure. First of all, it's nice that you mentioned your lab turned 20 this year and ours did too.
Okay, good.
So, thank you. Thanks for the question. And like you rightly pointed, Siemens is in this space of industrial digitalization and industrial AI, right? In one of the previous panels, you heard Mr. Shrikanta Aradhya from Entity Data talk about two of the very prominent problems in manufacturing. And this is still largely prevalent today, and both of those are what I would briefly like to touch upon, but also keeping in mind the orientation of today's event, right? We have humans, machines, and meaning. So let me start with machines. So let's take the instance of factories, yeah? And factories are made up of what? Of a lot of machines. Equipment, assets like pumps, motors, chillers, compressors, and so on. And what would these factory owners like more than anything else? One, to get the best performance out of these machines for the best possible time, right? For as long as possible. In other words, you want to reduce operating costs and you want to ensure optimal life of these assets. But unfortunately, that's not always feasible because machines can run into issues, right? And what was pointed out is, can you predict when a machine can fail, right? And this is what we do with specifically predictive analytics. So we try to tell you what the remaining useful lifetime of machines are. We try to monitor the health of these assets, give you diagnostic information, also provide guidance on maintenance strategy of these machines, right? So all in all, by doing all of this, you are able to reduce carbon footprint along with getting all of these KPIs achieved. Now, one thing which Dr. Venkat mentioned was geo-independent research, right? Problem solving of use cases that are relevant across the globe. Now, where does India play a role in this use case, right? So, when we were developing this solution here in India, and this was deployed not just here but also outside, one of the very specific requirements that came from here was, all is fine, but we don't have also the, somebody in the morning also spoke about the long time it takes for decision making and the need to be economical in our solutions, which could be seen as a restriction, but on the other hand could also be seen as an opportunity for innovating, for creativity, right? So in this case, while in the background it was using state-of-the-art machine learning and time series forecasting and optimization, what was really interesting about the solution is that we deployed all of this in-house using very low resource infrastructure. And that I think was really novel, that we then started adopting this also in other countries globally, right? Although this was not a requirement in the first place. The other thing that is interesting about this use case is that we have a diverse range of domains, right? So predictive analytics solutions exist in the market for a long duration of time. There's nothing unique about this, but building custom solutions is not cost effective. So the solution that we have at Siemens now that was built here is one that can adapt very flexibly to multiple domains. So it can work reliably on, let's say, coffee roasters in the food and beverage industry, on pumps, heat exchangers from the process domain, as well as chillers from the smart buildings. So that's one use case. And the other use case I'd briefly want to touch upon is related to humans, right? So now I said factories. Machines are one part of the story, but the picture remains largely incomplete without humans, right? And what we want more than anything is to ensure the well-being of our factory workers. Again, here in India, in one of our Siemens factories about 2 years ago, we had an incident due to which one of our factory workers unfortunately lost his life. And this could have easily been prevented. And the main root cause of this issue was that there was no compliance to standard operating procedures and to safety regulations. Now, it's not that people don't know about these regulations, right? There are training programs, there are educational videos that are shown, played to these workers who largely converse in local dialects time and again, but still the compliance is sometimes not so possible to realize. So again here, a solution that was developed was based on computer vision, a surveillance system for safety of workers, which basically tracks in real time the movements of factory workers and sends alerts, sends recommendations to people on their mobile phones whenever they are not in compliance, right? So things like if a person is too close to a machine that is in operation but is not wearing some protective gear like a hard hat, that's a violation. It could be that a person is too close to a moving vehicle. Things like this now can be detected, and again here we're getting closer and closer to avoiding these kind of life incidents when it comes to hazardous situations. So I hope I was at least able to give you a glimpse of a bit of the industrial applications that we work on. And now I'd like to ask you again, Venkat, because you talked about a lot of end user facing applications and also the role that ecosystems play, right? You talked about your collaboration with ELCIA. You talked about how HAMS would maybe not have been as successful if not for the partnering collaboration. So could you elaborate a little bit more on that?
I think that's a really important question, so thank you for asking. Throughout our 20 years, we have been very much part of the ecosystem, right? Although Microsoft is a global company, the lab here operates kind of autonomously. We decide what we work on along with our local partners. I know we hosted Vaidi and his team just last week, and he has talked to some of my colleagues in years past as well. So for us, the ecosystem is academia, government, startups, NGOs, and anyone sort of who we think has either interesting problems or has complementary skills or has ability to take what's developed in the lab and sort of scale it and so on, right? So I'll just give you some examples. So we start with HAMS. We start with many possible use cases. We talk to ELCIA, we talk to others. Finally, we got somehow connected to Maruti Suzuki's CSR arm. It's called IDTR. And they were a wonderful partner. And then they in turn connected us with a really small but really nice company called Softex in Hyderabad. That is in the business of building IT solutions for RTOs and things like that. And all the scaling of HAMS that's happened over the past several years is thanks to Softex, right? We basically developed the technology, showed it worked, enabled them with our technology, and we just gave it away. We're not even charging for it. We just gave it, and then they've taken it, integrated it into their solution, and now they bid for tenders, different states, and scale it, right? So that's an example of scaling. The other kind of thing we have done is worked with NGOs and in some cases turned our projects into an NGO. Like what I mean by that is we spun off our projects as a non-profit. For example, in the healthcare space, we were working on tuberculosis medication adherence, a project called 99 Dots. That got spun out as a company called Everwell, a not-for-profit company. It got funding from Gates Foundation and other foundations. And they've developed a platform called Nikshay, which you may have heard of. It's a health tracking platform specific for TB that the government is now blessed. So it is the platform that the government is going to use for TB. Actually, is already using, not just in India, but I think in a dozen other countries. A third example is a project called Karya that we started in the lab. Really think of it as a project that was inspired by the MNREGA employment scheme the government has, but a digital form of it. How can we enable someone who's got a smartphone, got a bit of free time to do something useful, right? So a security guard sitting somewhere, they got 15 minutes of free time, can they do some useful digital work? That was the origin of Karya. That also we spun out, and as the AI boom happened, the value of data and labeled data and so on became really apparent. And so Karya's business today is really about creating labeled data sets for Indian languages, Indian speech, and other such things. And they've also gone global. They were in fact featured on the cover of the Time magazine a couple of years ago. So these are all examples of sort of working with the ecosystem, NGOs, spinning off things from our lab, as well as working with SMEs like Softex and larger companies like Maruti. And maybe I should just mention one final example because that's also local. Just a couple of months ago, we announced an initiative with IIIT here in Electronic City, IIIT Bangalore, where we are working with the university and a few NGOs to stand up an initiative called A4I, which is AI Innovation and Inclusion Initiative, where the idea is to take some of the outcomes of our research and sustain it over time and grow it over time. So one of the problems as a research lab is that people in research move on to the next problem after some time, right? It is not a product, so then it might just die. So how do we sustain it? How do we turn this into a digital public good that lives on forever? And so that's really an initiative we started with IIIT. So I hope you got a sense of sort of the broad cross-section of interaction we've had with the ecosystem.
Yeah, I think you covered startups a little bit, established companies, universities, NGOs, all of it. So very nice.
How do you scale your solutions, beyond Siemens?
Scale is one aspect, an important one, and I think Siemens is a largely global organization, and partnerships with companies, including Microsoft, are well known, right? So even now in the area of generative AI, for example, Siemens partners with Microsoft, with OpenAI, with AWS for infrastructure, for models, and so on. So I think scale is kind of taken care, and in today's era, I think with the pace at which technology and digital landscape is evolving, it's also not possible anymore to build alone, right? We simply cannot do everything by ourselves. Somebody talked about islands of excellence, right? That's not going to work. And therefore, there's a lot of importance being given also to collaboration and to the partnering ecosystem. But let me come back to India, right, to where we are now. And You closed with IIITB, so let me start there. We have long-standing collaboration with IIITB, including PhD sponsorships, but also project engagements where largely the focus has been in AI and now generative AI for software engineering and systems engineering. So we have several projects going on in that direction. Now, in fact, we are in conversation with one of the professors there to start something off in the area of continual learning in never-ending learning in the space of AI. And CMTI is another close partner of ours. So Dr. Naga Hanumaya earlier mentioned about the smart factory that they have, not in miniature form, not in model form, but in function. And Siemens, so the research organization here, was also working closely with CMTI in this initiative. I think the importance of collaboration is becoming just more and more strong as we go. I think there's no way other than this anymore.
Great, great. So maybe switching gears a little bit, let me sort of ask you, when you look at the research or the scientific advances coming out of India in Siemens, what are some of these things that you would call out as highlights?
I mean, at the core, we are a research organization. While you might know Siemens more for its dishwashers and so on, here in India, at least, we have a large unit that is focused purely on research and pre-development, where I come from. So it's very nice to talk about research and the technology pull all the time. Of course, not for the sake of technology, but for the sake of solving problems. In today's event already, the word ChatGPT was uttered I don't know how many times. So of course, all of you are familiar with it. But what is ChatGPT, right? It is an LLM, a large language model. And if you abstract this a little bit more, it is a foundation model. Now, that's another jargon, so let me simplify. A foundation model is nothing but a model which you train not to solve a specific task, but expose it to a wide variety of data so that it can adapt, it can tackle multiple challenges, right? So similar to how we humans learn, right? So as children, as we grow up, we're not taught to do one specific thing only, right? We're exposed to a variety of experiences so that we grow, we adapt, and then we are capable of tackling any situation even though we might not have experienced it before. So that's basically the idea of a foundation model, right? And you all are, in one way or the other, exposed already to things like ChatGPT and to Perplexity and Gemini and so on. All of these you converse with in natural language, in English, in Hindi, in Kannada, in whatever other language. At Siemens, we're building an industrial foundation model. Now, what this would allow you to do is to basically converse in the language of technicians, right? In the language of engineers, of operators. And what this means is that we're talking now the vocabulary of, let's say, engineering schematics, of building plans, of 2D and 3D simulations, of time series data from sensors, IoT devices. So you're no longer having to look at complex graphs and charts and simulations and all of this, but you can converse with all of this as a non-technical person even, using common, simple English and any other language. So we're building an industrial foundation model. That's the one hot topic right now, which we're proud of working on. The second one is co-pilots. Now, this is another term that you've heard a lot, right? We have you from Microsoft, and we have the Office 365 co-pilot. We have the GitHub Copilot, which makes generating code quite straightforward and simplistic. Somebody spoke about vibe coding. So this is all not new. But again, coming to Siemens, we're building copilots for the industry. So what would an engineering copilot, what would an operations copilot look like, right? So these are meant to simplify and strengthen the human-machine collaboration across the value chain. Now, what is part of the value chain? So we start with design, and these co-pilots are then meant to provide multiple design variants, multiple options, those that are optimized for sustainability KPIs, those that could be optimized for resource efficiency, some for performance, some for cost effectiveness, and so on. After design comes planning, right? So again, these co-pilots are capable of generating the most optimal plans that take into account resource constraints, infrastructure availabilities, human resources available, money, and so on. Then comes, after planning, engineering, right? So while tools like the GitHub Copilot are very well suited for general purpose programming languages, right? For C, C++, Java, and so on. Industry comes with its own set of domain-specific languages. So we have automation code languages, we have languages for rail infrastructure, so Siemens trains, mobility is a huge business, and we have in the rail infrastructure domain very specific languages which people have been trained on developing and building for years, and knowledge workers who understand how to build, even how to develop code in these are not huge in numbers. This is extremely scarce in terms of a knowledge resource. And we're building co-pilots which can understand these very specific domain languages, right? And being able to generate code in these. So the value chain moves on into operations and service and so on, but basically that's the idea of co-pilots in order to aid application builders, in order to aid these developers using the foundation models at the core of it. And last example I'd like to maybe touch upon is also the last word in the theme, right? Meaning. So while we're talking a lot about AI, the question also is how much can we trust AI, right? How reliable are the results that come out of these AI systems? Is it garbage in, garbage out? Because largely machine learning was based on the data that it was trained on. And if you don't feed it with good quality, high quality data, then you can expect nothing less. And now we're becoming more and more reliant on these systems. Therefore, it's important that we're able to trust them somehow. So in order to make sense, in order to make meaning, interpret these results, what we're heavily researching on is also the area of neurosymbolic AI, right? So this basically is at the intersection of generative AI, but also the symbolic world of knowledge graphs and semantics. And basically, the inspiration comes from how humans make decisions, how humans are wired to perform, right? So our brain is composed of neurons, large number of them, but still connected. And knowledge graphs are nothing but these networks which are also made up of edges and nodes, right? Which are deeply interconnected in order to give us rich context. And by leveraging all of this context and neural networks, we're trying to build explanations around this AI black box, right? How can you generate responses that are reliable and trustworthy, robust enough that you can actually move towards autonomous decision making, towards agents and so on. So that's what's happening in the area of research, at least at Siemens Technology.
Okay, very interesting. Yeah, I mean, foundation model for industrial processes sounds very interesting. Although I wonder what AI hallucination would mean in that case. But, yeah, and I know Chinmay is threatening us.
Yes, I feel like that school teacher after the bell rings, waiting for the other teacher to walk out of the classroom. Ladies and gentlemen, let me remind all of you, today is 25th July 2025, because after listening to that conversation for a while, I thought I was in the future in 2028. I thought I was really cool using ChatGPT, and Swati is like, ChatGPT. Let's give a huge round of applause to our amazing speakers, Dr. Venkat and Ms. Swati. I believe we have got time for only one question. Yes. Only one question, sir.
Yeah. Sir, you talk about, madam, human, this thing with the interaction with machine. The concept of human in the loop, okay, is also gaining traction. In the sense that, okay, I'm using the machine, I get some input, but I'm not very sure it's right. Okay, so I will not blindly follow the pattern or something which is telling. Okay, so especially networks. Networks are, WANs, other some very complicated stuff. Okay, so one side is that. Another side which is coming up is called agentic AI, right? So I feel perhaps there should be some kind of balance, and would like to understand from you how you guys are thinking to make a balance of it. Thank you.
I can.
You want to start?
Sure, yeah, I can, I think, absolutely, I think this is a very good question. The way I see it, the AI can help human scale, right? Like a human doctor can see 10 times more patients with the help of AI.
Right.
But the human has to be in the loop to make sure the AI is accurate. And, so essentially these human plus AI workflows make a lot of sense in many domains.
Right.
About agentic stuff, yes, it is definitely something that a lot of people are working on. Right. But whether we'll have truly agentic things where there's no human at all and sort of agents that talk to each other, we're not there yet. We'll probably get there. But I think right now, having a human or expert in the loop, in fact, we have a project that's doing exactly that, expert in the loop bots for healthcare, for example, right? So, you design it in such a way that the effort for the human is minimal, but they are providing oversight over AI.
To add to what Venkat said, first of all, it's a very interesting question, both aspects of it. Regarding human in the loop, right, we're not looking anytime soon at a completely autonomous or fully autonomous systems, right? So the human very much is still in the loop, or maybe not even the human, but an expert in the loop, like it was mentioned already. And the idea is not only to have the human in the loop for intervention, but also to use the data, the feedback that the human provides in incrementally improving these systems, right? So the two dimensions that we look at this is the human as a student and the human as a teacher, right? So when we say we look at the feedback from the human and use that to improve systems, here the human is acting as a teacher and is giving inputs to the AI. The other dimension, as we are moving more and more towards generative AI and towards agentic AI, is also the human as a student, right? Because somebody said very wisely today that we're no longer the smartest people on the planet, right? The smartest species on the planet. Machines are superseding very quickly. And there are things which machines are simply capable of doing well, doing better than humans. And in these cases, it becomes important to also understand how to interact with these systems, and the human there acts as a student, right? That's the one part. And the second part you asked about agentic AI, right? Giving an analogy from the space of autonomous vehicles, right? So we have these autonomy levels defined, 0, 1, 2, 3, up to 5. And 0 is where there is absolutely no autonomy, so it's fully human involved. And 5 is...
not me.
And 5 is fully autonomous, right? Where you have absolutely no human involvement. I think we're today, even with agentic AI, still looking at systems that are somewhere at levels 1 and 2, and we'd like to go into levels 2 and 3, but I think beyond that is still a while away. There was actually 2 weeks ago a report by Capgemini which talks exactly about this and saying a lot of organizations, a lot of enterprises are building agentic AI applications, but the question is largely how autonomous and how reliable these are. So I think we're not there yet.
Thank you so much, Swati. I would now request Mr. Balasubramani, who is the EC member. Do we have? Oh, yes, sir. Please join us on stage to felicitate our speakers, and also our very own Rama ma'am, who is the advisor for ELCIA, and she's also a trustee at ELCIA Trust. Sir, my 2 cents on the question that you asked, how to find that balance. It's very simple. After AI, use VI and SI. Venkat's intelligence and Swati's intelligence. As simple as that. Well, I'm sorry I have to intervene. Yes, over the lunch, we can address that particular question. As they are being... Oh, Rama ma'am, choose. You have the option. In pin, septipin, I don't know. While it's been... The photos are captured, the moment is captured. So maybe Swati, please come in front of the chair. Yeah. Photo chanak baratte. You can post it on LinkedIn and Facebook and banner and yeah, whatever. Well, let me introduce the next expert panel. It's on the topic from R&D to GDP, India's Make-and-Innovate movement. And the moderator for this session will be Ms. Krishnan, who is the Managing Director at anitab.org. She is on the advisory board over 15 organizations and NGOs She is a writer, poetry, performer, theater, dances. She's also a model. In fact, she has walked runways and boardrooms with grace. She has been crowned as Miss Universal Empowerment 2024, Mrs. India Universe 2017, Corporate Diva. Where is your sash? Well, let's give a huge round of applause as we welcome the moderator for this session, Ms. Krishnan, and she will be joined by the eminent panelist, Mr. Vikalp Sani, who is the founder and CEO of Eka Care, a mission to revolutionize how health records are created. He built the backbone of Go IBBO and PayU, and he has played a very crucial role post Go IBBO. He was the co-founder of Synthesis, which exports to over 40 countries and leading in 3 global products. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a huge round of applause to our eminent panelist, Shreya Krishnan, who is the moderator, Mr. Vikalp Sani. She's a perfect model. She wants that hype and then she wants to grace the stage. Dr. Kumar. Oh, sir, are you all right? Looking at the mustache of Sitaraman, I feel like calling him as Captain Sitaram.
The important conversation that we're trying to have here today is really about looking at how does research and development directly impact GDP. And I have a fantastic panel of stalwarts with me, so I'm really excited for the conversation. But to set the stage and the premise, a quick context setting. India's R&D spend is at about 0.65% of our GDP. To give you a comparative, with South Korea, that's about 4.9%. We trail the US, which is at about 3.5%, and China at 2.4%. Under the Atmanirbhar Bharat scheme, the interim budget that's allocated is 13,208 crores to R&D, and the Anusandhan National Research Foundation drives research translation, right? But a lot of times, like we were talking about it, there is too many a slip between the cup and the lip. Since 2016, Startup India has recognized about 1,59,157 startups, which have generated about 1,66,000 jobs and has produced about 100 unicorns. 187 startups now benefit from Section 81AC tax relief, which is also going to the understanding of how do we really encourage innovation at the grassroots levels. And if you look at the Atal Incubation Mission, it operates about 72 centers, supporting about 3,500 startups and 32,000 jobs. Our mission today, what do we do to turn policy, startups, and research into GDP gains? Manufacturing, growth, experts, global innovation, all of it placed together. So I'm going to start with a question to all of you to set context. With private R&D at 37% versus 65% in the US and 76% in China, what policy, tools, tax credits, gains can really boost that share, and how do we go about it? Vikalp, I'll start with you and then come down the panel.
Hello. Hello. Is it working? Yeah. Thank you so much for inviting me here in this esteemed panel. And I think one of the things that we care a lot about, which is R&D. We don't have a different department, so to say, R&D and non-R&D. It's practically everything that we do is an R&D or an innovation at our startup. But coming back to what I think we feel is, an R&D is more of a mindset that needs to be shifted from a grassroots level. Right from the time when there is a education happening, or when there is a build out of that mindset for innovators. And I think that is where we feel, and I personally feel, there's a lot of work needs to be done. And there are two things to it. Definitely those staggering numbers, be it China, be it US and all, in many industry, there has been massive investment on infrastructure, which is definitely more of a government plus large organizations job, not for the startups. For example, if you look at how the innovation around fintech is changing, there has been a large investment that has happened on creating this beautiful stack by NPCI, which is to a large extent not only government funded but also government pushed for adoption. And that is something that is such a large and population scale that government and many large institutions only can do it, which will spur this. But on the other side is a complete change in the mindset at an education level itself. See, if you look at, when I was doing my engineering, it's all about how can we get good grades, good marks, and eventually get into a good job. So that we can, and it's all about cultural nuances, per capita income, and so many economic things as well. But if you look at how other countries have evolved that mindset at a grassroots level, where it is not only about getting something to solve for the immediate needs, to actually build something that is driven out of passion and take a risk. One of the things that I keep telling the young entrepreneurs or my juniors passing out of college is, when we are in college or when we are in school, we have nothing to lose practically. But if I look at whether I was able to think that ways, if my peers were thinking in that ways, no. And I think that mindset needs to be changed, which is more of a cultural phenomena as well. So I think these two would be my points for taking us to that next level on R&D.
Thank you, Vikalp. You bring up something very important, especially with AI. The way the world is going today, everybody talks about STEAM and not just STEM, because you need the art to spark creativity, and that's what's going to really translate. To the Taleva, as you were referred to, Mr. Kumar, coming to you, what do you see as imperatives for these gaps to be filled? For what? For the gaps between where we see where R&D is at today to translate it.
Yeah, so Vikalp talked about government R&D. So let me talk about private R&D, right? So how can companies spend? So you can only do this if you are in a high margin product business, because you need revenues and you need margins more than revenues to be able to spend on R&D. In our space, which is telecommunication products, the normal industry margin is 40%, right? So we can easily spend 15-20% on R&D. So it's actually a function of the space. And the reason we need to spend so much is we need to refresh our products every year. By the time you ship one version of the product, it is you building the next one. It's like your cell phone, right? You don't buy the same model next year. It's not as bad, but it's nearly as bad, right? So we need to build faster, better, newer, smaller. So that's what drives the fact that we spend 15%, give or take something, of our revenue on R&D every year. Most of it is D, because you're keeping down developing products, but some of it is R, because you also look at the long term. In our case, we're working on 6G, so whatever we do of that is research, but that's a smaller portion, but most of it is just developing the next generation of product, and the next generation is like 1 year away. So if you're in that space, then there'll be a lot of private R&D.
Thank you so much for bringing that up, and we've been having these conversations backstage. So Mr. Sitaram, I'll come to you. You spoke about the gap also with the whole idea of patenting and all of that. While we come delve deeper into that, your thoughts on what you think we can do to reduce these gaps currently?
Yeah.
One of them is also the metrics. Is that are we really capturing the investment that's going into R&D? Like Vikalp was saying, there is no separate R&D, it is all of R&D, right? I mean, same thing in many small and medium organizations, that's the situation. And the second thing is that I feel the top management, I mean, I talk mostly from the small company perspective, is that at the top you must have somebody who is constantly looking at it. It's not enough to just allocate a budget, because when you're only when the if you're the CEO or the owner of the organization, when you are fully involved in the activity as well, then you will come to know the outcomes and why it is not happening. Then the team working on that will get the confidence that yes, I can continue to work because I have the support. So this is, I think, one of the very important thing in terms of the private R&D.
Absolutely, and I think this is a great stage to set off, because we've spoken about government, we've spoken about culture and mindsets, we've spoken about market dynamics, and we're also referring to the entire landscape around which it's built. So Mr. Sitaram, to you, Synthesis Winding Technologies operates with a very strong in-house R&D, and design team has delivered over 150 winding machines, various globally. So including EV motors, aerospace, defense sectors, you're talking also about intersecting sectors. How do you structure your R&D pipeline from really ideation to prototyping to the deployment itself on the commercial base? And what lessons can our innovation ecosystem really draw from the model to accelerate this change? There are a lot of people listening, so.
Yeah. Here I got a nice word from what Sivaranjan said. Little r and more D is what we do in the small organizations. It's we don't get into developing molecules or that math connectivity between some data sets. No, that's not what we do. For the last 2 weeks I've been thinking about this, not because of ETS but also the situation in our company. What prompts us? We don't have a structured R&D, we don't have a particular program, and as I said, a lot of innovation but no patents filed. So what is happening? And we also don't have anybody with a PhD. Once in a while, here and there, somebody with a master's degree, but they are also not really involved in this part of the activity. But how is it happening is that what came to my mind is, when you look at deer, they have the ears like that, and it is constantly rotating all around, listening for, trying to pick up sounds. You keep doing that enough, and everybody in the organization keeps doing that enough to pick up pain points that exist in the market. Okay? Once you pick up pain points, you get hooked on to it very deeply and emotionally, and you just sleep over the pain, you eat with that issue, you stay with that issue all the time, and you will get ideas to solve that thing. So that is one very important part. So the idea should come by itself. You're not going to sit down and try to force yourself to come with an idea. You're sleeping with the problem and the idea comes. Now, there are two other important things that I think are necessary in a small organization, which I hope we have been successful in that. Once somebody gets an idea, the idea can come to anyone in the organization. Is that once they get an idea, there must not be a bureaucratic procedure where you will have to go through and get approvals and all that. It should become very easy, it should become very spontaneous. And second thing, constantly we must be creating this environment where everybody feels that it's okay to fail, If something caught fire, the next question you will ask is, next time when it catches fire, make sure that you are safe, That's the kind of conversations we should have. So when you create, this deep sense of connect with the problem, and then remove the bureaucratic process of getting an approval to go and try something, and then letting people know constantly on an everyday basis that it's okay to fail. You can experiment, you can fail 5 times, 10 times. no problem. Give them a little space, give them a little money, give them a little time, and then do it. And then in our kind of organizations, most small organizations, we cannot have a separate R&D team. Everybody becomes R&D, including the accountant is R&D. In fact, I was just talking to Vikal. Sometimes that creativity, we are trying to see, how to hold it under a little control, because you don't want everybody to be creative in everything, It's like enthusiastic horses, you need to sometimes hold them back, yeah? So you want the whole organization to be thinking in terms of R&D, not just one small team.
Truly, it's like building a muscle. Dr. Shivranjan, coming to you. Tejas Networks offers a repeatable blueprint, especially when you look at deep tech exports. Can biotech or AI replicate this really, as we keep talking about AI in the world today?
Okay, so I want to tell you that biotech was already the leader. Okay, so Indian pharma industry, if I broaden it, has actually made global inroads. We are the pharma suppliers to the world, two-wheelers, auto parts. So in some sense, we followed, right? So we are using the engineering strength. So AI, possibly yes, and in services, I think our IT companies, of which they're all headquartered here, have taken big leaps to sort of ensure AI is applied properly across the world. So I think, yes, there are a few spaces where India excels, biotech, pharma, rather than biotech, but now all of them are setting up new sort of research organizations where they're trying to discover new drugs. Earlier it was about getting drugs which are out of patent, and I think many of them are starting to become successful. Every pharma company now has a biotech division, and they will get into discovering molecules. And we were making auto parts for a long time. Now we have at least 2 big companies making cars entirely in India. I mean, not counting Maruti, both Tata Motors. So I think, we didn't build the first ChatGPT, but I think we're very good at, trying to use it and build a services model. So I'm sure we will. But one area which you didn't mention, where we probably need to do something, is like quantum computing. That's sort of the next AI. And if you build that, it can revolutionize the way you're computing. I hope there are companies out there, it's not my domain, taking some steps. But
yeah, it is ripe from a growth perspective. So, Vikat, to you, ELCIA scaled from the pilot becoming hospital-wide. What regulatory, hospital, or digital enablers were essential for that process, and what were the learnings that you had when you went from and through that journey?
And thanks for that question. We operate in health, which is pretty sensitive industry in general, regulated. There are multiple players, be it pharma, be it doctors, hospitals, and so on and so forth. Lots of standards. And every time when we look at regulation and innovation, or policies and innovation, we basically see that they are 2 sides of the spectrum. Yeah. Policies or regulations sort of not enable innovation. But what I sort of realized is that it's the other way around. At least for me and us, it has been opposite. And to explain that in a little more subtle way, I'm a developer. The whole team is basically developers, product, design folks who are building these softwares for medical record keeping, be it for hospitals, clinics, or even patients like all of us. Which today we don't keep, by the way, so a little bit of marketing, but we should use apps to keep our medical records, because sort of your health is the most important thing. But coming back to how policies and regulations are important and helped us is, I came from an industry which is absolutely opposite. It's travel. Knew nothing about healthcare. How do you learn? One is you learn by doing, which is what Mr. Sitaram also was spending a lot of time with an innovation, and eventually we will see that large companies are coming up from people who have been invested in that industry for a long period of time. But for us, these regulations have actually fast forward our learning process. These standardization around healthcare, how hospitals use, what is NABH standards. One of the things that really worked for us was ABDM and ABHA, which is what is government's large initiative to keep health IDs for every single citizen. And the whole policies around health, which is health data is considered to be the most sensitive data across all the spectrum, even more sensitive than financial data, because it can lead to different sort of problems and innovation as well. And all of that eventually helped us in learning this industry fast, solving for our customers, and then reaching to that scale of adoption that we wanted to. And today we operate out of many of these policies and regulation, be it HIPAA, ABDM, certain certification, or for that matter NABH for standardization. And I think I have come to as a believer that if you see from the right lens, these regulations, these policies actually helps you learn and innovate in a right direction, which can also be looked at otherwise, that okay, I can't do this, I can't do that. Yeah, that's more my two
You bring up a very relevant point around policy, because often policy is seen as catching up with innovation, whereas what you're speaking to says that innovation could potentially be informed by policy, which I think is a very interesting take. And it is a spectrum, and it's also very area dependent, right? It depends on which area or field of work you're in. So my next question to all of you is really on the startup incubation support. With Startup India backing about 159K plus startups, 187 startups really enjoying tax relief, what gaps do you see that are remaining in markets of funding or talent, which could potentially lead to the R&D wave that you're all sort of wanting to bring in? We can start with you.
Something which is close to my heart, especially because we are a startup raising capital, also trying to build novel AI model, be it on health and so on and so forth. So I think one of the key things that I keep talking about is if you look at the way research and innovation happen across other countries, be it China and again going back to my first point of government, the procurement process and the way the startups, so there are three stages of a startup. One is you think of innovation, second is you build, and the third is you have a sustainable business model around that, right? And I think that is where India today has to catch up quite a lot, which is what we also talk about, ease of doing business, easy procurement process, be it even at a larger corporate level. How do we see startup as an enabler for, say, not only government, but for the Tatas of the world, for Infosys and so many others, where this network gets created, where from idea to development to eventually building out a very large business model that has been cracked beautifully. If you look at US, companies like Palantir, when it started, was being used by CIA for that matter, right? It's how can a startup be a supplier to a defense, or how can a startup be a supplier to Tata Motors for that matter? And I think that is an area, as soon as we catch that up, I think the funding and all of that will just quadruple. So that would be...
which is, you bring up a very relevant point, and which is something that we're trying to do as well. Entrepreneurship that works in tandem with the large conglomerates and corporations, and if you can create sort of community-based innovation and learning, that's a great point that you bring. Doctor, to come to you.
Yeah. So I think the most important thing government can do to help startups is to give market access, okay? You will get money from VCs, right, and you know how to make business plans, all of this is fine. But getting a market is the most important thing. In our own case, you know, we got to where we are because the government decided to build 4G and 5G indigenously, right? And then they said, you Indian companies compete. And that gave us a huge fillip. Even if you look at electric cars, I think the first 10,000 electric cars were bought by the government of India between Mahindra and Tatas. So if you can only do one thing, the government, to support startups, give some sizable business, okay, market access or business. Everything else the startups can figure out themselves. And even the VCs want to know who's your first customer.
Yeah, I was looking at it from two parts. One is whether there is finance and policy support. There have been phenomenal initiatives in that space. Atal mission, when you read it up, it is, is fantastic. MSME is fantastic. I just wanted to also take the example of, for example, Dr. Naganamaya was here. I don't know whether he's here now. I happened to casually go to CMTI for something. He caught me and gave a grant. Okay, he caught me and gave a grant. So phenomenal things are existing. But again, as Vikalp and Ranjan was saying, there has to be a continuity. There are some good examples when you say that the first 10,000 EVs, and we also see the defense thing. But we need to really see how it can be horizontally deployed. Last month I was at the Bharat Drone Stack, and several of the companies that are making fantastic drones were complaining that where is the order? The government is saying we have to innovate, we will give you some grant, we will do that, and there is one company in Bangalore, I suppose, that is doing that swarming drones, right? I think the 3 orders they got was twice for the Republic Day, once for the Mysore Parade, 1,000 drones doing some thing. Now you'd have to get real orders, and so that they can sustain. First of all, what you worked on it for 5-7 years, now you have to start generating a revenue and a profit. And as Dr. Sivaranjan was saying, once that is profitable, then apart from VC funding, you can also invest from your own sources. Yeah. And then one of the company who did a lot of work for many years on defense related drones moved out to commercial drones because they were not getting orders. And they were saying that one of our member company here in Electronic City was saying once the Operation Sindoor started, they said, how many drones can you supply this week? Who will have any drones? One prototype that you build, you can supply, right? So that scale to build, I mean, if you are doing 100 and if you want 1,000, it is a 10x. But if you are not building anything, then it becomes infinite. So the government, like Dr. Sivaranjan said, should identify these things and then keep doing a little bit for the ecosystem to be thriving.
And you say ecosystem, and that's an important word, because when you see this ecosystem here, you recognize that maybe everybody is wanting information and they're all doing their own research, but what if there was a collective space where research that could be accessed through primary or secondary sources could actually be made available for startups or organizations looking to scale. Now I move the lens to culture and talent and how that informs this shift that we're looking to see, and all of you refer to it in different ways, right? So how do we encourage returning founders, especially with the whole returning movement that's beginning now, and sort of the ecosystem to cultivate risk-taking in labs, in campuses, in offices? How do you really have that push? And Vikalp, I'll start with you.
I think a tough one, how to solve for that mindset shift. But I think today we are very vocational oriented society in general, and very service oriented, not very entrepreneur real oriented, right? So I think that is what, and when I'm talking about the whole education spectrum and all, and maybe things are changing. I'm talking about what I have done like almost 15-16 years ago. That is changing. Even I think that to me is fundamental. Unless and until we celebrate successes, right? Yeah. We do not celebrate risk taking. We never, right? That's what we were discussing. Mr. Sitaraman said that, okay, till the time your vision is successful, it's successful, or else it's just a madness, right? That's a very different way and very non-confirming way of thinking about changing this culture of innovation. I think that is what is more important from all of us, and these kind of conferences, college reunions, all of them has to start looking at that. While in this regard, government can do a lot, but still that would be more around grants, around basically saying do this, do that, but eventually it has to come from society. Yeah. Do we celebrate failures? Do we celebrate risk taking or no?
Even innovation, right? It has to begin at home, right? Because imagine an Indian home that's actually going to celebrate a failure. I don't see that happening right now, at least. But how do we really create that environment? Thank you for sharing that, Dr. Shivranjan, to you.
Yeah. See, I think there is this, tech startups, you start in a garage, you build something, and then founders own most of it, right? That's the image we have, Steve Jobs or something. But I don't think that's how most startups work, right? So you need risk capital, who venture capitalists will provide. As founders, you have an idea, you get some salary, sustenance, you don't get the industry salary, and all the risk is taken by the venture capitalists. If you do well, you'll do well too, because you forgave something. So that's the model we need to move to. Risk is taken by venture capitalists, they will invest money, they will drive you to success, business plan, all of this, and in 1 or 2 years, if your plan doesn't work out, you're shut down. Okay, so I think we need to decouple founders and innovators from risk and business. So once you do this, which is kind of the model in Silicon Valley, then you will see startups come, startups go, they fail, new startups come for the same people, and you will see something, right? But so we need to move away from, I innovated, spent 30 years of my life to build something. That is not the way to scale. Okay.
Such a relevant juncture that. The same question on culture. And
yeah. I had the privilege of chatting with Dr. Shivranjan before this session, and that was very insightful for me. And he has also very kindly agreed to give me some time to talk more about it after the session. I'm looking at this risk-taking from two places. One is the workplace, and the other one is the society. At the workplace, one good way is, there are always some seniors in the organization who are reasonably well respected. Take time to pick out stories of hardships that you thought you will die and eventually succeeded. Keep those stories going in the organization during, informal conversations. I feel it is a very, very important thing. In our company, we have this thing about, somebody driving and somebody going with you. You tell one of the old stories and then somebody captures it, records it on the mobile phone. Sometimes you write it down and you narrate these stories. This is one. Second is at school. If we can somehow at least stop giving scholarships to somebody who scored the top marks in school, that is a very, very good way. In ELCIA Trust, we have discussed this often. Can we find ways to give scholarships by recognizing students for other factors? For example, taking leadership in some other area. Somebody fell down and injured his leg, and somebody else bring that boy or girl on the cycle to the school. Now, this is taking responsibility. Can we give scholarships for responsibility? Can we give scholarship for leadership in a thing rather than for marks? As I know, all of the scholarships are who scored 97 and 98, and then it is so vulgar to every private institution. There will be a board, big hoarding showing photos of 100 and then rank 99, 98, 97 CGPA. Yeah. We should come out of this nonsense.
There you go. The culture aspect is always such an important aspect, right? Because until you change the fabric, you're not really going to be able to change that top cream layer that needs to start functioning like that. And all of you bring such pertinent points to the conversation. We've already spoken about IP creation and patents, commercializations, exports. India generates a significant amount of academic research, but it lags in patents and in all of the other aspects around IP. What interventions from patent literacy to tech transfer can really bridge this gap, and where can you start seeing that? And you spoke about the number of tabled ideas, but the ones that really now are starting to have the conversation. So Vikalp, I'll start with you. And
see, there is obviously patents and IP laws and all that matters a lot. To be very honest, we do not get too much into that, so to say, for multiple reasons. Obviously, we as an organization are not in that space at this moment. But we did, so I have 2 patents that we filed in my previous company when we were doing search and social. And that process was arduous. I mean, the way it all worked out, eventually my reading for that was, and I'm not the expert there, my reading more from a person who puts in the application is, it's eventually you would realize that, okay, it's not worth the time that you ended up doing. And that sort of makes me as an individual, or maybe many others, to be like, okay, it's not something that we should sign up for it right now. Maybe when we are pretty large and there is a large legal team which is basically just doing that and then taking care of the researchers so that they don't have to do the grunt work and so on and so forth. And I think that's my more or less consumer reading at this moment. But that's about it on this particular topic, maybe.
Yeah, so there are 2 classes of companies who need to patent, right? One is startups. You need to patent because that's the only way in many sectors. Maybe Vikalp sector is different. Your VC will recognize that you have some innovation, some IPR, and that's how you get valued. If you don't patent, then you can't prove that you have done something new or have innovation. So if you want to raise successive rounds of funding and sell your company, then you better patent, because that's the only measure of how innovative you are in the tech sector. As a big company, you patent because you want to be protected against getting sued. Because your competitor will say you violated my patent, and you better have 1,000 patents to say you violated mine. Okay, and so these are the 2 reasons. So we patent as a startup to get valued, and you patent as a big company to protect yourself.
Amazing. And
Yeah, my heart resonates with what Vikalp said. Trying to write down that form and review all that nonsense, even with a very competent attorney, is not worth the time. I have 8 claims that the attorney has sent for my review and have not reviewed and sent back to him. But my head aligns with what Dr. Sivaranjan is saying, that you have to do that, okay? Yeah. You have to find some way to do it. One of the things is to hire a PhD student who will sit with you possibly in the line to help you do some of these things. Idea is yours. You have to do a lot of things, but at least the writing. The number of patents and such intellectual property being filed in India is low, probably because, you know, we come from a culture of not protecting, for instance, yoga or meditation or so many other things. Not only protecting, it is supposed to be not even sold. It has to be given free, you know, that's the kind of thing. But one very important way how this can be improved is through literacy and awareness. ELCIA is doing a wonderful job bringing subject experts, calling us. They come and talk to us often, and we have an opportunity. They will explain what can be patented. Even simple things can be done. The process is simple. If not patent, you can do this, you can do this. And there we also get to meet, I mean, I often keep comparing ELCIA to a satsang, where like Vaidi and Rajnarayan and all that, they have done a lot of things. They will tell you can do this, right? And that will give you a little bit of motivation to go and do it. So the short answer there is if every industrial area had an ELCIA, it will be very nice.
That's the power of community, right? Because when you have communities that are sort of going through the same sort of movements and motions, you automatically have other people who are sort of processing the same thing, and the collective becomes a lot more stronger, and the voice becomes a lot more, you know, and if you begin to sort of really building on that and bringing multiple communities together, you're able to really change it at the policy level, which is what we initially started talking about, right? How do you inform policy? Okay, my last segment, and before we go, do I have 2 more minutes for a last segment for all of you? Great. So my question now is for scaling for Bharat, right? Because it's not just beyond our metros, it has to go wider. So Vikalp, I'll start with you. The question's India's startup ecosystem is heavily urban-centric. And what incentives from rural incubators and market analytics and linkages can you really look at for shifting the innovation narrative beyond really our metros and taking this further and deeper?
And by the way, when I was doing Go IBBO, it was all very urban centric, and this is exactly the philosophy that we used to also see, that okay, there are buyers who are largely urban buyers and so on and so forth, which is what is the case with many e-commerce startups as well as a lot of other consumer products. But when I did Arogya Setu, it was very different. And I realized that, okay, if you build something which is a real value, you would see a far more openness and adaptability in tier 2, tier 3 cities, while you would see a lot of questions on urban setup, which is true and rightly so, but there are a lot more naysayers, so to say, in a urban setting as well. And now at ECA, again, that same thing is repeating, especially in health, where we see a lot of adoption on tier 2, tier 3 cities. Obviously, metros is something that is one of the top, but it's not an 80-20, right? It's practically in the lens of 60-40. And the way things are growing, I think the access to technology, access to infrastructure, more education and understanding, and more importantly, tier 2, tier 3 is more aspiring than urban from a population sense of point. And be it doctors who are using our scribe utilities are far more in tier 2, tier 3 cities, where they are looking at 100+ patients every day. And it's very hard to do that without any technology. So that's what is my learning, and things are changing for the country. ECA, we see a lot more tier 2, tier 3 happening for us.
Yeah. So I don't think you can dictate where the startup should be, right? Startups are successful when they solve problems they're close to, local problems. So India cannot have startups which are solving primarily a US problem. The reason we have so many successful startups here is because they've started to solve India's problems. So if you want startups in a small town, they have to be solving problems relevant to that. And that may not be traffic in Bangalore, okay? So as long as you somewhere to encourage startups to solve local problems, I think they will come up in small towns.
I was thinking about, in the rural areas, there is a poverty of ideas, not in terms of creative ideas, but the poverty that they can also aspire to start a business of their own and things like that. So one way I was thinking, in fact, I was thinking of doing that at least once a week, is to go and, request the headmaster to allow me to talk for 2 hours to some kids on a Saturday afternoon, just to talk. And it is possible that one of the bigger villages in there will be high schools and then, or a junior college or something. We can set up some centers there where somebody nearby will go and talk to the kids for just about 2 hours a week, and tell them that it is possible for you to create your own business. And like Dr. Sivaranjan was saying, they will not solve problems for America or for Bangalore, but there will be problems in that small space, and they can start a business around that. And there are good examples, they're doing it. But we can expand that by creating the small ecosystem, very low cost, and somebody senior going and just spending a little time with them.
That's a lovely paid forward idea, and it's also the storytelling that you were talking about, right? And the only way that students or aspirants can be somebody is they can be you only when they see you, right? So they need to be able to see the promise of what the future holds. With that, do we have time for a question, or we're up
I
top?
think we are really pushing.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Well, all of you have succeeded in ensuring that we still have these many people in the audience, in spite of the fact that we are 25 minutes into the lunch. Well, all the lucky ones who are sitting in the front, they're done munching all the dry fruits. So let me call Mr. Sriram, who is the Joint Secretary at ELCIA, and Mr. Lakshmikant, who is the EC member at ELCIA, the founder at Lapa Electric, to kindly felicitate our amazing panelists. So I request the panelists to kindly step forward so that the glass and the bottle will not be visible in the photo. Now, Sitaram sir, you said you want to go to villages, school for 2 hours every week. With that mustache, yaro police bandru, DC bandru anta edarkontare sir. Think about it. And you also mentioned that yoga, meditation is free. Well, even ELCIA Tech Summit is free. So, let's all earn our lunch. For those of you who are still here, I'm sure you have this booklet in your bag. Kindly reach out, go to the last page, scan this QR code. See, when it comes to asking money, I'm pretty shameless, especially if it is for a good reason. So this will be your donation, your generous donation to ELCIA Trust, and not to mention all the trustees and board members. It's a voluntary thing that they are doing, and with your generous donation, it will be amazing. Mother Teresa said, true giving is giving when it hurts the giver. So add that zero until it says no fund available, and reduce that zero and hit that pay button. Thank you, everyone. I know it's 1:30, is it? 1:32. Let us come back to the same very hall at 2 o'clock, 28 minutes. Right behind this door, you'll find a cafe. If you want to have a quick lunch within 2 minutes, you can stand and have. If you want a quick lunch within 5 minutes, you can sit and have. But either way, let's aim to start, and let us be back in the same very hall, and we will start the afternoon session exactly at 2 o'clock. Thank you so much.
Welcome to the ELCIA Tech Summit 2025, where the future of industry is being redefined. This year, our journey continues with Humans, Machines, and Meaning 2.0, a bold exploration of how technology and human purpose co-evolve to shape a smarter, more connected world. The spotlight is on the rise of physical AI, intelligent systems that sense, decide, and act in the real world. Robotics, advanced sensors, and automation are powering the next wave of industrial transformation, bridging the gap between code and concrete impact. Imagine factories where machines learn and adapt, where human creativity meets machine precision, and where innovation drives sustainable growth for India and beyond. Join industry leaders, visionaries, and innovators at ELCIA Tech Summit 2025. Experience a day of insight, interaction, and inspiration at the intersection of purpose and technology. ELCIA Tech Summit 2025, Humans, Machines, and Meaning 2.0. Special thanks to our partners for powering this journey of innovation. Welcome to the ELCIA Tech Summit 2025, where the future of industry is being redefined. This year, our journey continues with Humans, Machines, and Meaning 2.0, a bold exploration of how technology and human purpose co-evolve to shape a smarter, more connected world. The spotlight is on the rise of physical AI, intelligent systems that sense, decide, and act in the real world. Robotics, advanced sensors, and automation are powering the next wave of industrial transformation, bridging the gap between code and concrete impact. Imagine factories where machines learn and adapt, where human creativity meets machine precision, and where innovation drives sustainable growth for India and beyond. Join industry leaders, visionaries, and innovators at ELCIA Tech Summit 2025. Experience a day of insight, interaction, and inspiration at the intersection of purpose and technology. ELCIA Tech Summit 2025, Humans, Machines, and Meaning 2.0. Special thanks to our partners for powering this journey of innovation. Welcome to the ELCIA Tech Summit 2025, where the future of industry is being redefined. This year, our journey continues with Humans, Machines, and Meaning 2.0, a bold exploration of how technology and human purpose co-evolve to shape a smarter, more connected world. The spotlight is on the rise of physical AI, intelligent systems that sense, decide, and act in the real world. Robotics, advanced sensors, and automation are powering the next wave of industrial transformation, bridging the gap between code and concrete impact. Imagine factories where machines learn and adapt, where human creativity meets machine precision, and where innovation drives sustainable growth for India and beyond. Join industry leaders, visionaries, and innovators at ELCIA Tech Summit 2025. Experience a day of insight, interaction, and inspiration at the intersection of purpose and technology. ELCIA Tech Summit 2025, Humans, Machines, and Meaning 2.0. Special thanks to our partners for powering this journey of innovation. Welcome to the ELCIA Tech Summit 2025, where the future of industry is being redefined. This year, our journey continues with Humans, Machines, and Meaning 2.0, a bold exploration of how technology and human purpose co-evolve to shape a smarter, more connected world. The spotlight is on the rise of physical AI, intelligent systems that sense, decide, and act in the real world. Robotics, advanced sensors, and automation are powering the next wave of industrial transformation, bridging the gap between code and concrete impact. Imagine factories where machines learn and adapt, where human creativity meets machine precision, and where innovation drives sustainable growth for India and beyond. Join industry leaders, visionaries, and innovators at ELCIA Tech Summit 2025. Experience a day of insight, interaction, and inspiration at the intersection of purpose and technology. ELCIA Tech Summit 2025, Humans, Machines, and Meaning 2.0. Special thanks to our partners for powering this journey of innovation. Welcome to the ELCIA Tech Summit 2025, where the future of industry is being redefined. This year, our journey continues with Humans, Machines, and Meaning 2.0, a bold exploration of how technology and human purpose co-evolve to shape a smarter, more connected world. The spotlight is on the rise of physical AI, intelligent systems that sense, decide, and act in the real world. Robotics, advanced sensors, and automation are powering the next wave of industrial transformation, bridging the gap between code and concrete impact. Imagine factories where machines learn and adapt, where human creativity meets machine precision, and where innovation drives sustainable growth for India and beyond. Join industry leaders, visionaries, and innovators at ELCIA Tech Summit 2025. Experience a day of insight, interaction, and inspiration at the intersection of purpose and technology. ELCIA Tech Summit 2025, Humans, Machines, and Meaning 2.0. Special thanks to our partners for powering this journey of innovation. Welcome to the ELCIA Tech Summit 2025, where the future of industry is being redefined. This year, our journey continues with Humans, Machines, and Meaning 2.0, a bold exploration of how technology and human purpose co-evolve to shape a smarter, more connected world. The spotlight is on the rise of physical AI, intelligent systems that sense, decide, and act in the real world. Robotics, advanced sensors, and automation are powering the next wave of industrial transformation, bridging the gap between code and concrete impact. Imagine factories where machines learn and adapt, where human creativity meets machine precision, and where innovation drives sustainable growth for India and beyond. Join industry leaders, visionaries, and innovators at ELCIA Tech Summit 2025. Experience a day of insight, interaction, and inspiration at the intersection of purpose and technology. ELCIA Tech Summit 2025, Humans, Machines, and Meaning 2.0. Special thanks to our partners for powering this journey of innovation. Welcome to the ELCIA Tech Summit 2025, where the future of industry is being redefined. This year, our journey continues with Humans, Machines, and Meaning 2.0, a bold exploration of how technology and human purpose co-evolve to shape a smarter, more connected world. The spotlight is on the rise of physical AI, intelligent systems that sense, decide, and act in the real world. Robotics, advanced sensors, and automation are powering the next wave of industrial transformation, bridging the gap between code and concrete impact. Imagine factories where machines learn and adapt, where human creativity meets machine precision, and where innovation drives sustainable growth for India and beyond. Join industry leaders, visionaries, and innovators at ELCIA Tech Summit 2025. Experience a day of insight, interaction, and inspiration at the intersection of purpose and technology. ELCIA Tech Summit 2025, Humans, Machines, and Meaning 2.0. Special thanks to our partners for powering this journey of innovation. Welcome to the ELCIA Tech Summit 2025, where the future of industry is being redefined. This year, our journey continues with Humans, Machines, and Meaning 2.0, a bold exploration of how technology and human purpose co-evolve to shape a smarter, more connected world. The spotlight is on the rise of physical AI, intelligent systems that sense, decide, and act in the real world. Robotics, advanced sensors, and automation are powering the next wave of industrial transformation, bridging the gap between code and concrete impact. Imagine factories where machines learn and adapt, where human creativity meets machine precision, and where innovation drives sustainable growth for India and beyond. Join industry leaders, visionaries, and innovators at ELCIA Tech Summit 2025. Experience a day of insight, interaction, and inspiration at the intersection of purpose and technology. ELCIA Tech Summit 2025, Humans, Machines, and Meaning 2.0. Special thanks to our partners for powering this journey of innovation. Welcome to the ELCIA Tech Summit 2025, where the future of industry is being redefined. This year, our journey continues with Humans, Machines, and Meaning 2.0, a bold exploration of how technology and human purpose co-evolve to shape a smarter, more connected world. The spotlight is on the rise of physical AI, intelligent systems that sense, decide, and act in the real world. Robotics, advanced sensors, and automation are powering the next wave of industrial transformation, bridging the gap between code and concrete impact. Imagine factories where machines learn and adapt, where human creativity meets machine precision, and where innovation drives sustainable growth for India and beyond. Join industry leaders, visionaries, and innovators at ELCIA Tech Summit 2025. Experience a day of insight, interaction, and inspiration at the intersection of purpose and technology. ELCIA Tech Summit 2025, Humans, Machines, and Meaning 2.0. Special thanks to our partners for powering this journey of innovation. Welcome to the ELCIA Tech Summit 2025, where the future of industry is being redefined. This year, our journey continues with Humans, Machines and Meaning 2.0, a bold exploration of how technology and human purpose co-evolve to shape a smarter, more connected world. The spotlight is on the rise of physical AI, intelligent systems that sense, decide and act in the real world. Robotics, advanced sensors and automation are powering the next wave of industrial transformation, bridging the gap between code and concrete impact. Imagine factories where machines learn and adapt, where human creativity meets machine precision, and where innovation drives sustainable growth for India and beyond. Join industry leaders, visionaries and innovators at ELCIA Tech Summit 2025. Experience a day of insight, interaction and inspiration at the intersection of purpose and technology. ELCIA Tech Summit 2025, Humans, Machines and Meaning 2.0. Special thanks to our partners for powering this journey of innovation. Welcome to the ELCIA Tech Summit 2025, where the future of industry is being redefined. This year, our journey continues with Humans, Machines and Meaning 2.0, a bold exploration of how technology and human purpose co-evolve to shape a smarter, more connected world. The spotlight is on the rise of physical AI, intelligent systems that sense, decide and act in the real world. Robotics, advanced sensors and automation are powering the next wave of industrial transformation, bridging the gap between code and concrete impact. Imagine factories where machines learn and adapt, where human creativity meets machine precision, and where innovation drives sustainable growth for India and beyond. Join industry leaders, visionaries and innovators at ELCIA Tech Summit 2025. Experience a day of insight, interaction and inspiration at the intersection of purpose and technology. ELCIA Tech Summit 2025, Humans, Machines and Meaning 2.0. Special thanks to our partners for powering this journey of innovation. Welcome to the ELCIA Tech Summit 2025, where the future of industry is being redefined. This year, our journey continues with Humans, Machines, and Meaning 2.0, a bold exploration of how technology and human purpose co-evolve to shape a smarter, more connected world. The spotlight is on the rise of physical AI, intelligent systems that sense, decide, and act in the real world. Robotics, advanced sensors, and automation are powering the next wave of industrial transformation, bridging the gap between code and concrete impact. Imagine factories where machines learn and adapt, where human creativity meets machine precision, and where innovation drives sustainable growth for India and beyond. Join industry leaders, visionaries, and innovators at ELCIA Tech Summit 2025. Experience a day of insight, interaction, and inspiration at the intersection of purpose and technology. ELCIA Tech Summit 2025, Humans, Machines, and Meaning 2.0. Special thanks to our partners for powering this journey of innovation.
While others are slowly making themselves comfortable, and I hope that they're all done with the lunch. All of you had lunch? Yes, yes. What was the favorite part of the lunch? Huh? Dessert. Okay. Arun sir, all the best. People have loved the dessert. Now, I'm sure all of you have found the first half of this particular summit really insightful and fascinating. I would like to hear from you. What was that aha moment? If one of your good friend gives you a call, what's happening in the summit? How will you go about answering? Saying that, you know what, this particular speaker, this particular panel, this is what I heard. Aha moment. Who would like to share, please? Maybe, can we have a hand mic? Can someone help me get a hand mic, please? Well, Sujaya ma'am is already here. Great. Meanwhile, construct the thoughts. Yes, yes. We have requested the hotel staff to go around with that bell, hoping that more and more people will walk into this room and we can start exactly in the next few minutes, hopefully by 6:10. One second. Okay, coming back to what I had requested. Who would like to share? What was that aha moment so far? What has been your aha moment so far? Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's very interesting to see from AI and electronic city contributing to the world, and they also telling what we have to do. Think, not a small and do. Think very big and contribute to the whole India, not only India, the world. That's what I heard. And on the technology wise, they're talking about electronics, computer and machine and human brain, on all where we are there after 2040 or 2030, how you have to think about now and do something. So very interesting to see.
Great, great.
Yeah.
Good to know that you found that really interesting. In fact, when Kris sir was saying whatever has been done here in Electronic City, how we wish that more or less it's like Control C, Control V in other cities, how would that be and how would that materialize? Who else would like to share your thoughts? Yes. Please sit, sir.
Hi, I'm Ram, founder of Niram. I'm a startup entrepreneur. ELCIA, ELCIA. AI is already there. Maybe they named it with that name. And whatever tech summit, you given first importance to humans. That is important. Technology improves. It will updates, replaces, everything it will run. But without human, nothing can be done.
Very true.
Human intelligence is topper than any technology intelligence.
Very true. Thank you. Thank you for reminding us. In fact, someone said, no, business is not just B2B or B2C or B2G. It is H to H, human to another fellow human. Who else would like to share your thoughts, please? Your aha moment so far. Oh, I thought you were about to answer. Oh, yes.
So I like the keynote by Mr. Kris, and your anchoring also I liked a lot.
Oh, thank you so much. Yes, yes. I'm not sure if ELCIA will allow me to promote my book. In fact, I remember I was part of this particular event, and this was 4-5 years back when Basavaraj Bommai sir was the chief minister. He was sharing his experience. This was back in 1996. I believe he was in Taiwan, and he was using the public transport. And he was amazed to see that when he entered that public transport ticket counter, they gave him a small card and he could punch in that card, and where he got off, it punched out, and then exactly the same amount was deducted. And he was like, what's happening here? Amazing technology. How I wish something like this, we had it in India. And he took that effort and he went and met the people in that particular department, in that public transport, requesting that, can I speak to the person or the senior manager? I would like to know what's happening with this technology, how it's built, how it's all maintained. Because for him, it was like a black box as of now. So someone finally came up and said, oh yes, now here in Taiwan, we take a lot of pride in ensuring that we embrace technology and we want to offer the best of the best to our citizens. And obviously it was boosting a lot. And then he got curious and he asked him, okay, where are you from? He said, oh, I'm from a city called Bangalore, and I'm from India. And suddenly the body language and the tone of the other person, the Taiwanese, changed. And then he said, you know what, the technology was built by a company called Infosys. So finally, whatever was built and whatever was getting exported, we are now embracing, and that is what everyone is saying. They want all the youngsters to ensure that we do it here, we build it here for India and make in India. Okay, who else would like to share your experience so far? What's that aha moment? I'm just ensuring that the desert really kick in and put you to sleep. Yes, sir.
Thank you. My aha moment was like when he mentioned about the predictive maintenance. Before 20 seconds, that was the assembly line time, and how the machine will predict the vibrations of the screws when it to be changed. So that was my aha moment on that.
So are you part of some manufacturing unit? Are you in the production line?
No. I am basically into data analytics and also. But I like that statement very much.
Great. Good to know. In fact, that's the intention of the summit. We can't come up with one size fits all. Everyone will get inspired at different times. For them, something might do with IT. For some of them, it might be manufacturing. For some of them, it might be that big idea or opportunity. Who else would like to share? Yes, you can.
See, it gives me a plethora of ideas as to how I can connect humanity with machines, AI, and where and how, what the future is going to look like for us. See, basically, I'm a storyteller, so I am loving each of these sessions that are being held. It gives different leads to how we should be seeing ourselves as humans, which are, connecting machines and AI, because the advancement is so much that I think, at some point I often realize that AI will replace God himself. I mean, because see, God will not answer, but here you, for everything you have an answer. So, I mean, a hell lot of things going on inside.
Whoa, I can see that light bulb movement and also kind of light bursting movement. And I was having this conversation with one of my good friend after a couple of drinks. Obviously, now we got really spiritual. And the conversation was around, again, AI. See, we human beings, we are building this artificial intelligence. So let's take a step back. Imagine God and goddesses in heaven. They came up with this crazy idea of building human intelligence. And then probably a time came when God went, oh my God. I think probably even they would have had a summit. God, humans, meaning. And then probably even God couldn't understand his or her own creation. Probably we might be in that stage. We are creating this artificial intelligence and we're like, where will this lead to? Interesting conversation. I had someone over there who is enthusiastically raising her hand. And one more gentleman over there. Yes.
So what I like the most about such tech summits, and especially ELCIA Tech Summit, this is my second time here. The team here is really welcoming, like we are part of a multi-stakeholder ecosystem ourselves. But team back here at ELCIA, ELCITA, Rama Ma'am, Sriram Sir, Shiv Yogi, everybody is so welcoming that we never feel like we are partners, we are more like a family. So that will definitely be my aha moment. And also the startups that participate from our portfolio, they've always come back with such great connections. They get to meet policymakers or, of course, thought leaders, world changers like Kris sir. Last year it was Narayana Murthy sir. So, yeah, such a platform means a lot. So, thank you so much.
Great, great. Thank you for those appreciative words. We hope to see at ELCIA Tech Summit 3 your organization's logo as one of the sponsors. Oh, great. Good to know. Which one is it? Ah, good to know. IASA, right? Or IISc? Where is IISc? Oh, yes, it's over there. Awesome, thank you.
First time coming to ELCIA Summit, and I would say many aha moments. Some of them I would like to list, like one of the panelists said that in manufacturing units, for example, humans can be replaced by robots, but those humans would not go waste because they have to, change the jobs of maintaining these robots. So jobs, so that movement, like, the current jobs are getting affected, but it will also give rise to a lot of new jobs. So that's a very key takeaway. And the other thing is that where our human brains can be connected to machines. Today morning in the keynote address was mentioned by Kris sir. Then the other one is the amount of UPI transactions that we are doing. So yeah, thank you.
Great, thank you. Now that reminds me of the age-old saying which I'm sure will, which will hold good for generations to come by Charles Darwin, who said it is never the fastest or the strongest of the species that survives, it is the species that has got the ability to adapt that will survive. Arun sir, are you okay with these empty chairs to kickstart? I'm here, to your left. Or do you want me to keep them engaged for a few more minutes? Or shall we start with the QR code thing? Divya, can I request you to kindly get this screen on the big screen? Okay. As the title of this talk says, build it live. I would request all of you to... Yes. Thank you, Sujaya ma'am. I would request all of you to pull out your smartphones. I think it was Sadhguru who said, right, the smartest thing about us is only our smartphones. But anyway, pull out your smartphone, open up that particular app or camera, and scan this QR code. It will take you to menti.com/whatever. So it's a Mentimeter. And the next speaker is going to engage us where you can interact with him and also the questions that he's going to ask with the questions that will appear on your very phone. So we'll wait for another couple of minutes because Sujaya ma'am has made that effort to go and hush people inside this. So they're ringing the bell. Okay, okay. So Arun sir, I hope you don't mind for another minute or two, because they're all excited to see what will unfold in this live action. So meanwhile, let me have the opportunity and honor to introduce Mr. Arun Jagannathan, who is the founder of the Cyborg. Have I pronounced it?
That's right.
Cyborg Mindset. He plays a virtual chief AI officer. So is it official AI officer? How many AI officers in the room? Okay, interesting. For SMEs, helping them turn AI confusion into business conversation. He leads action-packed boot camps that cut through the Gen AI buzz and show companies how to turn prompts into profit. I love that. How to turn prompts into profit. Serial entrepreneur with ventures spanning higher education guidance, corporate communication, proof that his quotes run on both tech and teaching. He has been featured in Stanford Graduate School of Business podcast. He is the go-to speaker at TIE Ascent. Were you there last year, TIE Global Summit that happened here in Bangalore?
Yes, I was.
How come I've missed you? I emceed the whole thing.
Right.
Probably you were in a different conference room, I suppose. Arun knows how to break down complex tech in boardroom ready language, bringing no fluff, ROI first approach to AI. If it doesn't drive impact, it doesn't make the cut. Whether his debugging strategy or decoding algorithms, Arun's mission is clear. Make AI practical, profitable, and human-friendly. So, Jay ma'am, if you give me a thumbs up, we can start. Oh my God, another 5 minutes.
No problem.
So maybe
I
Arun,
just want to
rather
make sure
than
that, are you able to get the menti.com? Are you able to see the, because I think I have to put the...
Yeah, for those of you who have just walked in, what's happening here?
This is
33
the-
players
yeah,
ready.
this is the one that-
So kindly scan this QR code for those
Yeah.
of you who have just walked in. Scan this QR code, go to that particular link, menti.com, and kindly wait for Mr. Arun to give us the prompt with regards to what should be done next. You know, it's always a tricky situation as organizers to pick and choose which speaker should we have immediately after the lunch session, who has that ability to keep the audience engaged and at the same time attentive. And we said, you know what, let's go with Mr. Arun Jagannathan, because he is going to make us do something using our smartphone. Well, I'm sure we might get distracted with the WhatsApp notifications. So if that is the case, kindly ignore and stick to what Mr. Arun is going to tell us. Is there anyone having some difficulty in scanning this QR code? Are you all able to access it? Vinay, all good? Okay. Maybe, Sujay ma'am, we will start because he has got three different segments. It's not that if they miss this, they'll not be able to continue. Ladies and gentlemen, I know it's just half the room, but still, there are people who are watching us live. Let us give a huge round of applause as we continue the ELCIA Tech Summit and the afternoon session by Mr. Arun Jagannathan. You have been very kind in waiting. Over to you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I've been teaching for about 20-25 years, and the hardest thing to teach is when you finally kind of matriculate and get to the PhD level, is to address an audience that has just returned from lunch, right? So I hope you're not in a carbohydrate coma. So what I'm going to do is, and this was something that I was told, so one of the things that I want to do is keep you engaged. Hopefully, a lot of times what happens is speakers come and say, I want this to be an engaging session, and then they do nothing to keep you engaged. Have you gone through that? Yeah, so I have suffered through that, so I'm going to keep it simpler for you, where I'm going to ask you for some things without which I will not be able to proceed. Is that okay? So my delivery depends on you. So I would like you to be kind to me and help me with some of the input that I would want from you. But before that, we have 76 players ready. Wonderful. So let's just do this. Let's just get started with some simple questions, simple quiz. This is to get your brain cells a little activated. Okay? So I'm just going to pick true or false. You are a cyborg. One of three answers, yes, no, or what the hell is a cyborg? All three are valid answers, but just wanted to hear what's your thoughts. Are you able to select? So quickly pick whatever you think is ta-da! Okay, so we have 36 people who said they are not cyborgs. I'm not here to disprove anyone, but I'm just going to do a small thought experiment, okay? But let's just look at it. 36 people say no, 32 people, what is a cyborg? I think the one of the earlier speakers had mentioned about Arnold Schwarzenegger in Terminator. Have you seen that movie? Right? He comes half man, half machine. How many of you believe we are already there in the sense we are half men or half women and half machine? Apparently, 68 of you think not. Okay? But I'm going to ask you a follow-up question to this, and all you need to do is just raise your hand if the answer to whatever I've asked is correct. How many of you used Google Maps to get here? Great. How many of you are wearing a smart watch right now? I'm wearing one. I'm not getting into CGM and all those other things that you can also do these days, right? So my question to you is, you woke up, the first thing that you laid your hand on was your digital device. First thing that we don't like to admit it, right? So thank you for saying yes. I should be drinking green tea and doing yoga, but I don't. I have too much of FOMO, 8 hours of sleep. I don't know what happened in the world, right? So there is this need for me to get information. My question to you now is going back to this, which is whether you like it or not, you're already a cyborg. You're already a person using a machine. And I'll give you an anecdote that, in case you have heard, there was a very famous Steve Jobs interview where he actually mentioned this, where one of the magazines in the US, they tried to see what is the most efficient animal in the whole animal kingdom. Efficient in terms of transportation, right? They figured that, the kite or the cheetah with its very elegant running was very efficient, and humans were not even in the top 100. But, here is the kicker, but a human on a bicycle was the most efficient animal on the planet. Think about it, right? And Steve Jobs called computers the bicycle of the mind. And if computers are the bicycle of the mind, AI is your F1 racing car, right? But as with most things, I'm going to be talking about why it's important to be a good cyborg as opposed to a bad cyborg, but just wanted one confirmation from you, which is, do you agree we are all cyborgs? Yes? Can I hear a yes? Very good. Okay, so there is still a no, okay? And I'm absolutely this, so maybe over the next 15-20 minutes, we'll look at a few other things and see what can. I need to know coding technology to work with AI. What do you think? True, false? The true is coming up, but there is a lot of people who are saying I don't need to use technology. So let me just set the expectation clearly. I'm pretty sure there are a lot of experts in AI, which is the predictive AI, which is the term that was coined in 1956. That is when the term artificial intelligence was coined. And this is the one that involves having data and creating predictive models, right? But a large part of the power of AI has been unlocked 2.5 years ago in what many would have experienced as that ChatGPT moment. Has anyone had this ChatGPT moment, like this one time that you were introduced to it and you saw something and it just kind of blew your mind? Anybody in that? The first time, just go back to that day when you first, someone, family friend, school, college senior introduced you and you looked at it and you said, wow, this seems to be doing a lot of things. And the beauty of it is in the last 2.5 years, what we have seen is that is generative AI. And I'm going to talk specifically about generative AI. Generative AI cannot lift a box. Right? So we're not talking about robotics, we are not talking about all the other things on automation, but we are talking about what can be done by code. Right? So I have one more question and then I have a few slides. So this one is also a question where I would like to see how we are. And as I said, no right answers, but I'm going to give you a set of things that usually, and fear is not a bad thing, right? Fear is not a bad thing. Fear is a good thing. Fear tells me that things are not going to be the same. Something is changing, right? And a lot of times we don't know what is changing, and that can be scary, right? And it's absolutely perfect for us to be scared about AI. So AI will take my job. Very few people in that category, very good. AI will make mistakes. I've already had a couple of bouts of this happening. In fact, if you remember, someone mentioned in the morning, Replit, that was the name of the AI agent, which went and deleted about 10,000 records in the database. And when it went and asked, like, why did you do that? Like, under the hood, they realized that it actually said something which was a very human emotion, which it said, I panicked. Right? In fact, I'll be telling you a little bit about prompting later, but one great thing that you can do while you're prompting is actually to take a deep breath and think through this step by step. I know you can do that. If you actually add something like this, the quality of your response actually goes up. I've seen that, right? But yeah, AI will make mistakes. I won't know how to use it. Very genuine fear. I understand how you would. Hopefully today's session, I'm trying to demystify a little bit of this, because what has happened is my experience of AI has been the AI that I've seen in the last 2.5 years, which is generative. And I feel that for a lot of people who have a worry that I'm not so techno savvy, I'm not so technologically, IT and software is not really my play, you'll be pleasantly surprised to know how much consumer tech AI has gotten to today, right? Great. I have one last question, and I think it's an important question. I just wanted to, get us started with the rest of the presentation with that. And that question really is, let it come on the screen. In 5 years, the most successful people will be A, the most technical, B, the most creative, C, the best at working with AI, or D, those who avoid AI. Wow. You can clearly see that the majority believe that we are best working with AI. So I feel that creativity and being technical is important, but I think it's also important for us to understand what AI can do for us. Since we all have our phones out, can we do one more experiment, a thought experiment of sorts? Okay, so how many of you, and I think earlier Kris had mentioned this, that we are all dependent on ChatGPT. How many of you feel that way? A lot of times you outsource your thinking, no? Why do I go there, which one to pick, what to do? Now, let's just try to do this experiment. Why don't we do this? Why don't you ask ChatGPT a question? All of us can ask. If you have your phone out already, you can open ChatGPT, and can you ask it to help you pick a number between 1 and 50. Just say pick a number between 1 and 50, any number, right? So just, and if you have done, please raise your hand. Don't tell the answer because you got an answer, right? Don't tell me you got an answer. Okay. Others have also got an answer? Okay. So just hold on to your answer, because what I thought is, let me ask the same question to my ChatGPT. And the number it gave me was 27. What number did you get? 27. 20. You are getting 37 also. Okay. But majority 27. Do you realize what's happening? I'll tell you what's happening. The whole AI, the LLM, think of it as a probability sphere. Okay? What is most obvious is at the core of the sphere. So if you do not provide any context to AI, what it's going to do, it's going to blindly pick what is at the center and toss it at you. 27 is the number that most people would pick. So the chances are ChatGPT is going to give you 27. But now I want you to think that what you think is, mystery is actually not so much of mystery. So the only way I can get the AI to give me a response which is different is for me to take it away from the core. And the only way I can take it away from the core is by giving it more context. And we'll get to that. But since we are on some fun exercises, here are a couple of fun things that ChatGPT cannot do. ChatGPT, you ask it to, it creates images. Have you tried the image creation? Works really nice. Yeah. But here is a trick. You give it, show me a clock with 2 p.m., 3 p.m., 5 p.m., any p.m., it will always tell you 10:10. Why? Because all the clocks available online are ads which give you 10:10, because it's a nice tick and a smiley and whatever marketing likes to believe. But that's what it does. In fact, here is another one. Our Prime Minister Modi made it famous when he actually mentioned it in the Paris, which is try asking it to create an image of a person writing with his left hand. It can never do that. It will always give an image of a person writing with right hand, because that's the available data is online. Right? So with this, I wanted to introduce what I had and maybe just take a couple of minutes before we get into a little bit more of so I have a few more demos that I wanted to show. I'll just try to reload. Can I say show anyway? Okay, show anyway. So what I call as a cyborg mindset, and cyborg mindset is really about, and I think the speaker since morning, there has been one core theme, if you look at what we have, which is humans, machines, and meaning, right? So my whole submission to you, and I hope when you go back, you think about this, which is, how do I work with AI? Right? That's the question really to ask. The idea is not to avoid it, but how do I make it into a partner who is going to be working with me? In fact, this is one of the tweets that was very viral. How many of you remember this tweet? I think LinkedIn, WhatsApp, all this makes this very famous, right? AI will not replace you, a person using AI will. So what do you call a person using AI? It's a word that starts with C. Thank you. Right? So a person using AI, therefore, is a cyborg. Right? But you will say, Arun, now, if I am a cyborg, how do I really think about it? So I have done some thinking over the last year, because for me, a lot of what I did, and I'm going to maybe get into that a little later, but what I did was kind of made unnecessary when AI came. Suddenly, what took me 20 years, my education, my experience, to create a craft that I thought only I had, AI could do it in under 2 minutes and for $20 a month, right? And that was humbling, but at the same time, that got me thinking that, well, if AI can do everything, where does this leave me as a human? What are the things that I can do? And I realized that I could distill it into 3 things that are uniquely human. The first thing is, as humans, we are curious. We are curious about the world around us. How do I use this curiosity? How do I amplify it using AI? Second one is around critical thinking. As a human, it is me who is going to use my judgment on what is coming out of the AI. So how do I use it to think critically? And the last one is around communication. Now, AI makes it possible for me to write flawless English. For all of you who thought, I'm very technical, but I can't write those emails, well, you don't have an excuse now, right? Because now ChatGPT or any tool can actually help you communicate like someone who's really a pro at it, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take through these three. I have about 6-8 minutes, so I want to get to some demos, but I just wanted to. So the first point is around the fact that AI tends to hallucinate. That is the word. AI hallucinates. AI makes up stuff. Sure, but so do people. People lie all the time. It's not a good thing, but that's not a reason why you'll never hire a person. Oh, I know humans, they lie too much. Yeah, they do, but you'll still hire humans. Similarly, AI does hallucinate, but also we have to understand that AI. So I hope you got the joke over here, right? So I'm trying not to be political, but it's India, I can do that. If I were going to the US, not so much. So one of the things about curiosity is, how do I be curious with AI, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show some examples, and these are all examples that I hope you can, kind of incorporate in your day-to-day life, because being a bad cyborg is using AI for, I'll tell you the top 3 reasons why people use AI. Number 1, writing emails. Agree? Number 2, summarizing large documents. Number 3, writing performance appraisal. Right? So you can write nice things. I didn't know this guy was so nice till ChatGPT told me. Right? So the whole idea is we are using it, but we are not using it deeply. So one of the things that we can use this is for doing a lot of research. And I don't know how many of you know about the news, but I'm just going to give some of you, not all of you, I'm going to gift you 20,000 rupees. Would you like that? Why not? Here is what you need to do. Please, how many of you have an Airtel subscription? Okay, so all you need to do is go to your Airtel app. In your Airtel app, there is rewards and OTT. Go to rewards, you will find Perplexity Pro free for 1 whole year with all the models that you can think of, right? So they recently did this, so I'll just maybe show you the interface that I have for Perplexity. So, yep. So what you have over here, and I'm just kind of showing you the model. So right now, for example, you have all of these models. You have Claude, you have GPT 4.5, you have Gemini, you have Grok, you have Grok 4, right? That's one of the latest models. All of that is available to you, right? At your fingertips. If you're an Airtel subscribers, congratulations, you got 20,000 rupees worth of all these tools for free, right? So if nothing else, whether my message made sense or not, you have gotten 20K, so I'm very happy that there was some positive karma. So what I would like to do is, since we are on this thing, can you give me one thing that you would like to research? And this goes back to the whole hallucination thing, but just go back to the last 1 week. We are right now on a Friday. So maybe start your week on Monday. Was there anything that you had to think about and that you had to research about? Anything that you had to research about? Anything? I'm going to give you like 10 seconds, please. Rishabh Pant's longevity in cricket is kind of possible, but I would like something for which there is research. So I'm going to pick that and I'm going to use that somewhere else. Okay? I'm going to use that somewhere else. But anything else that you would like to research on? Any topic that you thought of? Yeah. Super app. So So super app for what industry or generally super app? Huh? So I had picked something for manufacturing industry. So can I delete this? Because super app is fairly super apps that are all in one apps. You know, the moment you give this, you have heard of the word agent. Is that a word that you have? So a lot of times I feel it's very hard to explain what is an agent. So I'll give you a very simple definition. Agent needs to do two things. Agent needs to have reasoning. It should be able to reason. That means there is a reasoning engine that is required. So what you saw over here, Grok 4 and all that, they are all reasoning AIs. The second thing it needs to have is it needs to have tool access. Tool access over here is going to be search. So what you will do is the moment you give this query, what Perplexity is going to do is it's not going to act like Google. And this is where I would like you to kind of differentiate the way we use Google with the way we use AI. Google is a means to the end. Google is where I go and say, give me 5 designs so that I can think of a good design for my house. In AI, I go and tell the AI that, hey, give me a design for my house. I'm not interested to be inspired by, 5 other things. And what you see over here is most of the responses that you get, and this is, I did a simple search, but most of the responses you get will be what is called as RAG, but I will not get into the technical terms, but you know that everything that is coming into the response has a citation, right? It is very, very important today whenever you are depending on AI to have a citation. Did you hear about the recent incident of the Air India CEO who came out with a press statement? And he said things which were about, the crash, but it was actually taken from another airline CEO who had said something very similar 3 months ago. What do you think happened? The press release was at 4:20 or 4:30 that day. Crash happened in the afternoon, right? Someone went to the PR team and said, hey, give me a quick press statement, CEO has to give. And the CEO got panicked, oh, this alarm is running, right? Okay, he said, let me just go ask ChatGPT. And ChatGPT gave a response that unfortunately was plagiarized, right? So it's very important that you are able to kind of look at it. So I'll just maybe get to the next one, which is some use cases. So just a quick 30 seconds on this. I'm just giving you 3 examples of how you can be curious. Today, it is easier than ever for you to learn something, right? I come from a vintage where we had to go to a library, right? Then you had, as someone said, information democratization. Today, there is knowledge and implementation democratization that is happening. So one example is Feynman technique. What I have really liked with AI is to say, think I'm a smart teenager. Somehow this prompt works very well because a teenager smart means not like a 5-year-old. Okay, I know a little bit, but don't assume too much on that. Or if you have your domain, what is happening today, whether it's in Silicon Valley, whether it's in Europe, all of it can be researched sitting right out of your office in Electronic City. And the same thing for competitor analysis. There is so much of competition information available that if you just prompt the AI correctly, you will unearth so much of information, so much of intelligence that it's really crazy that so much of it is available, which also means that your own information, you should probably search and see how much your competitors can access. The second thing is about, and this is again a meme that I think I relate with. So first when AI came, I was very happy. Now everything will be done by AI. Then slowly I started thinking, hey, if this is also done by AI, what does that leave me with? Why should I wake up and do this because AI is doing this? And that's where I think the critical thinking part also kind of comes in, which is your ability to think. And here is a very quick, maybe we are short on time, so I'll not do a demo. But all of you have your ChatGPT, right? Here is one request. Once you go back, turn on the audio mode, right? You have multimodal. Have a conversation with ChatGPT for 15 minutes. You can use it as a therapist. You can use it as a business coach. You can use it as a friend. Don't stretch it too much. Huh? But the point is, you have a sparring partner, you have a mental sparring partner. So when you're actually interacting with AI, the idea is not to go to AI. See, we come from a world where we go to computer, give a task to computer, and then we come back. Correct? We give a task to computer, computer will do the task and computer will give that to me. But now, we are in an age where I have to engage, just my last point, engage and interact with the AI. So when I go and talk to the AI for the first time, AI is telling me things that I did not know. Has it happened to you? What I don't know that I don't know. I'm saying, give me 10 reasons why this should happen. It's giving me 10 reasons. The human has to ask, well, out of this 10, point number 3 and 7 looks good. Let me take and move forward on that. So the idea that I would like to submit, and again, the whole crux of this, maybe you want to go to the last slide and then. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll just maybe give the last points and then, so what I wanted to conclude with is thinking clearly in English is a superpower. The hottest new programming language in town, in case you haven't heard of it, is English. What you need to tell the AI is important. How to do it, AI will figure out. You don't need to worry. But that what has to be with you. You need to have the creativity. You need to have the insight of what you need to look at. The first draft is AI, but the last draft is mine. I am the person who's going to put my sign on it and say, this is my work. I can't go and hide and say, oh, AI did this mistake. So always make sure that you're putting your name on whatever you have. And the last part is AI makes good enough free. See, whatever you can think of, landing page, this, that, everything can be done in 5 minutes. That is the good news and also the bad news. Because if it can be done in 5 minutes by you, it can be done in 5 minutes by anyone else. So what is really your competitive moat is one of the things that I would like you to think about. And I'm going to close on that note. And just for the parts that you think you have missed, I'm going to be putting up, by the way, this is a thing that I think most of us have seen. I want AI to do my laundry and dishes so I can do art and writing, not for AI to do art and writing so I can do laundry and dishes. With that, I have one slide where I have put QR code again, where you can scan and it has some resources that you would be able to download. Thank you very much for your time. Post lunch, very hard, but you have been very participative. So thank you so much for that.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Arun Jagannathan. We would like to felicitate you. Kindly be here with us on stage. One word, mind-boggling. We wish that we had another 45 minutes or an hour to listen to all these amazing things that you shared. Now, I truly understand the title of your topic, Build It Live, AI in Action. Arun's Intelligence in Action. Let's now felicitate Mr. Arun. I would like to call on stage Mr. Thind, PS. Sir, please join us on stage. He is the Managing Director at R&T Engineering, Vice President at ELCIA Cluster, member at ELCIA ECIA.
Hello, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
The next session will be like a TEDx talk series. We have 4 amazing speakers speaking on 4 different topics. The first topic is Smart Manufacturing with AI by Dr. S. Devarajan, who is the Senior Vice President at TVS. He is a veteran. MBA, MS, Doctorate in Manufacturing. He has been awarded Yes.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. more of ground level, how to do it, how to get AI working in our factory. So, can you go to the next slide? Not coming on the screen? Yes, so I'll go to the... Yeah, I think we talked about the GDP growth, and automobile industry is a main driver for manufacturing. So if you see any activities in manufacturing, whether welding, painting, assembly, in any activities, automobile is leading. And why automobile is leading? Because mobility is life. For all of us, mobility is life. Even for coming here, mobility is life. So I think the driver for automation has been automobile, and it has been in terms of disruption today. If you really see the manufacturing, which is key for GDP, and the mobility is life, and we are signatory of Kyoto Protocol, Paris Protocol, which drives the all regulations coming to picture. So we are in a process of real change in the market. I'll try to talk about how AI is helping, how it's gone to the grassroots level in another 10 minutes, and see what are the challenges we have still facing. So if you really see, and I come from TVS Motor, and we also make moped, scooter, motorcycles, mobility, and we also design and develop motorcycles for BMW, Germany, and we are the only factory away from Germany put up in India, and 1 in every 3 vehicles sold all over the world is made by TVS Motor and made in Hoso. And that's a major thing which we're trying to talk about. And we also talk about many activities of exports. Quality is the key for us. I think if you see our moped is an LCV on two-wheeler today. And you can see all villages, every area. And India is growing. So that's why I come into picture that since it is growing and since there is disruption, we as customer are causing this disruption. We are this customer demanding many things from two-wheelers, many things from automobile. And I'll try to bring in push-pull activities in terms of the government regulations. I think we talked about government regulations today. We have already signed, and Mr. Modi said, no, we have to go to BS6 when we are not even BS3 in emission norm. We changed the entire thing, and at that point of time, we said it's impossible. But today, India is leading the environmental in terms of two-wheelers and three-wheelers. We are really leading. We are BS6 when other countries are BS5 and Euro 5, we are BS6. And there's a push, definitely push is required. And this will help in terms of Skill India, enablers also. Similarly, there is pull from all of us. The India is growing because all the competition here and the customer. And that's the area where global supply for India, and we are supplying to all over the world and this area. But this is driven by 4 or 5 changes which we find in terms of the product, in terms of the EV change. I'll come slowly into that EV change because it is not only battery. Today you're talking about hybrid, you're talking about emission norms, you're talking about hybrid areas of every area, hydrogen coming into picture. Second thing is manufacturing. Manufacturing is totally changing in terms of lightweighting. Whatever we did 10 years back, 15 years back, even day before yesterday, it is changing today. Because it is a requirement of the market itself to be competitive. Two-wheeler, three-wheeler and four-wheeler are most competitive. The margins are low. Volumes are high, varieties are high in India. Why? Because India is a very young country. We have to make for the rural market, we have to make for the urban market, we have to make to the outside exports also. So another thing which is happening is in terms of the cost competitiveness. Cost competitiveness comes by traceability, by transparency. Hence AI, hence digital tools are the enablers for us. So I'm talking about how we are trying to do it. But these are the requirements. We should know what is the purpose AI is coming to picture. So in our case, we are using TPM, TQM, all areas. But can we put all the learnings to AI? Can we make it speeder product development? Can we develop speeder process development? That is a concept in which AI is trying to develop now. And cost competitiveness is, it always they say increase in capex. But definitely we should look into overall picture. The quality is improving. The lead time is coming down. Hence, we need to look at this into the 6M approach. In all areas of AI and ML, we should not jump into implementing it unless we overall look at 6M approach. In terms of the materials, in terms of including the EV battery changing happening, the things happening in the world where we are there. Manufacturing, since we have got old machines, we are a 60-year-old company, we have old machines. We can't say every time bring all automation. How to automate an existing lines, how to make the machine talk, how to make the spindles talk, how to make the product talk. This is the purpose for which you are trying to use AI. So I think we should all understand that this is the area in which we should focus more, why we are trying to do and how we are trying to implement it. This drives cost. Cost becomes transparency. Unless we know where are the wastages. If you really see Japanese consultants coming to India, everyone says everything is a waste. If you inspect, it is a waste. If you transport, it is a waste. Are we capturing it? We are not. So hence sensorization of the old machines, getting data from the old machines. And that data is so powerful, which makes AI powerful. So in TVS Motor, we changed the entire concept of how to use advanced tool to the basic machine, to the basic every area of work, including the operator who is doing it. Similarly, maintenance. Can we have no breakdowns? Can the machine talk saying that, no, my spindle is having a problem, I need to change during this Sunday, so that we don't have a problem in our production. So we need to look at productivity. Why productivity? Again, is cost competitiveness. And in terms of skill, because every time today, if you really see, everyone wants to go to software industry, mechanical industry, they say, wait, it's a dirty industry, no, difficult to work. But we have changed the concept of automation, simpler automation inside the factory. Make it simpler, make it visible to the factory, so that people will come to our area. And working along with universities, working along with institutions, IISc, every area of work. So it is a combined approach, integral approach, which is important for today's work. Similarly, if you really see, it's applicable everywhere. Any manufacturing you take, whether automobile, whether aerospace, I think the principles of application of it when there's a challenge is going to be important. And of course, miniaturization, challenges, and in terms of the entire area. In TVS Motor, we believe in tattvas. When India is growing, we believe our culture will be the differentiator. Our culture of tattvas, application of Jal, Vayu, and how it can be integrated with latest technologies of AI. So we are trying to bring all the learnings of sensorization, IoT, Poke-OK into all areas of tattvas. And that will give you human civilization growth. So the purpose is very, very important in our case. So I'm a strong manufacturing person. I strongly believe that if manufacturing is successful, every other area is successful. This is one thing in mind. Hence, sensorization, digitization, and there is a change between speed and velocity, which are trying to work. Velocity, we can always go forward, back, we should come back to the old position, learn, go back, fail early, come back and activity and deliver. So that's why I feel velocity is important in manufacturing. Velocity is important for the growth of our GDP. And over the period of time, a lot of technologies have come into picture. You have seen lean manufacturing, TPM, TQM, you know, anything has come to India, and we are trying to work towards it, and we are trying to adopt it faster. Future or now will be integrated of all the activities. Combination of TPM, TQM, EHS, the combination of all the things which will take to what is the perceived value, what is value-driven manufacturing. That's the area where AI, IoT, Poke-OK has been trying to apply. And it is changing towards zero defect. There is nothing like PPM, there is nothing like chalta hai, no, absolutely zero means zero defect. Because every one of us are customers for us. You go and buy a fridge, you say even a small scratch, you don't accept it. In two-wheeler, which is designed in India, made for Indian roads, we feel we are the maximum exporter for African countries, where there are no roads. Designed here, developed here, and you're able to deliver in Africa and many countries. Hence, zero defect, perceived value, on time. Normally, we call it QCD. All of us talk about quality, cost, delivery. Now it is changing to quality, cost, time. If you're not able to deliver on time, you're lost. You will miss the bus also in a way. So it's important to know that time is an essence for us. Why it is important on AI for us? I talked about EV. EV is not the only thing. There are so many alternate fuels coming in. We don't know which is the next fuel coming after 4 years, but there is a demand for it. Hydrogen coming into picture. How you're able to use hydrogen in two-wheelers or three-wheelers. Hence, we have to be flexible. Hence, we have to be agile, adapt to different purposes which we have. Hence, the purpose of AI is working on towards it. We try to work towards process automation, work towards small Poke-OK, and ensure the product design improvement, learnings of the previous areas, ROI calculation, energy management. These are the areas of application with a purpose that you are able to have quality, cost, delivery, in terms of environment, and in terms of the entire efficiency of the entire area. This drives the new product also. So we are trying to work from the process driven into the product. Autonomous driving, or maybe in two-wheeler, maybe a challenge, but definitely brings safety into picture, helmet safety, process safety, and other areas. So I just want to bring in a picture in which we are trying to work on all the areas of machining, because today everything is changing. And we have to be adapting to the new technologies. And we said, where are we in terms of handling, in terms of sensorization, in terms of the quality, feeding of the components to the exactly requirements, lean manufacturing, capturing the waste in our areas, and then driving towards the product. Yeah, this area in which we're trying to use Industry 5.0 in terms of robotics, in terms of AGVs, using of the change in terms of additive manufacturing, and make it simple. Let the machine talk. So we went into the supplier end and said, no, nobody will invest so much. So we said, we increase our only one add-on light to our machine, which machine can talk. Spindles can talk. And just one of the examples, there are so many examples in which where the cost can come down. We're talking about initial investment. Everyone said, no, very heavy investment to work on AI. We're trying to reduce the cost, make it effective, and make it so we trying to work from the framework of decision, data, and definitely deliver. So in terms of combination of it between physical world, cyber world, and how to make it that's very important for us to have continuous improvement. And this area in a factory, all of us are working. Please come to a factory. We are trying to use Industry 5.0, Kobo inside a factory, working along with the operator. All of you are welcome. And traceability every area. Because anyone sold over the world, we should have traceability, ensure that we know who has done it. And that's important of the purpose of AI. And this is an area in which AutoJet, it helps the automation, it helps the inventory, which helps the cost down. And hence the customer satisfaction of delivery. The main thing which I like to think is, we're talking about suppliers, but where are we today? We are just 15% is still digital adaptation, still not enough. We have to drive, we have to bring cluster into picture. So we are working together with many of the suppliers to increase this digital enablement to get the benefit. And definitely AI is the area in which the digital manufacturing is happening, and additive manufacturing is changing the entire world, and we are very much true to this. And working towards sustainability. Every sensor, including water, including air, including the energy, we can make use of AI and say how we are able to develop inside India, outside India. I like to leave a point here is it should be a roadmap, go systematically into it, and definitely is a major benefit for us. And we find that we're talking about higher end, but let's give basic important. We have to have strategy to have drive towards the basics. And we went through the motivation in other areas. One thing which I like to have, we're talking about VUCA world. We're talking VUCA is always negative, saying that no, it's volatile, uncertain, complex, ambiguous. I'd like to change saying that it's a positive VUCA. We have to have vision in our mind and say that we have the value add and ensure that understanding and untapped potential of our people and drive this through 6 E's. We have energy in our area as a leadership team here, energy among ourselves. We should energize our own team in our area, empathy to listen to other areas, including supplier, including operator, and ensure embrace new technology which we have, and environment sustainability. Thank you. The reason is, next is customer focused manufacturing, which is going to be the key for all of us. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Being on the shop floor and getting his hands dirty and being part of all the process, and we are expecting him to share his thought in 15 minutes. So there was a request made by one of the gentlemen. There was so much of slide with lot of content. Would you be okay to share those slides? Again, I'll leave it to you. You can think and you can inform our organizers. Thank you so much. Now it's time to invite the next speaker, and the topic which I find it really fascinating is aerospace and defense, and he's going to talk about innovation that is happening in aerospace and defense, and it's the engineering fellow from Honeywell who has got 25 years of experience, and he holds 18 plus patents and trade secrets. He's an aerospace innovator, MTech from IIT, EGMP from IIM. Whether it's design, certification, or deployment, Govind's fingerprint are all over the place when it comes to a generation of aerospace system. Ladies and gentlemen, To tell us more about innovation that is happening in aerospace and defense, let us welcome Mr. Govind Yadav from Honeywell. Mr. Govind, it's all yours.
Back. Okay. Thank you, everyone. Nice to be on stage. Would like to take that picture here on the left side is the innovator, Elmer Sherry, and I'll talk about that. He developed the first co-pilot. And the right side is the vision where you will have the aircraft like a car in next 2-3 years on the top of your house where you can take your rides. With that one, I will start the, yes, you all know this. This is a magnetic compass. And it does a fantastic job for navigation, going from here to there. But as the ships, it has problems, right? Like as the ships started getting metal, from wooden to metal, now your magnetic doesn't work, right? So how do we go in the earth like now actually? So that's the problem statement, right? So what I'm bringing back is that innovation starts with a real problem, and then the solution comes out to be the boon to the mankind. And it paves the way for the next generations of generation, and that's called as the touching the mankind. So as I said, this is one of the early patent done by Elmer Sherry, and using the gyro for precision, and then it was done on. So the first autopilot was done in 1912, and you know gyro where you use? You use in smartphones. Where it is not used till now, for the direction, for the rotation from missiles to everywhere. So do the impact of the innovation in such a way that it strives for millions of years, hundreds of years, goes back. So that's called innovation. So I'll talk about what's happening in this industry. I'll talk about what is meaningful impact to the society and how do we take care of the ecosystem within the reach of you. So what's happening here? The key thing is your Mother Earth, the regulations, your consumer demand, and the climatic goals. So that's driving this industry to take the new products, new markets, and new paradigm shift in thinking. The old ways of doing the car, autonomy, or the way we look at. So the three things: energy transition. So we talk about the hydrogen. So we have regulatory policies, then we have the interdependency, and then the social investing. On the economic side, mostly you are using the blended kerosene, trying to meet your regulator, as well as trying to get to the cost aspects. And the stakeholder demand, like most of the airlines also want to brand or meet the end goal of carbon neutral now. So they also pushing, saying that, hey, I need the zero carbon print product from you. And the regulatory policy. So all of this is pushing the boundary. If you look at the next, I'm talking about it's all about these 6 goals of the World Forum. Like, each of this, from poverty to these are all sustainable development goals by the UN. And each of these goals is driving the industry to move to a new segment. And your entrepreneurs, new innovation is happening. So only climate is one part of the story of sustainability. So many people, sustainability, they look at only the climate. But there are a lot of goals. So what's happening? So your left side is you are the largest aircraft to the lowest on the bottom. And the energy density I'm putting on this curve. So if you look at the current need, if you look at 2035, the current need to make a zero emissions this is a road map. Along the x-axis top, you will see the overall years. What we see is that the general aviation to the long-haul aircraft, maybe some level of sustainable fuels, which doesn't give us the carbon footprint. That's where it's going in. A lot of battery operated will happen in UAM, UAVs. But where is the transition? Where is the net zero transition? So we are thinking of net zero transition is still 2050 plus. Still we have not got the how to replace kerosene burning with hydrogen burning. Still there's a huge technology, products and adoption is required. So somewhere down the line, hydrogen plus fuel cell or pure hydrogen or sustainable and a lot of battery density should be. So these are the areas innovation is going to happen. The sustainability also gives the new paradigm of the business. So you will see the electric propulsion is a new business. Renewable energy, fuels are the new business. Plastic recycling, nobody thought of this like 50 years, there's no plastic recycling. Nobody can do a business out of plastic. Right now, plastic recycling, we are going to make fuels, we are going to thinking of other business solution. So any regulation, any new way of looking at the Mother Earth is going to change your business. So what's advancement happening in the area of, so we all know that the automation, I think the AI is going to be the top of this, but the automation is, autonomous systems are going to reduce the burden on the operator in terms of starting from your car or the defense pilot workload or a doctor. From industrial side, I think completely replacing the worker. And then the building automation and so everywhere autonomy is going to come. So that's the trend. And over that AI where you can think and act. So in the defense sector, the autonomous systems are coming in most of the intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance data, and the autonomous flight, takeoff, landing, and I'll talk about what do you mean by autonomy, and then the connectivity. So what do you mean by autonomy? Like I say, what is autonomy means? Sense, detect, act. So for a person to do autonomy, the plane or the UAM system starts from the bottom, it goes up, it has to do the flight execution. I need to go from A to B, C to E, so that all the execution is done by the flight execution hardware. Then it says, hey, there's a building in between. There is somebody drone coming from the other side. It has to sense autonomically because now there's no pilot. System has to do the work, sense and do the work. So you will have radar and the AI algorithm will run on the radars. And then you go further, like if there is an issue, hey, there is some issue, it's not working. There has to be emergency landing. So your system has to do an emergency landing, so contingency management plan, or do a autonomous execution to do a contingency landing. There will be continuous feedback to remote operation. And if it is normally everything goes well, then you do auto land. In each of these actions, you will see the products getting developed. And each of these is going to be a new shift to your market. So I always talk about the innovation. Innovation is all about taking the idea to the market, not just at the invention level. So we all are used to this, right? Left side problem. It's all congestion. And the right side is consumption. So how do we solve? These are the two biggest problems right now. So how do we innovate in this to make sure that the life becomes easy? So Honeywell or this industry has a vision that you will do an electric flight. It will take 100 miles trip in 45 minutes. You do it on and start from your location, good. And the second thing is solving the congestion problem is by autonomous cargo shipment to the destination. And as I speak, it's already happening. 2026, Indigo has given Archer, I think more than hundreds of autonomous flight order. Archer is going to be the first one flying. And in Bangalore also you will see, I think, I'm very sure 2026 somebody will be flying in air. But obviously the regulations are there and things, but the industry is moving. So I'm talking about 2000, like next 30 years. So already the investments are made so high that this thing is going to be, because the biggest problem is the congestion and the consumption. So now when you do this one, how do I, like on the vehicle itself, you have to solve the problems, like you should be low cost, it is to be close to your car. It should not cost you like, hey, it is like okay, it's a very fancy thing, it cost me 10,000, 100,000. No, it should be little higher than your Uber driving, right? So similarly like Uber, maybe Uber for electric taxi. So the cost operation should be quiet. End of the day, we don't want to create one more problem. Then the safety, so everybody's worried about safety and sustainability. So all these products will innovate. And these are the innovation Honeywell is working on. So what are the leading trends happening is from the autonomy, as I said, we have the integrated flight deck already working on completely, efficient engines, electrification, you have the complete hydraulic things getting into electromagnetic, everything connected, increased safety when you land your aircraft, how to detect who is nearby, all the situational awareness. Next, and mostly the anti-jamming, precision navigation due to the war situation, and the unmanned defense, because now the smallest machine, which is autonomous, can be the most deadliest weapon. So a lot of trends are happening, and there are products which everybody is working on that. So lastly, I'll talk about the ecosystem, and these are the top 10, next 10 bets for next, at least for next 30 years we're looking at. Right from clean energy and sustainability, I touched based on some few areas. Future Earth connectivity, 5G, we'll have satellite connectivity come into picture. I was talking to somebody that cell phone may not be there. You may have something inserted in your body and everything is talking to the, so you may not have cell phones. Drug delivery to the right from A to B location. Next gen sensors and applied AI and autonomy. But these are top 10 bets we are working on. From ecosystem perspective, I always a 4-grid approach. Industry leads the product development. Startups solve the biggest problems. Then you will have academia and the government giving the regulation and money, and academia starting the 0 to 2, very early stages of inventions and new ideas kind of a thing. So we work very closely with each of the DARPA is one of the example. Also in India, we work with BEL, small form factor, embedded system, DRDO autonomous UAV, and then with DRDO on the autonomous system. With that one, yeah, have wonderful innovation and yeah, next generation of new products, and hope entrepreneurs think of innovation which is long lasting and which is impactful to the humanity. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Govind sir. And of course, we'll be welcoming all of you back on stage. Govind sir, one quick question. You showed that amazing photo of that machine where you said you can park it on the terrace in the next few years. As a true Indian, on behalf of everyone, I've got one question. Kitna deta hai?
Obviously, as Indians, you will come up with a wonderful business solution around it. So I will park to the new way of tokenization.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thanks.
Speaker for this particular Siemens and multiple startups. He has got that rare blend of being a corporate veteran and a serial entrepreneur. With an MBA from IIM Bangalore and engineering degree from UVC. Yeah, but sir? Because my father is from UVC, probably will connect later. He believes tech isn't just cool, it's a catalyst, especially when it powers cleaner cities and smarter mobility. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a huge round of applause to Mr. Ravikiran Annaswamy, who is the co-founder and CEO of Nemo City, and he'll be talking on energy.
Thank you. Namaskara, good afternoon. How many of you own an EV, electric vehicle of any nature? Okay, I see good amount of hands. How many of you plan to buy one? Okay, very heartening to see. I've been in this space from 2016-17, working with all the early vehicles, but my space is not making a vehicle. I think we have veterans from TVS who will talk about vehicles. I looked at the energy. See, all of us charge our mobile phone. It's a very, very well-known event. Your phone, all of us carry our phone. We run out of energy very soon. It's a very instinctive act. We all know how to charge our phone. But when you look at an electric vehicle of any of this nature, it's nothing but the same battery, and you need to charge. Yeah, and then that gets interesting because it's not as easy as it is to charge a mobile phone. And even if you look at mobile phones, somewhere in the past, we used to run out of energy in airports, search for a charging port. Then we started carrying battery bank. But you can't do all of that with an electric vehicle. Though we are trying to do almost same. I'll talk about some things where a battery is being carried to charge an electric vehicle on demand. I mean, exactly like the way we do the mobile phones. Okay, starting with what I wanted to share with all of you. Whenever I talk about EV, it's like 4 or 5 blind men and an elephant. Everybody talks about one part of the ecosystem. Our experience in the last 6-7 years is that it's a multi-industry game. It is not one industry trying to define everything. Of course, everything starts with a vehicle moving from an ICE engine to a motor, battery coming in, the fuel technology changing. That's one part of it. The moment you see that, you have to remember that this vehicle has to be charged by somebody. Electricity has to be given by somebody. And that's our traditional electric utilities who've been there for more than 100 years, but they have never tried to charge so many public vehicles at a time. They've done railways, some things have been done, other kind of vehicles, traction has been done, but never at smaller vehicles, all kinds of moving vehicles. The utility is not yet designed for it, not fully designed for such a load coming in. Then we always might wonder, where are the other industries? It's an IoT device now, vehicle and the charger, both are IoT devices. You need all of them to be connected. If telecom doesn't work, none of the workflows which all these industries are defining works. This was the first learning we had in 2018 when a 4G connection doesn't work. All what we are talking doesn't work on the ground. Somebody is trying to charge and he's saying it doesn't work. After a lot of finding out, debugging, you figure out that it's just the network is not there. He's in a highway, there is no network, nothing worked. So we had to find solutions. What happens when there is no network? But now network is so good enough that we don't worry about it. So telecom industry with 4G, 5G becomes equally important. When all of this is happening, a decade back, I'm quite sure in such a conference, we would have talked about big data, cloud, IoT. These were the buzzwords, keywords we were talking 15 years back, 10 years back. But now we don't talk about it because it's all real, it's there, it's happening. A lot of data is being churned out by vehicle, by charger, by grid. Everybody is churning out a lot of data. And everything to make it work is happening on the cloud. Everything is being churned in the cloud. And only then all what you see actually works seamlessly. So you need a whole host of cloud technology now, edge technologies, how to collect the data, all of that needs to be in place. So all these 4 or 5 industries have to come together to make a very simple event as charging your vehicle at any one point. I think a lot of things have to come together to make it work. Out of this, my area of interest and my business where we have spent quite some time is looking at what I call as an energy value chain. I don't look at the vehicle per se on making a vehicle, but how do I make it very efficient from the point of energy, source of energy to where it is consumed, that it is effortless, seamless. For an end user, it should be as easy as possible. For the one who's installing and getting into the business, easy to monetize, make money out of it. And for the utility, which is where we get this lighting too, it should not be disrupted because I get a new vehicle onto the grid. Because the more the vehicles, the grid is getting loaded. So how do you manage all of that? That's been something very fascinating. Lot of work happening world over in this just value chain to figure out how it is done. And that's where this talk is all about energy intelligence in the EV ecosystem, not everything. The first thing we experienced way back, 6-7 years back, is on the left side you see a typical petrol pump where people go, and right now you can fill your vehicle. There is somebody standing there to fill your vehicle, make you pay using a POS machine, UPI, whatever you use. But when it comes to EV, electric vehicle, whether it's a 4-wheeler, 2-wheeler, when you are on a highway, it's unmanned. It's there at a restaurant, it's there on the highway. It's now left to you to figure out how to use it. It's very common in other countries. In India, we are never used to doing things on our own. So we had to develop a lot of tech to make it as easy as possible for anybody on the highway, because most people who are charging were fleets, cab drivers, taxi drivers, and they were not very, let's say, fluent with accessing a lot of digital gadgets, HMIs and everything. So that is the first challenge. The first challenge is to see how to make it easy so that the user experience becomes seamless. So somebody can go and just charge and pay the money and not worrying about it. What helped us is that I think we are all very good at digital payments now, and that gave it a very good boost to see digital payments with 5G in place, and also everybody using a mobile phone made it very easy to access energy, get an authorization, get the vehicle charged, pay for it, and then move on. When this is happening, now the requirement came that, oh, I have too many things, I don't want to use my mobile phone. So we started introducing NFC cards or RFID cards, wherein you just go tap on the charger, it starts to charge, you don't worry anything, it auto debits from your either a UPI mandate or from one of your wallets. Then came a requirement saying, oh, I don't want to do this also. We introduced another technology where if it's a car, you just plug in into the charger, it automatically talks to the car, finds out which car it is, finds out who you are and starts to charge and makes a bill automatically. Then now the next step is come where we are saying, oh, this is not secure. Anybody can come, anybody can plug in, what do I do? Now we are doing something called plug and charge, where there are certificates being sent on the cloud, everything is authorized by bank, and then the charging happens. So a lot of things just to make it as simple as possible. Because that's where the EV adoption happens, because when you are very sure that I can go anywhere and I can charge and I can pay, and as easy it is, people will buy more vehicles. I mean, this is the famed range anxiety problem. Everybody is worried about, oh, can I take my car? Will I have a charger? There are sufficient chargers coming up, but these techs came up. And I think we played a role in bringing a lot of tech in getting all these things working. The next thing we realized in the years is the charging is not done at one place now. Unlike a petrol pump where you have to fuel at a fuel station, here you can charge at anywhere actually. The charger is at your home, charger is at your office, charger is in this hotel, charger is on the highway, charger is in a fleet hub or a hub. Charger can be anywhere. Various kinds of chargers. Now it is not one kind of device and you just go and take energy or a fuel. Here you have an AC charger which is a socket. You have a fast charger which is giving energy at 1 megawatt. So there is plethora of devices which came up at different technology, different rates based on the vehicle. It gets very complicated. Now, it also was an interesting thing for us to see where will actually people charge. Worldwide, 85% of the time, the charging is done at home. When you park your car or vehicle at home is where it gets charged. So should we do any of these? The problem is when these 85% of the cars are on the road, there is always a fear that what happens if my energy runs out? Where do I charge? So equally public charging is coming up, and then you will see chargers everywhere, all around the place, you will see in all places. When all this was happening, there were some interesting things which happened, which is very unique and special to India. People found out ways to use it without paying money. Very interesting thing was all these devices had something called an emergency button. It was introduced because it's all high power electrical equipment. If something goes wrong, you should have an option to press and pull the cable out so that you are safe. But people figured out that by just pressing, you don't have to pay money. Because it was emergency, device shuts down, take as much energy as you want, the gun is unlocked, you go away. We had to build technologies now to ensure that even if you press, you're billed. You take energy at that point and you bill. And that loophole was the first loophole everybody tried to figure out how to get out of it. And next is, of course, which is even more cruder, people figured out that the cable, the copper cable which is there, is far more expensive. So people come, just cut the cable and take the cable away. It's the biggest challenge in many cities right now because all the fast chargers, the cable is heavy copper, just cut the cable and take it away. That's the reason you will not find a lot of chargers not working because people have taken the cable away. Now it's no longer tech, we are now trying to find out should we introduce CCTV, introduce intelligence to find out who's that person capturing at what instant did he cut, just makes it very expensive. Hopefully we as a society we will not get into pulling out the cables but just let the device be. Yeah, as we did this also another interesting topic came up saying why should I charge my vehicle? Why can't it be like LPG cylinders? Used in the vehicles in Delhi and many, now everywhere it is there. Can I not just swap, replace my battery and move on? It was very easy use case for two-wheelers, three-wheelers, not so much for the cars. Car did not get in. We own a lot of patents in this area. We did the first early systems to say how to charge an auto rickshaw or a two-wheeler to swap the battery and take it out. It is a very nice thing to do. The problem is not to do with batteries, not to do with here, it's all about business model, where who owns the battery, will you be interested, I mean if you own a bike, would you be interested in a nth time used battery in your vehicle, would you like to have it in your vehicle, people didn't like it. So it is more of a business model problem than a technology problem, but in fleets, logistic fleets, any kind of fleets, it works very well. Retail users or users like us don't want to have it. So I think that is something we figured out in this journey. As we do this, like I said, home charging is important, apartment charging is important. What became a problem in many countries, also in India, is let's take this building, there are chargers below here. This building is designed to take a particular load from the distribution company and it is fixed. It is already set, the transformer is set, the substation knows this is the power it takes. Now if I park 10 Porsches or 10 high-end cars below here, they will suddenly need 1 megawatt more energy. Because each one is 100 kilowatt battery, all of them plugged in, they will take 1 megawatt at one time. Now the building gets into trouble, lighting gets into trouble. There are countries, like in Singapore, they gave a regulation saying, if I insert an EV, it should not disturb a lift or nothing should happen to a human life. Because if the power is sucked very badly, the lift may stop working. People might get stuck in a lift. Lighting may go off. So countries started to give regulations to say, you need to protect human life, not about charging. So then a lot of regulations came up and say, do smart charging. Find out what is the available power at that instant. Can you slow down the chargers? Can you slow down the vehicles? So a lot of AI has been built here. Now not to charge, how to slow down. Because if something goes wrong, how do I slow down? So initially we all thought about making it faster and faster and charge faster. Now we are building a lot of tech to make it slower and slower. I mean, I have a control on making it slower. I mean, I'm not saying make it slower, make it controllable. Yeah. The same thing then people went one step ahead. My car is an UPS. I've parked at my home. It's a 60 kilowatt battery. Why do I need a home UPS? Why can't I just connect my car and light up my home? It's charged. It's fully there. And I can light up my home, use everything at home. It's 60 kilowatt, not even 2 kilowatt battery you keep at your home. Now it's a 60 kilowatt battery. Now this is called bidirectional charging. You connect to a charger. Now your home can start taking power from the car. It's called vehicle to load. Then we went one step ahead. Then if there are 20 cars in an apartment, it's a power plant now. Because it's 10 kilo, I mean almost 1 megawatt power plant standing in your apartment. Then apartment said, why can't I use that? Then came grid, they went one step ahead. If in an area, if there are 100 cars in an office space parked electric vehicles, it's a huge power generator now because it has all the power. Can I use in managing my substation? Can I moderate the power? Can I change the harmonics? Can I take the voltage regulation? All that happen, it's happening. This is a new thing which we are all doing, gone up to the grid saying, now it's no longer charging, now we are talking about how do I manage, use all this data. Very few slides, I'll wind up with this. Future, as we are talking, there are a lot of talks to say, can I make it wireless? Remember wireless charging? I'm not a strong believer because I don't think many of us use a key charging on mobile phone. It looks nice, cool, but after some time you realize that has to be powered up anyway. There has to be a cable. You can as well plug it into your phone. Similarly here on road, can I have something by which car can charge itself? Trials have been done. A lot of tech around it. It will take some time to come. You also have now, let's say, wireless, solar. A lot of work happened and say, can I put solar on the vehicles? Right now it's not, it doesn't generate so much energy for you to use it, but eventually it will come. Pantographs have already been very popular in many cities. Buses can use ultra capacitors, charge very fast, go some distance, then again charge. So that is being done in many cities. And a lot of them are now building megawatt chargers for trucks and buses because you need long distance haul. You need very extreme high power charging to do charging in 5 minutes, 10 minutes for a truck and a bus. So a lot of things happening there. Last question which comes up is, this is the thing I would have started off with, but I wanted to end it with this. Everybody asked me this question when I said I work in EV. Two questions come up. Do you have energy? When I go out of India, people ask me saying, India, there is no electricity. How do you work with EVs? India has power surplus. I think if you read data, you will figure out that India has power surplus. Our distribution might be a challenge, but we are power surplus. Second is very interesting. Last week, government also announced that 50% of our current energy mix is non-fossil fuel. Because everybody asks saying, how clean is your fuel? Why are you burning coal to run an electric vehicle? But now 50% is from renewables. I mean, not only renewable, hydro, solar, wind, all of them are nuclear, non-fossil fuel. So this mix is supposed to change over time. And as we have more solar and renewables, it makes absolute sense to go towards EV because energy is actually quite clean and cheap. Yeah, I think we had an AI talk before this. So two things. There is a lot of question on saying where is AI? Is something doing in EVs? Absolutely. We call it agentic AIs, which is more autonomous, which is doing a lot of things. It starts within the vehicle, in the charging ecosystem. Everywhere you have a lot of work going on to make it super efficient. On the vehicles to make the battery life better, on the charging side to ensure, like I told you, balancing with the grid in real time, how do you work on it, a lot of work going on. Everything has to be automated in real time. Nobody can do things manually here. And also when you get into all the data coming in, a lot of insights have been figured out to find out what to do. Last thing, all these slides are done by a chatbot. Only talking points are mine. I put all my points and I said, generate a slide for me. This is not my slide deck. It was generated by a chatbot. One of the GPTs. And everything was done by just the talking one bullet point is mine. So all you heard of, whatever I told you is my experience, but the slides are from somebody else, not my slides. Thank you.
Thank you, Ravi Kiran sir. Really appreciate your honesty. Well, I think it was the president of the Futurist Association back in 1993. He said, the future is here, but it is not evenly distributed. So after listening to his talk, as he said, India is energy surplus. We need to figure out how we are going to distribute. Once again, let's give a huge round of applause to Mr. Ravi Kiran Annaswamy. Now, the final speaker for this particular segment before we patents, 2 edited books. No, whatever he has published, he practically owns a chapter in modern material science. He is a fellow at National Academy of Science, a mentor to generations of scientists. He has been awarded the prestigious Martin J. Foster Gold Medal, INSA Young Scientist Medal. Ladies and gentlemen, the Dean, the Professor, Dr. Ashokan Sundarajan. Sir, over to you.
Has it gone to the 9th slide? Yeah, it has gone ahead. Yeah, fine. Good afternoon, everybody. When I got into this hotel, I was wondering, what is this black sheep in the fawn coat doing in a very large gathering of industrialists and other eminent people, and also people here largely talk about AI, ML, large language models, big data, and so on. Did I come to a wrong place, or did they call the wrong person? I also thought for a minute, my son also, he works for a friend, and when I got in, he was sitting on the dais. I thought he also publishes by the same name, S. Ashokan. And I thought whether they called me instead of him. This happens very frequently. I get emails and my emails go to him. So then I realized maybe this is not the case, and then there may be some connection, because ELCIA wanted to set up a center for excellence in sensors shortly. So that may be the real reason for having me here. And also, when Vaidi called me, he gave a very fancy title, Sensor Blueprint. So I told him, when I called him a few days back, I said, it's difficult to talk about a blueprint in 15 minutes. And that too, sensor is a huge area, This is like talking about Indian history in 15 minutes. So I said, no, I would hesitate to do so. But let me give some brief, presentation about some greener pastures instead of, blueprints. So what are some new emerging technologies in the area of sensors? And I thought when we talk about emerging technologies in the area of sensors, will they be adaptable from the Indian perspective? Can we use them, or can we bring it to the market? So I thought that will be more relevant for ELCIA. And then I thought, okay, let me pick up one particular topic, namely fiber optic sensors, which have vast applications, versatile sensors, I would like to call them, and vast applications. So I would illustrate this in few minutes time, and this is about me. And then this is about what Paul Jacobs told long time back. Now the world has become more automated than ever before. So all our life is automated, and our cooking is automated, our driving is automated, whatnot. Our living has become automated. Soon our breathing also will become automated. So when we talk about a connected world or cyber physical systems, even human beings have become cyber physical systems. So when we have a CPS system, the heart of CPS is sensors. In this rabbit here diagram, initially I used to have this rabbit here diagram with all 3 ears, with communication, computation, and sensors and actuation. Then I thought, okay, let me have some more justification for my stay, and called sensors are the heart of any CPS system. Okay, so when we talk about sensors, sensors are not new to humans. Our body has so many sensory systems. We have talked about electrical, mechanical, electromechanical, chemical, and so on. Optical sensors are fairly, more recent in the chronology, and then, and they work on the principle of, interaction of light with matter. So they come with very different types: interferometric sensors, colorimetric sensors, spectroscopic sensors, resonance-based, absorption, transmission, refraction, diffraction, you name it, whatever. There are several types of physical phenomena are routinely used. So again, when we talk about sensors, and let me also give you a very brief idea about what type of market we are looking at for sensors, globally, Asia-wise, and also international-wise. So this is for Vaidi, because he said I should have some slide on numbers. Okay. So if you look at the real market share, so the sensor market is growing annually in a very rapid phase, and then you see that it is significantly reaching about $450 billion by the year 2030 to 2035. So Asia Pacific alone is contributing to about 40% of the global market share. This is valued about $80 to $90 billion in 2021, with about 9% CAGR through 2029. So obviously China is a leader. It contributes to a very large extent in this segment, and dominating in areas like consumer electronics, EVs, smart cities, and so on, followed by Japan and South Korea. And I deliberately didn't want to put the numbers of India because we wanted to go to the top place in Asia Pacific in the next 10 years. So if you look at the year-on-year growth, the sensor market grows steadily, again about 8 to 9%, 10% growth. And the market, as I said, by 2022, it's about $450 billion it is going to reach. So when we talk about optical sensor, let me concentrate on a particular type of optical sensor, which is a low-hanging fruit. When I say low-hanging fruit, I'm not talking about the technology is low. Why I would like to call it as a low-hanging fruit is, we have a communication industry which is very mature. We have fiber optics, which is highly advanced stage because of the communication industry. And if I look at any component which is needed for the sensor, fiber optic sensor industry, they are all there, be it source, detector, waveguide, circulators, direction couplers, all of them are being made for the communication industry. We don't need to reinvent anything for the sensing industry. We can happily piggyback on the optical communication industry, and then we can contribute to this optical sensing industry. And optical sensors have very many advantages compared to mechanical or electrical sensors. The best or the most important being immunity to electromagnetic interference. So whenever we have electrical sensors, especially in a strategic application like defense or aerospace, EMI can cause a big problem. Noise floor is very high, and therefore if you have a pickup, then this can cause havoc to your measurement. And optical sensors are basically intrinsically immune to EMI. They are very sensitive, and if you look at the conventional electrical sensors, optical sensors in many cases, orders of magnitude better in terms of sensitivity. Small footprint. If you look at a fiber optic sensor, we are talking about a diameter of an optical fiber which is about 125 micron in diameter. So the footprint is very, very small. Chemical and electrical passiveness. Silica, made of silica, it is chemically passive. You can use in any corrosive environment, nothing is going to happen. And secondly, it is electrically passive, especially if you are going to use for biomedical application, electrical passiveness will be a very important aspect there. Multiplexing capability. Fiber optic sensors can be multiplexed. You can put 200 sensors, 300 sensors in one optical fiber. And you will have the optical fiber which is functioning as a sensing element as well as the communication element. Both the purposes are solved. And the sensed data can be taken to kilometers far away without any attenuation. So you have a long distance sensing communication possibility which is packaged into one. So this is a very important advantage. Long-term stability, optical sensors are stable for decades. So again, if I come quickly to the market share, see the fiber optics sensor market share is about $4 billion US in 2024. And then Asia Pacific, again, led by China. And then again, Japan comes behind, South Korea and India and so on. So again, if you look at the market, which is going to evolve in the next 10 years by about 10%. So if for the industry, particularly the Bangalore electronic city industries, there is a large potential to get into optical sensing. So our sensor incubation center or the acceleration center which you are talking about in the months to come. I told it is getting funded by the state government, and MIT is also going to fund. So we are going to have a large, preferably a large impact in this area, so that we would be able to bring to the market what is being conceived in the lab, and then what can be manufactured and then sold in India. So if I come to the application domains, you name it, all of them are there. Industrial automation, manufacturing, civil engineering, biomedical, defense, environmental, everywhere there is potential application of fiber optic sensors. So this can be a very, very important thing. So with this about some brief thing, I also would like to beat self-drum. So I will also talk about my own work because it's passionate. I have been working in the last 2 decades in optical sensors. So I would like to tell about what I have been doing very briefly and some of our contributions. So I work in a sensor called fiber Bragg grating. So I usually begin my talks with a song from Sound of Music. If you know Do Re Mi, you can almost sing anything. So similarly, if you have a fiber Bragg grating, you can sense almost anything. This is perhaps one sensor which is known to us, which can be a physical sensor, which can be a chemical sensor, which can be a mechanical sensor, which can be a biochemical sensor, and so on, the way how you configure and how you use. Let me start with what is a fiber Bragg grating. Let me take a few minutes, and then a fiber Bragg grating, we all know about optical fibers. It has a core which is about 8 to 10 micron in diameter, which we have a clad which is about 125 micron in diameter. Leave the polymer sheath outside, which is for strength and then ruggedness and so on. So our high school physics says the core refractive index is slightly higher than the clad refractive index. So when I launch light, it goes through unattenuated, and what we put on the left hand side comes on right hand side kilometers away. But if you look at a normal single mode optical fiber, we have the core refractive index is uniform all along the core, axially. But if I want to make it, this is about communication. Our Kumar Shivarajan is happy with an optical fiber with an uniform refractive index core. But I am not happy because I want to play with it to make it into a sensor. Well, how do I do? I change the uniform refractive index of the core into a sinusoidally varying refractive index. If I have to give a rough analogy, a normal optical fiber is like an uncut bread loaf, unsliced bread loaf. Whereas a Bragg grating, fiber with a Bragg grating, is an optical fiber in which a bread loaf is sliced. It is analogous to a bread loaf which is sliced. So we have regions of varying refractive index. So if you look at the view graph here, so if you look at this is the normal optical fiber. All along the fiber there is uniform refractive index, whereas in a fiber Bragg grating we have slices where the refractive index varies. So this is like N1 plus or minus delta N1, N1 plus or minus delta N1 and so on. So what do we have? When I have a grating written on an optical fiber, if I put light into an optical fiber, in a normal optical fiber what you put on the left side comes on the right side, unattenuated. But with a fiber with a grating, what happens is one particular wavelength is reflected back and the remaining wavelengths are transmitted. So the reflected wavelength, which I call as a Bragg wavelength, which is a very sensitive function of the pitch of the grating, which is called the distance between two refractive index modulation, which I call the pitch, and the effective refractive index, which depends on the core and the clad refractive index. So if I want to use a fiber grating as a sensor, I either play with the change in the pitch or change in the refractive index to measure something. So let me put this video. Can I please play the video, please? So this shows about the technology. This is optical fiber. I photo imprint refractive index modulation in the core. Once I do that, so we have got the refractive index modulations built in along the axis of the fiber. Then when I launch light, you see I launch a broadband light containing all wavelengths from the left to right, one particular wavelength is reflected back, which I call the Bragg wavelength, and the remaining wavelengths are transmitted. So when I pull the fiber, for example, the pitch changes. Once the pitch changes, the wavelength shifts. So I can use the shift in the wavelength to very precisely measure the tension which is imparted on the fiber. So the most conventional application is bound to a structure. When the structure deforms, when there is a tensile strain or a compressive strain on the structure, the wavelength shifts I can very precisely measure. Or I can heat. Once I heat again, the pitch changes, I can measure. So if you look at if I look at the FBG, in a native form, a fiber Bragg grating measures strain and temperature. But with suitable transduction, I can measure acceleration, I can measure displacement, I can measure vibration, I can measure any parameter by playing with the change in the pitch. By playing with the change in the effective refractive index, I can measure chemical concentration, I can measure biological, like cardiac vascular marker concentration, I can measure proteins, very many applications are possible. So with this, I will give you one or two simple examples of the applications. Traditionally, the application of fiber sensors have been in structural health monitoring. You bond to a structure and measure the strain, temperature, vibration, displacement, and so on. So if you look in China, most of their bridges are instrumented. They are provided with structural health monitoring sensors. Our country, there is no regulation, there is no mandatory requirement, so nobody instruments. But nevertheless, this market is going to arrive at some point of time or not. You see, recently in Gujarat or Maharashtra, 2 bridges fell suddenly, causing so many, disruption to traffic, human life loss, and so on. So this is a very important application. So we have done a lot of work with ELCIA, and the very biggest advantage in fiber sensors in health monitoring is in aircrafts. So especially in a fighter aircraft, if I want to put 30 or 40 sensors in a wing, if you put a strain gauge which is 1 centimeter by 1 centimeter or 1 inch by 1 inch, and you put 6 leads per strain gauge, and it is like a trunk of an elephant which is coming out of the aircraft. So this is not which is desirable, because a kilogram of weight saved is kilogram of payload, kilogram of more fuel to fly, and so on. So this is again a view graph from our work. We have put about 30 sensors in ELCIA, and you see all these yellow lines are running the fiber optic sensors which are there. So this is going to be an emerging market, structural health monitoring using fiber sensors. We have done in windmills, we have done accelerometer designs and so on. So let me take 1 or 2 more minutes. So there are very many strategic applications. So we have built a 500 and 1000 bar pressure transducer for ISRO. You would ask me why there are strain gauge transducers are available, why fiber optic. See, especially if I want to measure pressure inside an hydrogen tank in the liquid propulsion system, you cannot use an electrical sensor that easily because of sparks and so on. Hydrogen is explosive. So we have developed pressure sensors which can be used in a very extreme environmental conditions. And the last one we have done, somebody was talking about UAVs. We have instrumented our DRDO UAV when they were doing the recoil mitigation. We have put our strain sensors to measure strains at various locations. It is actually weaponized UAV where there is a weapon which fires. And also we have recently developed a sonar for our Navy which can measure millipascal pressures underwater. So this is for submarine and other detection. So I would tell you that most of them are TRL level 2, 3. And there are no industries would like to, they have to take it up. If a sonar has to be made commercially, sold to the Navy, we need industries to come in. That is also one of my main reasons to talk about it today. And we have done a lot of work in biomedical domain, be it gait analysis or radial arterial pulse pressure waveform and so on. I'll take 1 more minute. You can play the video. So on top there is a video about, you can play that. So this is our fiber optic sensors. You know, if you want to measure blood pressure when the patient is undergoing a surgery, they put intra-arterial probe, which is invasive. So we were trying to see whether a non-invasive blood pressure measurement and radial arterial pulse pressure waveform can be measured. So this is not an infant, it's a few month, a year-old baby in Indira Gandhi Child Health Institute in Jayanagar. You could see we were able to replace intra-arterial probe with a fiber optic sensor probe. So again, we have done for eye tracking, movement of eyes to detect autism, Alzheimer's and so on. So various biomedical application is there. I will stop with the last slide, environmental sensing, which I did with Honeywell. I think Dr. Yadav was there. We have a patent with Honeywell on this. On carbon dioxide, we have done CO2 sensing, NO2 sensing, various types of gases. And then we have done on mercury. We have done sensors for mercury, cadmium, arsenic, lead, all sorts of. See, you would see this is an integrated platform. I can build one platform for chemical sensing, biochemical sensing, physical sensing and so on, which is otherwise is not possible. So it's again the last slide. We have done recently on cardiovascular markers and biomarkers. Our idea was whether I can detect all cardiovascular markers simultaneously. C-reactive protein, myoglobin, creatine kinase, troponin I, all can it be done in one shot. We can save a lot of time for the doctors. Within 15-20 minutes we can do the sensing. So thank you very much. So this is to give an idea of what we have done, what we can do with you in ELCIA and what we can do with electronic industries in Bangalore. Thank you very much.
Be seated. So I'm sure Sir Dean would love to answer a lot of questions by our very own Vaidyanathan. Let me once again welcome back on stage Dr. S. Devaranjan, Mr. Govind Yadav.
Qualification for what you said. As a teacher, we only ask questions. We don't answer.
But the good thing being a teacher is between teacher and the student, teacher always learns more. Mr. Ravikiran Annaswamy, sir, kindly join us on.
Even the question and answers, the request that I got from audience is phenomenal. I don't think we'll have adequate time to. Wheelers being made. Kudos to you, sir. And companies here, may I put the question this way to you? What were the cultural challenges for adoption and implementation of the technologies at each stage among the workers, middle-level managers, and the top? That could give us some, because you have taken all the technologies, kindly convert it into how you could implement.
Brilliant question. I think the most important thing in all this technology is how it is implemented. Most important. I think technology is available, how it is implemented from in the shop floor. I'll try to talk from how it has been done here, because in our factory we started from SPMs, simple purpose, special purpose machines, CNC machines, then went through different stages, because I was an Indian company and finance is very prudent. We need to really make effective use of all the finances what we have. So what change we made is co-creation of everything, involvement of the operators, because we find who is the customer for us. Because not the final person who pays for the vehicle is a customer, but the first customer is an operator who tries to bring the designs, follow the process and deliver the product continuously day in, day out. So he's the first customer. So we started co-creation along with him. How? we started asking what are the pain points. I think morning we discussed about what are the pain points. Where are areas where it can be implemented, which will give benefit for him, including the designer, for example. Okay, so it's operator meaning even including designer, including your engineer in our cases. So we try to co-create along with them.
Right.
Work along with them. See, in our case, if you come to our factory, we do changes in our layout on Sunday. The operators participate in that. And Monday morning, he'll not be in the same line because he would have changed the productivity and improved, thinking that only one person is required instead of 3 persons. But he is sure that he is being taken care of in the different areas.
Nice.
Work along with him. That is first. Second is on the knowledge level. We send almost some 350 engineers to outside for the education, IISc, IIT, outside India. Continuous education is important. That will mean that, okay, when they come back, they have to give a bond which can retain, but retention of our people. So it is at second level. Third is we have formed SIT and CFT, cross-functional teams, at the top level. Top level cannot be given only direction. How they can also involve in our cases. That's why I said energy and empathy in our case. So it is a practical this thing. However, there are challenges. The challenges in terms of the speed, because top management always wants to be done immediately. And how to have involved work, success begets success. That's the way we have gone into thing, co-creation, working along with the thing, and continuous education, sponsoring to different programs, bringing to different areas of application, working with the startups to come into a factory and working along with the factory. Many startups inside the factory itself, machine building area where we build the machine ourselves instead of ordering the machines outside. Lot of continuous small initiatives. I'm not saying all are big. No, I'm not talking technology here. I'm talking about application of technology in an area where it can be seen as a benefit for the operator and for the business, including the design of Scooty, for example.
Right.
Scooty is a revolution change which came in. It developed by our engineer by going into the customer, going to college students, what are the problems they have. And Scooty was developed for the college girls. Our moped, for example, it can carry huge load, including for the villagers, including for our, and including the style in which. Today our three-wheeler is the best in the hospitals because pregnant women want to have suspension better. I'm just saying, go to the customer. That's why I put in my slide, customer is a major focus. Outside customer, inside customer, co-creation along with the customer. Whether it's the product who buys the product or the engineer who makes the product.
Lovely.
That's the area where you thought. I hope.
Lovely.
Yeah.
Just a second question, if you could kindly address it briefly. You talked of all your modernization, but integrated two interesting things. One is Tattva as a philosophy, Panchabhuta, integration of that. And also you talked about AI topology. Quote unquote, this is very costly, perceived, and this is also costly. How do you get it in optimally and get value out of it?
Absolutely. I think it's an inbuilt work which you try to do. We believe in CSR in a major way. And whatever we do in our factory, we try to bring culture into our picture. Culture in terms of respect for what we do, respect for the machine, respect for people, respect for the environment which you are working. That concept we took. And we said, anything which you do, talk in terms of tattvas, in terms of how much water saving, how much of energy saving, how much of this thing, and link with AI. How? Putting sensors in every area. Sensors in the air input to a machine. Sensors in the power generation to a machine. And we found that huge waste is happening in our country. So we found that the benefit of elimination of waste for TPM, TQM, and Japanese really enjoyed working with us because we said we are going to the crux of tattvas in our case. And
what can be measured can be improved.
Yes, and I strongly believe in our area of GDP growth, our culture will be a differentiator for India to be the great in next few years to come. I feel that's very strong in our case, and I feel it will happen. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Govind, I think I'll come to you in the same order in which we took presentation. You talked, you talked of what the world is going to be from today through to next decade and next 50 years in terms of sustainability challenges for aviation and defense. How do you're seeing the impact on India. How do you see the opportunities for Indian companies to participate in this MNC movement, technology movement that Honeywell and other giants are leading? What are the opportunity for MSMEs, technocrats, entrepreneurs in the identified lines?
Yeah, a great question. There is an immense opportunity. And when I say, for example, sustainability, then electrification. And then electrification, there are systems of like let's say actuator, electromagnetic actuator, or we are looking at a vapor compression system. Each of these systems, there are components like motors.
Right.
Then you're talking about the ethanol thing. So the motor component design has to be high power density. So that particular co-innovation or opportunity can be at that level, component level, because you can't solve everything. Let the MNCs be the system leaders. But you can come up with a very indigenized solution and you can be leader in that. I think Sujay Madam, we work closely with them, but
Okay.
Nicely on the motor side, like we are working on, let's example is copper. Copper can go up to 240 degrees centigrade. Right. But Honeywell has developed up to 700 degrees centigrade.
Wow.
So now just by changing the copper and its insulation, I am now creating a different industry. So at that level, you have opportunity. Second thing is on the problem statements, like obviously the areas of agility, right? Some of the MNCs may not take every problem because they need a big market.
Right.
And there will be a gray areas in between, which are also very savvy from the business case.
Right.
But they may not take because the appetite for them is to take like $1 billion, like very high. But the sandwich in between, that's white space also can be a good opportunity for the Indian thing. And third important thing is, I suggest look at the next horizon technologies, next horizon products coming into the market, and what are they lacking, or listen to these MNCs. Hey, like from Honeywell side, we say, hey, we're looking at, let's say, coatings, we're looking at some materials, we're looking at listen to them and try to have a co-innovate around that. I see that as also an opportunity.
Lovely.
Thanks.
I think what we will do, Govind, is we'll invite Honeywell team to specifically come to Electronic City, because we have carbon nanofiber startups, we have BLDC motor specialized companies, we have sensors companies, we have avionics companies, and we have drone companies. I think we'll invite you specifically to come and talk. We would like to exchange further.
Sure.
Thanks a lot, sir. Thank you. Okay, Ravi, your presentation, you were honest to say it is the GPT that did it for you. It brilliantly mapped the technology trends, but in terms of where are we now, sort of did not get captured. Can you throw some light on adaptation and usage of the technology? And since in each of the things you said, the business model is adaptation, and hence, if it's a business model, there are opportunities for all. What would those be?
Yeah. I hope this is on.
Yeah.
Okay. Big adoption of EVs right now. Cars are still a small number in terms of the number of cars being sold, not even reached 1 million in terms of number of cars we sell. But this year has been phenomenal. Every car OEM is launching a new car.
Right.
Even as we talked last week, 3 cars got launched, including Tesla, you might have announced. You might have seen Kia, Tata Harrier got launched, all 3 of them in 1 week. So a lot of vehicles coming in. I always go back to late 90s and say this is a phenomenon which happened in telecom. When the phones were very expensive, the calls were 60 rupees, 40 rupees incoming, outgoing. But once some regulations changed and more phone models came in, Nokia 3310 was a revelation because the phones became more affordable. The moment you had more models, people started buying phones and said, where is the network? Because if you remember, we all searched for a network, moving around in a hall, so where is the network? And then the telco companies had very clear requirement that people are buying phones, you need towers. It's a very similar thing here. The more cars get sold, more vehicles get sold, the energy companies have a motivation to install. Right now, India has close to 20,000 fast chargers, and 20,000 fast chargers where their utilization is sub 2%.
Right.
That is, you install, hoping that you make money, but only 2% of the time it's being utilized. So, though from a car point of view also, there is a 1:250 cars ratio at this moment for public charging. Expected is 1:6. So, which means India needs close to 500,000 charger in the next 5 years. Cars will increase in number. Two-wheelers, we will be probably the world's largest market of EVs in the next 5 years. I mean, we're already big, we will be the largest market. So, a lot of equipment, infrastructure and vehicles coming on the ground, but not at the pace we thought it would happen by 2025.
Right.
But I think next 5 years it's going to change.
Okay.
But having said this, Indian companies are now doing global work. I mean, in a sense, a lot of innovation from India. There are a lot of, on the charger side, a lot of hardware vendors in India, selling in India, outside India. I mean, we are more digital players. We're in India, we are in 25 other countries. So I think a lot of innovation is happening in India, which seems to work very everywhere else, which also gives us a lot of confidence to say that the problems we solve in India make it actually a universal product, because if we can make it work in India, it can work anywhere else. So that's the philosophy we use.
Lovely, thanks a lot. Here again, what I would say is, we at Electronic City, ELCIA as a township authority, we are an incredibly progressive and forward thinking. So possibly we'll invite you to see what further we could do.
Absolutely.
I'll talk to my ELCIA colleagues also. Thank you. Professor Sukhan, thank you, sir. You talked of the enormous opportunities out of the FBG, fiber optic cables. Is it from lab to make it TRL2 to say TRL9 is a long, long haul. So even there are several entrepreneurs who will be keen on co-working with you, and as you mentioned, we're in the process of setting up a center of excellence for sensors. We would love to take it up. How do we, how do we get the ecosystem in terms of funding interested youngsters and such faculty to be involved, apart from the industry, sir? Your thoughts on it?
See, if you look at the actual TRL level, as you are rightly said, we are somewhere in TRL level 2 or 3.
Correct.
In terms of implementation or deployment of the sensors in the field. But this requires many more iterations to bring it to the level the industry needs.
Yeah.
So there are avenues both from the governmental resources as well as from associations like what you are planning.
Yeah.
See, what we can really do is, especially in the area of fiber optic sensing domain,
right,
the opportunities are enormous.
Right.
Whereas we are restricted by the facilities where the industries need certain facilities during the development. So there should be a very tight handholding and association with institutions like ours and industrial, those who want to start up. So what we can do is we can work together in the enhancement of TRL.
Right.
So the center which we are talking about is precisely what we are looking at that.
Right.
So there are various types of sensors which are being developed, taken IISc in Sense department, in our department, in IIT Madras, IIT Delhi and so on. So many of them does not come to the light. So technology wise they are equivalent, or they are equal to better than anything which is available in the market.
Very true.
But the very fact that it has not gone through the evolution cycle, and to make it foolproof in terms of field deployment and very repetitive performance and so on. So what we can do is, if somebody is interested, we can work together, and through either a government agencies or even private agencies, we can see whether we will be able to help them to develop.
Lovely, sir. Because there is one startup which is wanting to work on a fiber optic gyroscopes for satellites. I mean, it becomes such a miniaturized product, and with a double redundancy it can be.
Yes.
So again, since due to paucity of time, it will be a fantastic thing to continue with the panelists with the due permission from all the panelists. And thank you all. Please join me in applauding our wonderful panelists. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
All of them would be available off the, from the concerned faculty. We'll share it with you all. Thank you.
Yes, before that, we would like to hand over a memento because member at ELCIA EC, you can hand over the memento to Mr. Dr. Yes, Devarajan, Mr. Nityanand Yashwant, the trustee. Do you have Nityanand?
Yeah.
Oh, yes. At ELCIA Trust and also Associate Vice President, Talent Planning and Deployment. Kindly hand over the memento to
Thank you all.
Mr.
Sorry,
Govind
couldn't take much
Yadav.
of your time.
Mr. Babu Rangaswamy. Do we have Babu Rangaswamy? Yes, who is the trustee at again ELCIA Trust. Kindly hand over the memento to Mr. Ravi Shankar Annaswamy.
Which?
And Mr. Said
Devarajan,
Atiq. Said sir is a member at ELCIA EC and AVP Facilities at Tech Mahindra. Kindly hand over the memento token of our appreciation to Dr. Ashokan Sundarajan. While we are recognizing all our eminent panelists, ladies and gentlemen, I just want to let you know, after 6 o'clock, we have Mr. Sharad Sharma. I'm sure some of you might know him. If not, he is the co-architect, the backbone of India's digital public infrastructure. I was watching some of his podcasts and I said, you know what, I want to watch it again and again, and I want to watch all of the podcasts. So it will be real an honor and opportunity to have him here with us. So if you have got any evening plans, cancel it, stay back and enjoy the conversation, because I don't think again you'll get an opportunity to ask him any questions, and it's going to be for almost an hour. Well, having said that, it's time to have our tea break. It's 4:25. How about we come back to the same very hall at 4:35, Sujya ma'am? Will that be all right? 4:35, quick tea, coffee, help yourself. Let's come back to the same very hall at 4:35. We have got one more amazing panel discussion on skilling for the Imagine you are an angel investor and you have got 10 crores that you would like to invest. In which emerging tech will you be investing and why? Who would like to answer this question? Imagine you're an angel investor. You have 10 crores to invest. In which emerging tech will you be investing and why? I know it's evening and you have been overwhelmed with too much of information, but I've got an incentive. Whoever answers, I'm going to give you a gold coin. Let's see who's going to. I probably know the panelists would like to answer the question. Yeah, we'll get started, sir. Please.
Sorry.
The question is, imagine you have got 10 crores. In which emerging tech will you go about investing and why?
Absolutely AI.
Absolutely AI.
No second thought.
More specific, what exactly in AI?
So probably developing specific agents for some of the domains. Right? I am passionate about aerospace, so probably I will do it there. Yeah.
Interesting. As promised, here's the gold coin. That's a chocolate, by the way.
I think I would invest in the material science to find an alternative for the gold that you're thinking of.
Yes, I've got few more. Definitely I can hand it over. There you go. Yes, ma'am.
Any application which helps on mental health programs.
Any application that will help
AI-based to scale up, because that is something which is needed now. Mental health.
Mental health. Okay. Yes, very much. In fact, during COVID, the first wave, 2020, I was stuck in Australia for almost 4 months because of all the lockdown that happened. And I was listening on this on the radio, and they said, because budgeting was absolutely all over the place, and they said now we are allocating the highest number of funds towards domestic violence and mental health. Because now people, husband, wife, people in a de facto relationship who are in a living relationship have to see each other 24/7. And imagine what might come up. There's no breathing space at all. So I can relate to that. Yes, sir. Oh, I must giving you a chance.
I will
looking
invest.
at my hand. Thank you.
Yeah, AI-based agri technologies. That is the least one actually. People are looking at it, but next big thing will be happening there. So we will replace all the farm laborers with the AI, for sure.
Are you from a farming background? Mandina maga, yavuru, sir? Yavuru. Okay, interesting. Okay, let's keep the conversation. We filled. Okay, and the next question, follow-up question, what's your big aha moment? What is your big learning so far in since morning 9:30?
If I need to invest in any technology, I would like to invest in a cheaper device which measures the mental pressure, the stress level of a person in a very easy manner. Right now you have to put some device and put something. I would like to put in a ornamental type of device which can, the moment it goes beyond the threshold, it should warn you are under stress. I would like to invest in that kind of technology which can keep, check about your mental,
Who else would like to share? Or your big aha moment as of now? What has been your learning so far? Something that you're going to take away. Rama ma'am, how about you? 50 plus years of experience.
Our intention was, of course, for me personally, more than learning, we wanted to expose employees, leaders in the manufacturing, IT industry and all, how the technology is changing all over, and they should get prepared for that. And more detailed sessions can be had if they show interest, whatever they want to do, that would be really useful. Main purpose is to educate people.
Awesome.
I think I'm hearing, I spoke to many people, they were saying it's awesome panels. Everybody is so knowledgeable about the latest technology. Just now one girl told me that she learnt a lot. That makes us feel really happy.
Awesome. Thank you, Rama ma'am. And she has played a vital role in bringing all these amazing speakers. Something that concerns me personally is, Rama ma'am, one of my mentors used to say, education without implementation is entertainment. So I hope that today will not be an entertainment today. I hope that all the notes that you have taken, all the things that you have learned and heard will be something that you will be using at some stage. I believe we are good to start. Sujaya ma'am, I'm looking at you. Give me a thumbs up. Maybe I should have a tea. No, I had enough coffee. In fact, see, this is what happened. That's why I'm closing. Okay, let me introduce all the eminent panelists and take a couple of minutes. I hope most of the empty chairs will be filled by then. Otherwise, we don't want to squeeze that 45 minutes to further 35 minutes and 30 minutes. The expert panel discussion will be on the topic skilling for the age of AI. Are we ready for the industry 5.0? Well, we are at ELCIA Tech Summit 2.0. We are going to discuss about, are we ready for industry 5.0? The moderator for this session is the co-founder and CEO of CogniQuest, who is Mr. Satish Grampurohit. In this particular company, AI meets the messy world of documents and makes sense of it all. With over 25 years of experience at Infosys, rising from the campus hire to global head of delivery for insurance, clearly he knows how to steer a ship through digital storm. He has played role as an investor, advisor, founder, bringing boardroom wisdom and garage-level hustle to every venture. He drives CogniQuest's mission to simplify intelligent documenting process so businesses stop drowning in the paperwork and start scaling with AI. A champion of leadership style rooted in empowerment, innovation, and laser-sharp strategic focus, because great tech needs great culture to thrive. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a huge round of applause as we welcome the moderator of this session, Mr. Satish Grampurohit. And he'll be joined by the following panelists: Mr. Victor Sundaraja, Associate Vice President at Infosys. He leads Infosys Global Education Games, spearheading digital life skill and tech mastery across geographies, business units and subsidiaries. Chief Mentor of Infosys Springboard, helping 18 million plus learners level up in digital literacy and life skills. He bridges the world of industry and academia with ease. Deeply embedded in engineering education circles, active in CII, IEEE, NASSCOM, and many, many more. That's Mr. Victor Sundaraj, ladies and gentlemen. Now it's time to invite Professor Amresh Chakrabarti, who is the Senior Professor and Chair, Department of Design and Manufacturing at IISE. After topping in BE, ME, and earning a PhD in engineering design from Cambridge, basically an academic royalty with a blueprint of brilliance, he has authored 36 books, 350 plus papers, 13 patents, editorial journals across continents. He is a decorated global honor from Cambridge and many, many, many other awards. It's an honor to have you, Professor, with us. Well, we have another professor who will be gracing the stage, and that's Professor Dinesh Babu Jayagopi, Professor, Head of Data Science and AI, Faculty in Charge Placements at IIIT Bangalore. Leads the Department of Data Science and AI. He holds a PhD in EPFL, Switzerland, award-winning research that got both international applause and internal acclaim. He has secured major collaborations and grants from DRDO, CAIR, Accenture, and many, many more. Ladies and gentlemen, this will be the final panel discussion, and the topic is skilling for the age of AI. Over to you, Satish sir.
Yeah, hi, good afternoon everyone. I hope the coffee and tea will keep you engaged and awake. So we are in the age of AI. I'm sure almost all of us have heard of AI. I just wanted to hear how many of you have been using AI in your day-to-day job. Just raise your hands and tell me. Yeah, I know some of you are doing but not raising. Yeah. Okay, that's good. And how many of you are actually learning how to apply AI in your day-to-day job? So it's about using ChatGPT is good, but yeah, doing it in the business, that's good to see. That's very good to see. Yeah. So today the topic is about skilling in the age of AI. There is a lot of excitement about AI, but I also see there is a lot of apprehension about what will happen to human intelligence in the age of AI, right? So that's what I think we will cover. As I came across one very interesting quote recently that your job will not be taken away by AI, but it will be taken away by somebody who knows how to use AI. So it's very important to know how to use AI. And that's what we will try to do. And it's not just about AI in technology companies or software companies. It's about AI in every other business, be it a manufacturing company, MSME or fintech or any other business is what we would like to cover. And in my view, there are three type of personas when it comes to AI in skilling in AI, right? One is a AI leader, a leader at the helm of the company or running a business. Second is a AI builder, people who are doing things using AI. Third is a set of people who are using AI users. And then again, in terms of the skill, there are three levels of proficiencies, the beginner, and then there is a intermediate level, and then there is an expert. So we will try and cover all these aspects in the 30 to 35 minutes that has been allotted to us. We have already got 10 minutes less than what was planned. So we'll try and keep it as brief as possible. But with two professors on my side, I'm scared how I'll manage the time, right? Yeah. Yeah, so good. With that, let me start. There is an urgency to learn AI and be comfortable with AI, and the world is moving very fast, and every day morning I wake up, I hear something new. What was there yesterday is completely redundant today. So we are in a space where our ability to have a longevity in the career will depend on how we can become more and more agile and adaptive to what is changing around us, right? So with that, let me start with Victor. Victor, we keep talking about core AI skills. Just help us demystify what do you mean by core AI skills?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, ELCIA, for the opportunity. I mean, it's definitely an incredible chance to be with all of you and share our perspectives. Thank you once again. Getting into the skills, before I get into the AI skills, let me just set the context for the skills, right? So from when we talk about skills, at least at Infosys, we define the skills as skills in three horizons: the skills of the past, the skills of the current, and skills of the future. Right, so whether it is AI skills, whether it is any technical skills or domain skills or whatever it is, right? It will fall into these categories, right? Any category that we look at, always I think we should look at what is the current one and be equipped, and always look for what is coming ahead as well, right? That's one aspect of it. The other dimension of skill, I think you talked about the basic, intermediate to advanced. Other dimension is, starting with the technical skills, right? The know-how of the tools and technologies to how to apply it in different industry domains, right? The domain skills, and having the right kind of a mindset, from a professional skills, from a communication to, the articulation to, be it, how to apply it with the right intent, right? And at the same time, the process and project management, right? So that defines in general, right, the skills, right, what we are talking about. Coming specifically to the AI skills, right, taking the same categorization. Number one, I think you need to have the foundational aspects first, right? When I say the AI skills, foundational things, probably it could start with the mathematics and statistics, to understanding about data, right? Understanding about data engineering, right? Data analytics, right? And building on top of it, getting into the technology aspects of AI, right? The tools, or probably how hyperscalers use it, right? As a AI application builders, you need to have those hands-on technical skills, right? And the third aspect is, while you know these technologies, how you can apply it to different industry domain, how AI is applied in manufacturing, how AI can be applied in healthcare, how it can be applied in, say aerospace, right? So you need to have how things work in each of those industries and what are those regulations in the industry. So that takes me to the fourth part of, the skills which will be needed. You need to work, within the context of responsible AI, right? Building the trust or explainability or meeting those compliances, right? So all this encompasses in a larger sense, how we can define the AI skills that will be needed.
That's great. Thank you, Victor. And Professor Dinesh, coming to you, see, I would like to understand what he was talking about was more from a technology industry perspective. But if you have to look at a non-technical roles, I think most of the jobs in India in the services or manufacturing would be in the non-technical roles. So how can AI skills make a difference to them? What does it mean in the non-technical role to have a AI skill?
Sure, yeah. So let me try to be short and take less time than you as a professor, yes. And I think you gave a pretty good lead, AI leaders and AI users, right? So I think AI leaders, from what I see, having talked to different people, the ability to understand problems which can be solved by AI, problems which don't need the fancy AI, whatever was old school and whatever worked before. I think the ability to choose when you want to do deep learning or AI, I think that's an important skill, I would say, as AI leaders to have. And also being on top of the state of the art, right? Because if you see the state of the art is moving so fast, it would be good to have access to a lot of POCs that are built using state of the art and current, right? I think that is something that AI leaders should probably have access to. And also the ability to understand the limitations of AI. For example, certain things it is better not to maybe go into models which are black box models. Maybe what could lead to deployment risks, right? Some errors which can lead to huge risks, and also things that don't have enterprise grade quality, right? Things like that. I think these would be very important for AI leaders and also AI users, the way you put it, right? I think the ability to imagine applications, right? I was just talking to somebody and he said he just used multiple AI tools and came up with a brilliant video, which was possibly going to take, I don't know, 3 months to make and so on, right? So I think in terms of AI users, I think if they can use some of the tools and push the boundaries of imagination, I would say that is something that would be really great, right? And also creating agents to solve problems. And I feel sometimes maybe it's high time that instead of doing everything self-taught, which seems to be a mode many of us are into these tools, right? So I think some amount of in the schools, if we can bring, say, at least AI skills, right? Just imagine and explore the possibilities. I think that would be fun at a school level, I thought. And also the ability to reason with data, as he mentioned, right? Rigorously, statistically valid, and so on. And lastly, I want to talk about one experience I had when I went to France. There was a Paris city region office we visited. And you see there were lawyers embedded in the city office, which funds projects for development and so on. And you can see that a CDO, the chief data officer there, is just playing with models, choosing different models, exploring different use cases. The lawyers are telling you this doesn't comply with GDPR, let's make it better. And it was wonderful to watch that this is responsible AI in action, right? So I think something like that we should have more of, where people with different skill sets come together and work together. I think that will be good to have. Yeah, thank you.
Great. Thank you. See, what I have seen is, while we are thinking of skilling in AI, etc., on one side, AI adoption is increasing. On the other side, I also think that we as humans are becoming over dependent on AI, right? Personally, I have become so addictive to using some of these things like ChatGPT, etc. When I have to write a very important mail, I have to go there and check whether it is written correctly or not. So without that, I am not able to even think of a structure for a mail. So I'm sure similar things will happen in everything that we are doing. So Professor Amrish, to you, see, how do we ensure that in the process of skilling AI and adoption AI, we as humans don't get de-skilled in what we are supposed to do, right? So that's a very important thing, because we keep thinking of positive things of AI, but there are not so many positive things about AI. So just wanted to get your perspective on that.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think that's a very serious question actually. And I'm seeing that every year, even in my students, which are supposed to be some of the brightest in the country. I just spent a couple of months in Sweden this summer, and we had a little discussion also on AI, and it's how we should adopt AI in our activities. And one of the students said, I deliberately do not use AI. And I asked him, why do you not? And he said, because that will make me dumb. And of course, you can ask what kind of response is that? Because everybody wants to solve the problem very quickly, right? And efficiently, and all the other things that are good about how industry and practice should operate. Then last 3 weeks I was in England, and one professor came and he said, I was expecting my student to finish reviewing 100 papers in 1 week and come back and give me a summary, and I was very disappointed that he did only 5. Now look at it. On one hand, you want the student to be efficient and therefore read 100 papers and summarize and review and critically understand and make a gist of it. And on the other hand, you want that student to eventually become somebody who can critically review somebody else's work and tell whether it's worthy of being kept or not. The entire edifice of science is based on that there are some people who understand a certain subject better, and therefore pieces of knowledge that they say are valuable are the ones that we need to keep and build on, standing on giants' shoulders. And this is a major dilemma. Imagine, ultimately, who takes responsibility? Let's say AI makes a mistake. And who takes the responsibility? And a bridge falls. Does the human take or AI take? Ultimately, it's human who has to take the responsibility, right? So somebody should be able to tell that the knowledge that is passed on is worthy of being applied. And I think we need to have a major emphasis on understanding fundamentals and being able to solve it on our own, so that this capability of whether the AI is right or not can be adjudged at least at the ballpark level. It's like learning how to do maths at a level so that we do know when we are pushing the wrong button on our calculator. That's absolutely essential.
So now, Victor, now that AI skilling is necessary, despite all the apprehensions that we have, how do enterprises or companies go about skilling the people right from the entry level to middle level to leadership? What are the gaps you see in what needs to be done and what is being done today?
Just start with some of those statistics, right? So one of the analysts, they say close to about 75% of the workforce, the current workforce, are not prepared for the future skills, right? So that's the reality on the ground, right, in the industries. And close to about 70%, they just live, based on the shallow skills. So they don't have the advanced, the depth of skills. They just, manage with what they have, right? So some of these things are startling number, right? This is the reality, and this is what is, happening, right? There is a massive, reskilling or upskilling which is required in the industries, right? Which is a must. And on the other hand, right, when we look at the academia, right, I was just reading a statement which says the entire generation is preparing for, the current generation is preparing for the jobs that will not exist, right, when they graduate, right? So that's a kind of, the state what we are living in. There is a stale, syllabus, curriculum. right? At the same time, I think there are efforts which are happening on all fronts, right? At a country level, at universities level, there are new AI curriculums introduced, everywhere. So, I mean, across all, all aspects, all entities, stakeholders are gearing up for this, filling the gaps from the academia even to the industries, right? And it's happening. I think at least if I have to talk about what we are doing at Infosys One, I think we are working with companies, working with colleges, institutions, and schools, to enable AI skills through Infosys Springboard, right? And internally within Infosys, we are doing our own internal AI enablement, right? Across, I mean, it aligns with whatever you have mentioned in the beginning, right? Starting from making our people AI aware to AI builders and to AI masters, right? So it's something which we have started, and close to about 100% of our talent is AI aware, and we are making the builders enabled, developers enabled as AI builders and masters, who will be driving the architecture and so on, right? So that's the way it is evolving, and I mean, the work has already started. That's what I would say. The gap is being realized, and there are conscious steps being taken across all quarters.
Great. So, Professor Amresh, see you are very passionate about manufacturing and product development, have a wealth of knowledge in that space. So, given that most of the industries are also kind of being impacted beyond the IT and technology, what kind of activities in these industries like product management or manufacturing can be supported by AI, and what kind of skill augmentation can be done for those people?
I think I see the skill set that are necessary. I think it has been said that future skills, right? So if you look at what are the future skills, some of the future skills that people have spoken strongly about are ability to, in one sentence, ability to deal with uncertainty and ambiguity. And, the other skills that are very well definable, the ones that are possible to make explicit and transferable, are the ones that AI is going to be better at doing. So the point that one needs to identify is that what are the skills in which ambiguity and uncertainty are more, and how do you skill people? And I'm going to keep on emphasizing the importance of people in the importance of AI. Because ultimately AI is based on people's knowledge and skills that are pulled together in one place and basically run through. How do we create that knowledge? I think this collaboration, creativity, problem solving, critical thinking are some of the skills that all require being able to deal with uncertainty and ambiguity. That's one part of it, where human beings need to be trained well. For the AI, we need to identify what are the jobs in which these are less, and therefore we can have greater confidence on the results that AI produces. Is it hallucinating? Is it just creating stuff that doesn't exist? And I think one point that has been made is ability to assess the output from the AI. I just want to make one point here, that there are two very important studies that are worth mentioning. One is what is called Flynn effect. Flynn effect is essentially judging the human intelligence and whether it is improving or not improving every year, over 50 years. And for the first time in last 3 or 4 years, we are seeing a decline in human intelligence. It's a very worrying effect. And second is, there is a major MIT study that has come up now, where they compared people who use AI and are good at using AI, and those who don't use AI and use their own brain. And it's been found that in tasks, those who are good at using AI are actually worse in being able to judge that on their own using. And again, that's something that we have to be worried about.
So given that a large portion of our the income in India comes from services industries, manufacturing is also growing now, it's very important that we have to skill people and get up to speed. The world is changing very fast. So in your view, Professor Dinesh, what is your view on the current training programs, be it internal or external? Are they kind of sufficient to meet the growing demands for one is the scale of training, other is a variety of training that is required?
Sure, yeah, thank you. So I think on the academic side, maybe we'll discuss it later, but from a gap point of view of what skill gap could exist in current industries and how it can be addressed and so on, right? So I think we talked about AI leaders, we talked about AI users. So AI developers, if you think about, right, one of the ability is to troubleshoot, right? You take an existing model, run it, and it doesn't work, right? So now what do you do? I mean, is it a data problem? Is it a annotation problem? Or is it a model that is a problem? Or is it training the model a problem? Or is it that you have formulated the problem itself wrong, right? I think there are several places where, there is scope to change and make something work, right? I think that is an important skill, right, to troubleshoot AI in some sense. And one example where IIITB has collaborated with Samsung R&D when they were trying to increase their R&D presence and so on was a MTech program where 30 students came in and they had coursework, which is sort of the foundation, right? But they also did a thesis, each of them, most of them, and here we could see that they were eventually trying to solve a particular problem, which could be of interest for the company or general interest, but they were trying to do something novel, and they were basically trying to do this troubleshooting, right? Where they make something work, but they also understand what you need to do in terms of formulation, data, annotation, model, training, everything, right? So I think that is a skill that needs to be developed. Sometimes that skill also is very mathematical. So when we upskill, we also might need to look at the math aspect as well while troubleshooting, right? Otherwise, they're going to be just looking at APIs and don't know what's happening, right? Because sometimes they say one theory is worth 1,000 experiments. So having one clear understanding saves a lot of experiments, right? So I think that's an important skill to have, I think, yeah.
Well, it's very desirable to have AI skilling. Also, resources and budgets come into picture, right? So, Victor, in your view, how can organizations do upskilling programs more efficiently and bring in more practical AI learning for their employees?
Yeah, I'll cover that briefly in two aspects. I touched upon what we do as an enablement program internally. So one is, we have infused, we have our own foundation program, the graduate onboarding program, what we do, right? So in addition to training them on full stack, regular, programming, technologies and other development aspects, we have deliberately, kept the AI tools towards the end. We have not missed it, but we have kept it towards the end so that, they learn the traditional aspects and then, get introduced to those AI tools so that, they'll be able to validate it. That's number one. So we try to, infuse, AI and the enablement programs at every stage. That's number one. And for the existing employees, as I said, we did a massive exercise of making everyone AI aware and focused programs on, for example, for AI builders, how they can work on AI tools by hyperscalers, right, and become a more hands-on, right, or probably for AI masters, coaching them to fine-tune LLMs, right, or probably curate them for specific industry applications, right. So those are some things which we have kept it at different proficiency level. And consciously, it is added in all of those continuous education programs as a mandatory add-on, right, in every aspects that we do. Right? That's one part of it. And second, right, if just preaching doesn't help, right, you have to actually use it and show those examples, build that mindset, right, of using it, right. So that's the important part. So we have built our own learning platform, which is powered by AI, right? And our own employee experience, the chatbots that are powered by AI, right? So that people use it, deliberately, people, go to it and learn from it and use it, right? And not that, I think there are, small language models and, specific, to specific industries are being built, right? And there are millions of code being generated by Copilot by our developers every week, right? So all these things are conscious steps and investments, engagement, at every stage which is being made. And at the same time, all of that is governed by our responsible AI framework, and organization and compliance, and at the same time ensure that the explainability aspect is taken care, right? And we meet all those regulations. Yeah.
That's good. Yeah. Professor Dinesh, it's to you. See, my son, when he was in 7th standard, he had Microsoft Word as one of the tools to learn. The content in the book had a very different version, and the version he had on the laptop was very different, right? So whatever instructions were there in the book would never work on the laptop. So that was the gap between what was being taught with what was being current, right? But now when he was in 10th, I think 11th, he had AI, and he was learning NLP, which is natural language processing, which my team members also do, right? So I could actually see the content could actually catch up in 2 years, and I was very inspired and impressed by what the government did. But coming to AI yesterday was different, today is different. From an educational perspective, how are you trying to keep AI skilling current?
Thank you. It's a very, very important question. And as you can imagine, I mean, if you have to just catch up with what's happening, it's very difficult for a faculty, right? So it's not easy, right? In our institute, I think even at IISc, there is a computational data science department. We have a brand new data science and AI department, and the country has recognized that, for example, there is a GATE exam in DSAI that has started. So there is a widespread recognition that you need people who are deeply skilled in data science and AI. So we have started a BTech program in AI and DS. We have started a MTech program in AI and DS. And some of these students are, for example, taking courses like machine learning, statistical machine learning, statistics, right at the second semester, right? So math is very important. Hands-on programming is very important. Data structures, whatever is important for computer science is also important for DSAI, right? So we have tried to create a curriculum which is sort of AI first in some sense, right? So that is one of the way we are thinking to sort of reorganize our curriculum and teaching towards what is current and happening and so on. And if you see some of the fundamental principles from where all this has emerged is basically deep neural networks, which is training several layers of neural networks, and then some other additional ideas in reinforcement learning and so on, right? So in terms of the technology path. But there are lots of interesting applications around it that has also come about, right? So in that sense, I think as an educational institution, we need to give the foundations, fundamentals, and then there will be something on top which will be the current things, right? For which we have tried to make sure that our curriculum is up to date, and also we have mandated all faculty to take advanced courses. For example, an advanced NLP would be a very important course maybe in recent times, right? And we also have the possibility of collaborating with, say, adjunct faculty. Being in Bangalore, people can come, they can talk about some of the things that people are doing, OCR and so on. So we can have adjunct faculty who can talk about some of the projects that they are doing. So which I think is an interesting way of making sure that at least the ones who are interested in joining industry eventually, they know what is currently happening in the industry, right? And also we have our certification programs which are more at a, AI beginner, or at a level which is much more accessible to a larger population, right? So I think these are some of the ways in which we have tried to make sure that our academics is also ready to run, because we have to run. I mean, that is very clear. Yeah, thank you.
Maybe I'll open up to the audience here to ask any questions. Any of you have any burning question that you want to ask? Can pass this one.
Yeah, we can.
Some of us cannot hear.
Professor, she was saying AI taking jobs. Please continue.
Yeah, we only talk about AI taking jobs, but what about academic dishonesty? I think there's a lot of loss in learning, independent research that we were taught as kids, writing essays or solving chemistry equations or mental mathematics. All that, yes, of course, with AI, it's become much easier, and every school, institute now allows the use of AI. But I feel somewhere that integrity goes away, there's some sort of dishonesty, so would like to know your thoughts on that.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think that's a very important question to ask, and I think it is increasingly going to be a more and more important question. At the end of the day, at least there should be enough people in the society who are able to think independently and create new knowledge that are not dependent on essentially an assimilation of other people's knowledge, which is basically what AI does. Right? Deep learning is nothing but taking a large amount of data and running through essentially a neural network and adjusting the in-between coefficients to ensure that the input and output match with each other. And you hope that in the new problem that we solve, basically feed either input or output, that you backpropagate or forepropagate and you get the expected output. But you do not know whether that output is actually right output or not. Okay, that's the fundamental problem with AI. But let's come to the fundamental problem with human beings. The way we learn is not by taking a very large amount of data and running through neural networks. We run by looking at a relatively small set of samples and bits of theory, which are basically generalizations of knowledge from the past, and put these together to make sense of new piece of knowledge. So how do we ensure that our children are able to learn that and have that very important ability so that they can create the knowledge that can feed into hopefully AI later on, who can do the more mundane pieces of work. So it's like running, do we teach our children how to push buttons in a calculator? Or do we teach our children how to add numbers with each other and subtract and multiply and divide? If you cannot do that and you give a large number, I can do a ballpark calculation to see whether by and large your number is correct that calculator has put. And if we lose that as a society, that ability, that we do not know what we are feeding. And it is not only the joy of learning, but the ability to learn itself that will be lost over a period of time. You do not use your muscle loses its strength. Same is true for cognitive muscles. So it is absolutely essential now that they learn their ability to do these things on their own before they get skilled in getting AI to do it. Which is basically saying, can you do my homework for myself? Rather than I do my homework and falter and fail, very important to fail, and then learn from that failure of what's correct. This is absolutely essential. So we need to find a way in which fundamentals are taught of how to learn and not just pass it on to AI, that please do my homework. This is essential.
Well, Satish, if you may just add it, right? Just a point. This may be the simplest of problems, right, that we are facing. I'm sure, I think the jobs will go away. It will create new jobs. But I think we are heading towards much more bigger problems, right? I'm sure, I think yesterday something came to light. I'm not sure how many of you have read, right? An AI system in a company was just fooling around, just erased all the employee data and created 4,000 plus fake records, right? And for the last 3-4 months, it was just acting as though it is obeying all the commands, right? And finally, it just completely taken over, right? Only yesterday, I think it was accepted that it was doing all the fake things, right? So we are heading towards, such a scenarios as well, right? Because some of the things can be handled and mitigated and, probably corrected. But this is also something, that we can anticipate in the future. Yeah, that's the other side of the story.
Good to see somebody talking about academic honesty, etc. But I was actually surprised and shocked when a startup got funded and the startup was into cheating, right? It got a big funding from very well-known VCs and it helps students to cheat in the exams. And this is an accepted fact in the world where just focus is all about getting things done, right? So it's very important to have ethics. I had questions around ethics. I know we are running out of time. But maybe we can ask, we can have one more question if anybody has a question around.
Yes, I think already someone has got a mic over there, yes.
Hello. Yeah. It's a similar kind of a question, okay. So someone in the delegate said, they told, job, we are not losing the job is transforming. Okay, about the job is fine. What about the skills? Like we build from the traditional way or the ancient ways. We build, right, like cognitive thinking, whatever the mind we build. If an app is built by AI, then what about that skill we thought like from the last 50 years or last 20 years or for the applications, where it will go? Because like today's generation kids, they will learn directly from the AI, or like whatever, like inbuilt, directly they will get customized thing. So where that skill will go? If something happens, if AI goes down, like goes in a rogue mode or like apocalypse, who will be having that skills in the future? Is there any thoughts about that?
Yeah, it's like a pilot not knowing how to fly the plane, right? So that's what we will be. Professor Dinesh, we want to answer to that?
I'm not sure, yeah, it's
a very... whom are we supposed to blame, sir? I think Modi ji or...
It's like a movie scene, like in the future if AI goes to apocalypse, we don't have any skills, right? Like we will end up with like, who will handle the things?
I think there is going to be a major transformation, right? In terms of what skills people will be ready to pay money for. I think there is going to be a change, right? It's going to be big change, right? We have to be ready for it. But I think it's anybody's guess, I would say. I mean, nobody knows. I have read several books. Everybody is speculating. So I don't think there is a definitive answer. But things will happen at a slow pace. The gradient will be slow. I think we should all adapt is what I think, yeah.
Okay, on that note, I think it's time to end the panel discussion. Satish sir, you said about investors, a VC investing in a dishonest startup. Kalru buddhi kalruge gottirodu, kalru kasta kalruge gottirodu, sir.
They are very honest to publicly admit that they are into cheating. And they are not dishonest, but they enable people who want to cheat. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Now I would like to call upon stage Vinay Kumar, who is the CEO of Varbindhan. Vinay, are you here? Please join us on stage. He is also a member of ELCIA ECL. It's time to facilitate our amazing panelist. Also, the president of ELCIA, Sriram Kumar. Sriram sir, once again, let us welcome you back on stage. So Vinay, you can hand over that momentum to Satish Gram Purohit for moderating the session. Oh, you're giving it to... It's all right, it's fine. Slightly step forward so that the empty bottles and the glass will not be visible in the photo. In fact, we had someone in the audience asking Satish sir, what is Industry 5.0? Probably something that you can answer at a later stage. Once you're off stage. While we are thanking and appreciating our panelists, I would like to mention that next session is a closing keynote. Just because it is called as a closing keynote doesn't mean that the session will end after the closing keynote. After that, we have got a very special announcement. None of you are aware of it except for a few of us. And of course, the prize for the hackathon will be announced. And then the Bangalore paradigm, where Mr. Sharad Sharma and Ms. Malati will be addressing us for nearly 60 minutes. In the opening, yes, let's give a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, to Professor Dinesh Babu, Professor Amresh Chakrabarti, Mr. Victor Sundaraja, and Mr. Satish Grampurohit. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yes, you saved us 10 minutes. In the morning, Kris Gopalakrishnan sir, in his opening keynote, he said it is not humans, comma, machines, it is humans plus machine.
Vanakkam, namaskara.
Namaskar. Stage is yours.
Okay, so this is for the front and back. Okay. Subha Sanjay, namaskara, vanakkam. Happy to be here and yeah, sure, I'll take care. Thank you. Thank you. Now, of course, it was expected because 5 o'clock closing note, half the crowd only will be there, and that is clearly expected. There could be two reasons why all of you are staying back here. One, you are definitely interested in the sessions which are going to be further away, or your home is very close by. That's the because Bangalore traffic is something which we are all afraid of, and one of these reasons you are all staying back. Okay, my presentation is going to be on humans, machines, and meaning 2.0. It's more philosophical it is going to be. So pardon me, I'm not going to get into any technical aspects of it. Meaning 2.0 is where I'm going to stress upon, and then we will introspect. If you look at it, we had Arun Jagannathan training all of us in AA in terms of he was giving practical examples, how to log in, how to see, what is to be done and all that. Probably 2 to 3 years from now, a humanoid could come and take the same class for all of us. That is clearly possible. You don't need a human being to come and teach how to use AI. That is possible. Similarly, Ravi Kiran talked about charging, supercharging, EV charging stations and all that. And then when you look at it, few years from now, the same humanoid which taught here will go to the supercharger, charge itself. And probably either it may pay or may not pay. Okay, depending on who has trained that humanoid. Critical aspect of meaning 2.0 is going to be, 2 questions were asked. I'm not sure whether the person who asked the question about what will happen in future, will the world vanish, will the world collapse, and all those scary worry about if the machines take over. That was a very interesting question that he asked. And the academic deception or academic cheating which happens or whatever be that, that was another question which was asked. Both these questions point to one very important introspection point. Ethics of the machines are going to be basis of ethics of the human beings. We are going to decide what the machines are going to be doing in future as well. The way we are going to be, the machines are going to evolve. So if the AI has cheated in a company or whatever that we say, there is some pattern, some way, some behavior that we are going to be inculcating that into the machines as well. So I'm going back to Dr. Devarajan because I consider him as my mentor, guru all the time from my early days in TVS. He made a very important, subtle statement that culture is going to take this country forward. It's not technology. He used the word culture is going to take this country forward. And that's going to be the meaning 2.0, which I'm going to be deliberating now in this session. I'll start off with the video. Can I have the video played?
Success is hard to define and harder to achieve. At Wipro Infrastructure Engineering, we redefine success every day. Because we strive for excellence through the vision of our customers who span the globe, whose needs are constantly evolving to create a new future. What we do takes a relentless commitment to expand the horizon of our potential, be it in a bountiful harvest, expanding access by achieving economies of scale, reaching for the stars, or touching back down to earth. The work we do touches the lives of millions. From helping our customers uplift the next billion through our hydraulic solutions, to helping conserve our fragile ecosystem by purifying and recycling water for industrial use. Our aerospace business helps millions touch down safely each day, while our additive manufacturing business helps our customers reduce manufacturing costs and time to market. Our automation solutions help our customers scale production to meet growing global demand. And our joint venture with Kawasaki fulfills our customers' hydraulic component requirements. Our recipe for success is simple, but not easy. We innovate across every step of the value delivery chain, as we partner with customers who seek nothing short of excellence, to deliver unmatched quality at scale, for industries across the globe. None of this would be possible if it were not for our committed team of engineers and specialists who push the boundaries of what's possible each day. It is a matter of great pride for each of us when our hard work is recognized, and it keeps us motivated to do even better. To expand capabilities, meet evolving needs, harness cutting-edge technologies, and engineer a brighter future for us all. We are Wipro Infrastructure Engineering.
Okay. So the reason I wanted to show this video is not to promote Wipro as a brand. That's not the purpose. Just to show the two facets of Wipro, because all of you are aware Wipro Limited, IT software company, 300,000 plus employees, global software organization, and this phase of Wipro is hardcore manufacturing. We have about 50 plus factories across the world. We supply, for example, Boeing, when it lands on a Wipro's landing gear actuator supplied by us, or hydraulic cylinders. Wherever Caterpillar is in the world, we supply hydraulic cylinders to them. Wipro Water or Wipro Automation. In fact, I was mentioning to Dr. Devarajan that the TVS e-scooter assembly line, the battery pack assembly line is supplied by Wipro. We do complete assembly line building for automation projects and all that. So basically, in fact, our chairman, Asim Premji, turned 80 yesterday, 80 years of his presence in the industry. He created both these phases, which is one is the hardcore manufacturing factories, starting from Chandrika to aerospace products to hydraulics, to a software area. So when we are talking about humans plus machines and 2.0, this is going to be the area of intersection between hardware equipments and the brain behind those hardware equipments. When you will look at it, what is meaning 2.0? Are we looking at that we are creating a superhuman in a machine, or are we going to be the superhuman over that humanoid? So that's the question of borderline question that we will continuously be evolving. Human beings as such, we have been evolving a lot, and we will continue to evolve. Whether, for example, there was a question about answers being done through the AI. So I don't know how many of you are aware, International Maths Olympiad is the toughest exam. And Gemini Pro 2.5, the gold winner is this time is AI engine. And it is possible to crack such a complex mathematical problem is something which is unheard of in the industry. So it is evolving. It is evolving, and we have to be, we need not fear about it, but we have to be appreciative about it, and we should enable that to go in the right direction. Neuralink, another great activity which is going on. So far, 9 patients have been implanted. This brain-computer interface is going to be the next wave of technology. So when we are talking about we giving intelligence to machines, this is the reverse of it. Machines are going to give intelligence to us. When I am going to be with Parkinson, when I am going to be with Alzheimer, when I am going to be with epilepsy, when I am going to be down and my nerve system is not going to work, my brain is not controlling my body, then this interface is going to make me still lead a useful life. So if I ask you that who climbed the Everest first, you will remember. If you ask you that who landed on the moon first, you will remember that. Similarly, we all have to remember Nolan Orberg. He was the first patient in the world to accept for a Neuralink implant. And he was able to communicate. When he's having a full paralysis, he was able to communicate through the chip which was implanted in his brain. So that is the dichotomy that we have to face. So machines are going to come inside us, and we are going to give life to machines. Ethics is going to be the most important topic that we will see being discussed. And somewhere we will end up with a hybrid consciousness, because machines are going to get their own consciousness and our own consciousness which is there. These two have to merge together to evolve that ethics part of it. So when we are talking about artificial intelligence, we are talking about IoT, we are talking about quantum computing, Bitcoin mining and all that. It is going to come inside us one day, and we will have to be prepared for that change as well. Humans are not machines, and at the same time machines are not humans. When we talk about it, when you look at human organs as such, millions of years it has been evolving. We were using our nails to cut, pierce, eat and all that. No longer we do that. The organs, if we reflect ourselves, what we were doing, say 30 years back in our childhood, in our school days, and what we are doing today is a big difference. Every part of our body, what we were using it, our children are not using it. Our children are not going to do a kickstart of a Bajaj scooter. They're never going to do that. Because that organ movement is not going to be done by them ever in the history. So, this nails to knife to gadgets, morphing, is something which we'll have to be conscious of. And we will have to. One powerful statement was made by the previous speaker. Professor Amresh Chakravarti was mentioning this, saying that we will lose the muscle power if we don't use the muscle, which is absolutely true. And what we were using the muscle power for and what we will be using it in future, that will morph. Same is applicable to cognitive muscle also. What we were using our cognitive muscle earlier, FX100 calculator, today I don't think you can even ask any student to use FX100 calculator. That's history. You can't use a camera which is that role based and then chemically developed. History. Things will evolve, things will change, it's beyond us. We don't have a control on it, but we will be able to engage meaningfully in directing it in that direction. So this is important element that we'll have to remember. Similarly, not just the organs, the habits are changing. We used to have the arts and crafts that millions of years back what we were doing is changing. Carving to cursive writing. I don't know how many of the children today are good at cursive writing, and they are all taught, and we ourselves have forgotten. Our own generation, which went through a lot of writing, we ourselves are forgetting how to write. It's all about typing, and typing also will go away. Another 10 years, you will see that nobody types in the phone. They will talk in the phone. So it's just that habits will morph. And similar way, when you look at it, this is a classic example. It's not a political statement, but we all know content to context. That's where we are going to play a role. In fact, Arun Jagannathan, when he was talking about it, he made a very powerful point about core and the periphery in the AI, which is something which is the problem here. Because the translation, we are talking about AI has done such a great thing and all that. What stupid thing that the AI has done in terms of a translation, language translation, simple translation, it made a joke of the decade. When it comes to again meaning 2.0, we also have to understand the division of labor. Who is master, who is slave? This is something which is essential. So when typically we say these roles will get reversed, depending on the context, depending on the situation. I used to weld early part of my career. I used to weld in the factory. I'm a trained welder. And then when we moved to large production areas, then we started deploying robots to weld. Robot welding is very standard today in terms of, and we cannot go back to that manual welding ever in terms of large structures being welded. So when we are talking about manual labor that we were doing, or we were making animals to do the job and we were doing it, now we are making the machines to do the job, still we will have to understand the difference between who is a master and who is a slave. We used to have a very interesting debate. A robot programmer, is he programming the robot, or is the robot is asking him to program? Okay, because robot programming job itself will change, because you don't need to program. Robot itself will program. So the Gen AI, the coding, and all of them need not be manual going forward. So we said like manual welding, so the jobs will be lost, welders will lose the job. Then we said they will morph and skill into coding, or they will do the programming for robot. So we said like there is a skill upgradation. Now today, we don't need the programmer also. You just have to have the 3D job, and the robot will decide what it should do, and it will do the welding. So this master-slave dichotomy will always continue. We also, when we are talking about meaning 2.0, we also have to understand what is the difference between being physical and physiological. This is going to be a very critical difference in understanding the meaning 2.0. The statistics says that very rarely, as mothers, the lady is not trained to handle a newborn baby. She is not given a formal training. But we don't hear any stories of baby slipping from the mother's hand and getting injured. Doesn't happen. Nurses are trained how to handle a newborn baby, they are trained. But we still hear some stories of baby slipping from nurse's hand and getting injured. The difference is, it's psychological. The mother owns the baby and she will never let it go. So the difference between a mother handling a baby to a nurse handling a baby to a robot handling a baby, that is going to be the definition of meaning 2.0 in future. And how that cognitive alignment, cognitive balance is going to come is something which we'll have to watch. We will have to take this forward. Technology as it evolves. This is a clear example. In fact, professor from IASC was mentioning about the sensors and the optical sensors and all of them. When you look at the overall design, someone has made us, this machine as a human being is made by someone. And the kind of technology that has been put into this machine is something unbelievable. One example is this, just that hand skin. Okay, when you take a skin, we are now developing a neuromorphic sensor, which can replace the skin portion of it for a robot gripping application. So robot gripping application doesn't sense the pressure today. So we have a force feed sensor which is built in over there. So we try to take that. Touch sensing, the tactile sensors which we are developing. But will we ever be able to replicate a skin? Will we ever be able to replicate a human hand? We will be able to do, but it will take probably another 30, 40 years. We would have cracked many other things, but cracking this will be an issue. In fact, if I have to mention about the 5, I have to read it out because it's one, our human hand, when you look at it, pressure, texture, vibration, pressure, temperature and pain. All these sensors are there integrated in the hand. Elasticity and flexibility. It's so elastic. Skin is so elastic. You don't have a material which will be so elastic and so flexible. Because dexterity, that is their part of the overall human hand. It has a self-healing property. If there is a tissue tear, if there is a injury, it will heal itself. Dynamic signal processing and sensation. Because the skin sensors are always integrated with all the sensors of the body. I can close my eye and say whether it is apple or orange by touch. So the sensors are all integrated with the entire system to the brain. Moisture, grip, the microstructure, fingerprints. The uniqueness of fingerprints is a brilliant design. Even when you look at a password or a passcode which you give, we will say two-factor authentication, various things. But still it is a combination of numbers. Combination of numbers and letters. Whereas this is unique. No two human being has the same fingerprint. The ridges, the circular ridges, the combinations which are there is infinite. In fact, the theoretical estimation is potentially the mistake of fingerprint can happen 1 in 64 billion. That's the mistake level. And somebody has designed this machine. So let's believe in that designer. And because the meaning 2.0, convergence is going to be critical. So we, just to give a linkage to a Hindu philosophy, we talk about Advaita and Dvaita. Dvaita is duality. Advaita is oneness. So we say that Jiva and Paramatma and soul and body and all those complications. The duality is there today. The machines and the humans. Okay, duality will continue. Machines and the humans. Unless that superhuman or a superpower decides that machines are going to be the humans, replacing humans, and humans are extinct, so be it. So that design of cognitive convergence is something, meaning 2.0 is what I'll conclude. Basically, when you look at it, the empathy, creativity, vulnerability, and the machines. So when you get into, I got into Waymo recently, about a month back in Bay Area. It's a ghost car which is driving you. Just ordered a Waymo, you get in, driverless, you go. You always carry a fear. If it locks, if it stops, if I'm not able to get out, what will happen and all that. The car has senses about all around, who are all coming, what is happening, from where to where it has to go. Everything is there. But what is missing is, if there is a driver, he is going to be giving an assurance to me that if something happens to the car, I have one more human being along with me to assure me. That fear factor is something which we will continue to carry in our entire life. Entire generations will carry that fear factor. Am I going to have? In fact, Govind from Honeywell, he made a very interesting presentation on the autopilot and all that, and I was talking to him on the sidelines. So he was saying that accidents in the air are very, very few compared to accidents in the road. And I don't know why this Dreamliner and other accidents are getting so much, people get worried and scared. I was mentioning to him that probably we as a human being, when I am on the ground, on the Mother Earth, I feel more safe. When I am not on the earth, when I am flying or when I am in the ocean, there is a natural fear I have. Because I have limited people around me. I don't have the ecosystem of hospitals and various other things. So there is always a balance between the fear of human beings versus the technology growth. And as long as we are able to navigate it to a convergence in terms of thinking and feeling, getting into a convergence, we'll all be safe. I would say towards a shared future, human plus machines and meaning 2.0, robotic surgery is one great example. Because today the doctor is not sitting there and performing the surgery. He is more precise sitting in the computer, assisted by, of course, the nursing staff and others, but he is much more precise in controlling the robotic arm there. Because the human hand can still have that nervousness or last minute challenge. But if it is not there, this convergence is a beautiful example of meaning 2.0. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sundar sir. Kindly please stay with us on stage. We would like to felicitate you. To felicitate this leader from Wipro, we have got another leader from Wipro, and she is Rashmi Shankar, Vice President and Head, Facilities Management Group, India, Sri Lanka and Bangladesh at Wipro Limited, and she's also a member at ELCIA EC. Sir, kindly, okay, sir, center of the stage please, so that the ELCIA Tech Summit logo is captured. While the photos are being clicked, the memento is being handed over. Kavita Garla, do you know who Kavita Garla is? She is Kavita Garla, who is the curator of this Tech Summit. Wave them, wave your hand. She is Kavita Garla. So she is the curator of this Tech Summit, and she has got a fancy app on her phone. It's called Vastu AI. And it gave a notification saying that at 6 o'clock, if you really want to consume the knowledge from the speakers, ensure that you can see the complete face of the speakers. So the speakers will be speaking here, and I see a lot of empty chairs. So if you see the side of the speaker, then no, you'll not be able to consume after 6 p.m. So I request all the people sitting on that side of the room and this side of the room to kindly occupy the center. So fill these empty chairs. Yes, students, participants of Hackathon. Oh, even Rama ma'am is occupying the front too. Thank you so much. I didn't know that she would buy that. Well, we wanted to do this before Sharat sir walked into the hall. But anyway. This was before COVID. I don't remember the exact time, but a war had broken in one of the African countries. And India had to intervene, and they requested that African country to pause the war so that it could airlift all the Indian citizens and also other nationalities who had requested the Indian government. Then Foreign Minister was Sushma Swaraj ji. And obviously the government in that African country, they obliged, they stopped the war, and India government, they were able to airlift all the Indian citizens. And Sushma Swaraj ma'am, she tweeted saying that Indians, brothers and sisters, doesn't matter where you're stuck, in which part of the world, the Indian government is here to ensure that we will bring you back home safely. So one of the legends here in Bangalore, Charlie, a keyboard warrior, he tweeted back saying, Sushma Swaraj madam, I'm stuck in Silboard Junction, can you help me and to reach home safely? The reason I'm sharing this is, imagine Electronic City with those flyovers. Imagine Electronic City with those 4 lanes, 6 lanes. Someone visualized, they could foresee what might happen. And we have one key person who played a very critical role in this, and we will be honoring that person. It's a very special announcement. Very few people are aware of this. For that, I would like to call upon on stage President of ELCIA, Sri Ram Kumar sir, and Chairman of ELCITA, Dr. V. Veerappan on stage. This is a surprise. Yes, Veerapan sir is aware of it, Sriram sir is aware of it, I am aware of it, couple of people in the AV team, they're aware of it. I don't think even many key people in ELCIA and ELCITA, they're aware of it. We'll be honoring this amazing person. I'll be reading out what this person has accomplished and you will have to say or guess who it is. One of the earliest women engineers in Indian tech landscape, she broke barriers not for applause but to pave the way for others to walk with pride and possibility. Who do you think it is? Beyond applause and awards, her greatest achievement is in the army of admirers she has inspired, each of whom carries a little piece of legacy. Who do you think it is? When most people consider retirement, she stepped into a new challenge, transforming the electronic city into India's first self-governed industrial township, overseeing the smart infrastructure, sustainability and civic innovation. Who do you think it is? Under her leadership, electronic city became smarter and more livable. With smart lights, parking, waste, fleet, traffic system, along with the community first initiative, skilling MSMEs. Who do you think it is? Starting her career back in 1970, she brought state-of-the-art telecom technologies into India, climbing microwave towers, leading R&D into wireless and satellite communication, managing global programs long before the term tech leader became common. Who do you think it is? At Infosys, she rose to become vice president and delivery head for 4,500 member engineering team and also served as a Bangalore development center head overseeing 22,000 employees with calm, strength and strategic vision. Ladies and gentlemen, who do you think it is? To do the honors, I would like to call Dr. Veerapan to take it from here. Veerapan sir, over to you. Can we have a hand mic please? Thank you. Yes.
Good evening. I think you all guessed who is this. But this is long overdue. I think then we decided better late than never. I think there's no need to praise Rama for all of us. See, I'll tell you, now we have one CEO for ELCITA, one CEO for ELCIA, then we have so many people managing. But she alone managed for 10 years both organizations. I think which credit goes to her, and flawlessly. And moreover, what happened, wherever I go, I have been to any government department, even today, they know only one name, which is Rama. Wherever I go, the secretary or anybody I see, the one name which they are telling is, how is Rama? Including the CM. I think everybody knows. So what we are telling is, Rama, you should stand for the member of parliament. You will win. I think such a wonderful person. I think there is, from our heart, I think all of us, it's not from all of us together from Electronic City, we all owe to her. All of us owe to her. It is not like we cannot give an award to her and so on. But our sincere gratitude and appreciation, I think we have to give for Rama, who made this all. We are all standing today. Thanks, Rama, for all your please come forward. With God's blessing is always with you. Please come, Rama. Please come. Let's all give a standing ovation for Rama. Please come. I would like all the executive committee members also to come to the stage. All the EC members of ELCITA, MC member Murli, all of you come to the stage. Even trustees Nitya, Babu, all the entire team, please come also. Aruna, all come to the stage. All come to the stage, I think. So he's from all of us, Rama. Please come.
honestly, I'm completely caught unawares. And I'm really touched by the affection shown by all of you. And you know, when I came to ELCIA from Infosys, I still remember the first meeting, Veerabhadrappa wanted to know, what does she know, how can she run this place? I think, so maybe, you know, that became a little bit of a challenge for me. Let me see how I can do it. And you know, I've been a fighter all along. Absolute fighter, because whether it is in ITI or Infosys or wherever, Infosys, I joined at the age of 45. All my team members were 23, 22, like that. I had the challenge. They are very knowledgeable and they know everything, and I have to manage them. It was really a tough thing to this challenge, and I'm really amazed. When I was in ITI, normally in a public sector, please sit down, why are you standing? I'm not a head madam. Whenever I come to ELCIA meeting, everybody will stand up. I always say, I'm not a head madam, please sit down. So in a public sector, in the 70s, I was sent to many educational institutions like IITs and things like that to improve my knowledge. In addition to that, in Infosys, traveling abroad is very common. From ITI, I have gone to Japan 5 times. I gone to US, I have gone to Puerto Rico, I have gone to Jamaica, I have gone to Australia, I have gone to UK. And you know, others were amazed. How you are managing to go? One project, I'll tell you what happened was, I had broken my leg. Once I broke my back and once I had broken my leg falling from a ladder. So then I can't walk to the R&D lab, so they gave me a job in corporate. And in the corporate, what happened was myself and B.N. Suresh, he was the flute, he used a flutist, actually a famous flutist. Both were sitting side by side. And they gave me the documents of digital microwave systems, this big documents of all the vendors, and told them to make a tabulation of what specifications are required and what others are required. I was diligently morning 8 o'clock to 5 o'clock I was doing, and this gentleman sitting next to me, you know, he used to come around 10:30, leave around 11 o'clock or 12 o'clock, he will go home. I told him, both of us will work together, we can make better deal. Because, you know, I didn't want to make my inability of walking to, in fact, I used to come with a stick and all that. He used to go home. To be honest, what he did was, he used to go and drink. And he drank himself and he fell again. Within 1.5 years or 2 years of this incident, he's no more. May his soul rest in peace. But because I did the positive, looked at my trouble as a positive way, I headed the project for almost 10 years. And 45 days, first time they sent me to Japan to head a team of about 45 people. I was the leader for all of them. And in Japan, first day they said, this lady, oh, Rama-san, a lady has come, because they are not used to ladies heading things and all that. And at the end of my team, everybody used to say, Rama-san, Rama-san, Rama-san. Morning I used to go, evening 11:30 I used to come back, because I have to talk to all the 45 people, understand what they want, what they want, write. There is no typing or anything, write everything, give it to the R&D engineers, next day morning I will get answers. So these are some of the things which I really have, that, you know, that falling and my taking it positively and the other gentleman, you know, taking it negatively. I think I have had adversities, not that I've been having a smooth run, lot of hindrances, and many of them used to even try to pull me down many times, but I did not fight. But sometimes others have fought for me, and I think I'm very, very satisfied about all the projects, right from ITI to Infosys to Electronic City. Electronic City, though, I think it was my passion. I really come on my own. Even right from road repair, road asphalting to smart city, everything I have personally loved it, learned it, and in fact, the team which we built, about 45 people now working in ELCIA, all of them were raw. They didn't know anything. And those days we didn't have the consultants coming and doing things. We used to say that everything has to be done by us only because we didn't have so much money. So we have done a lot of training for those people. And I think I've talked a lot. I've been allowed to me, I will talk forever. And I'm very, very happy that this kind of recognition from my own EC members has given to. What is that?
No, you tell her who is he?
Who?
No, when Chinmay was telling, you were asking who is she?
Oh, yeah, I didn't know. I didn't know. Initially, when you started telling about ITI, I came to know.
Okay.
Thank you so much. God bless you all.
1 minute. I think everybody is reading this for the benefit of all. Let me read the citation. Certificate of Appreciation. The certificate is proudly presented to Mrs. N.S. Rama in sincere appreciation of her exemplary leadership, unwavering dedication and outstanding contributions as Chief Executive Officer of ELCIA and ELCIA. Your commitment to excellence, vision for sustainable growth and tireless efforts in strengthening the industrial ecosystem of Electronic City have left a legacy. Through your service, you have not only advanced the objectives of both institutions, but also inspired all those who had the privilege of working alongside you, ELCIA and ELCIA. Thank you, Rama.
3 cheers to N.S. Rama. Hip hip! Hip hip! Hip hip! Thank you so much. EC members, kindly be seated. In many organizations, association groups, they give Lifetime Achievement Award to ensure that the person will not come back to office the next day. But that is not the case here. We would love to have Rama ma'am back as an advisor, as a mentor for LTZ Tech Summit 3.
I want to tell you, in an association, I think maybe more than 10 or 12 presidents and so many EC members, if I have to survive, I think, imagine, I have to have zero ego.
And something that Rama ma'am silently does, which she doesn't usually tell others, is she gives marriage counseling. She's been married for 51 years. So some tips I'm sure we can learn from her. Well, now it's time to announce ELCIA Sense to Scale Hackathon 2025 winner, first runner and the second runner. Well, the competition concluded yesterday. Sense to Scale was a national innovation hackathon focused on building TRL8. TRL is Technology Readiness Level 8, ready sensor-based solution in healthcare and wellness. They received more than 225 entries. Only 11 teams were shortlisted after multiple rounds of technical reviews and data validation. Each finalist built working prototype using embedded hardware and sensors collecting live physiological data across use cases like hydration, stress, altitude, and chronic care. Teams impressed with robust builds, long duration testing, and strong focus and user experience and clinical relevance. Final demo was conducted yesterday at IIIT Bangalore, judged by experts from MedTech, product engineering, clinical marketing for market readiness and impact. The hackathon celebrated deep tech innovation, spotlighting hardware startups of the future who combine technical depth with real-world capability. We had 11 teams. I will announce the name of all the teams. I'm not announcing the winners, so please don't get too excited. Here are the names of the 11 teams. So maybe you can quickly stand up, wave. Team number 1, Stalkfish. Team number 2 is Zipline. Minty 2.0, Aerobeat, Senso Health, Swasthya, 515 Labs, Brute Force, Sugar Sensors, Team Vishwakarma, Kanyashri. Here are the 11 finalists, ladies and gentlemen. To give away the awards, I would like to call on stage Mr. Muralidhar R., Treasurer of ELCIA Cluster, Managing Director at BMPL, Mr. Shivayogi, the General Manager of ELCIA, Shivayogi. Oh, there you are. Please join us on stage. Mr. Veerabhadrappa, Member ELCIA EC, Joint Secretary ELCIA Cluster, Founder and Directors, Syscon Instruments. Well, 3 teams will... Oh yes, sorry. Before I announce the winner, runner and runner-up, there is a small 1-minute video. Sorry for that. My bad. Yes, Divya, we are good to play the video.
Really nice to see this work because India has a huge gap in sensor development and we really don't have sensors, and bringing students to this will hopefully bring in a lot more work around sensors.
So this hackathon is very unique. It challenges the students to benchmark the sensor technology against commercially available products today, which are 8 and 9 and which are in the ideation phase from 3.5. What does it take to get from 3.5 to 8?
The hackathon in particular has brought out the importance of sensor technology, not just in India, but also how to use different sensors, how kids are using it to shape the future and create new innovations today.
What was good to see is that the students are taking initiative to learn, and thereby they're also trying to get themselves exposed to the industry. And the industry at the moment requires not just design people, but we also require those who can do system integration, think in terms of systems and products.
Yes, that was ELCIA Sense to Scale Hackathon 2025. Shivayogi sir, please join us on stage. All the participants are thinking, Mera number kab aayega, ee sala kab yaar do. Let me first announce the second runner-up. The second runner-up for this year's ELCIA Sense to Scale Hackathon 2025 is Kanya Rashe, Likita Kasim, Shankar Taral, Vinay Kusumanchi. Please join us on stage. And the prize money that they will be receiving, it says winner. Is it winner or? It's correct, it's correct. Okay, my bad. Then it's fine. Because just wanted to ensure that we have got the right certificate. So this team, Kanya Rashi, will be walking away with $25,000, Indian dollars. Now it's time to announce the first runner-up, not the winner, first runner-up who will walk away with 35,000 rupees, and they may also receive product incubation support at ELCIA Tech Hub. And the winner is Team Minty 2.0. Gajendra Rajak, Sayan Saha, Karthik Patil. Minty 2.0. The selected teams may be guided to scale their prototypes into market-ready products, and their data sets and test benches will contribute to validating future India-made sensors. That's Minty 2.0. Winner, who will be walking away with $50,000, Indian dollars. Well, as you all know, they say it's not about winning, it's about participating, but I'm sure all of you have already got that exposure of what it takes, of what not to do, so that you can keep on improvising. And the winner is, for this ELCIA Sense to 2 Hackathon 2025, it's Team Sensor Health. Abhishek S, Karl Mukhilan, Dakshan Bala. Oh, did you all know that you were winners? Why were you sitting this side? That's Sensor Health, ladies and gentlemen, who will be walking away with 50,000 rupees, and of course with a lot of learning that they would have received in this particular hackathon. Yes, while the photos are being clicked, I think there are two people we'd like to acknowledge. Kunal Ghosh and Anaga Ghosh, can you please stand up and wave your hand? They have put in a lot of effort to make sure that this hackathon was a huge success, and they haven't done it just for the sake of ticking the box, but I'm sure all the participants will say that it was definitely worthwhile and a lifetime experience. Thank you so much, Kunal and Anaga. Thank you. I'm not sure when the money will be deposited. You'll have to ask the treasurer Nandini, who will now be walking up on stage to give the vote of thanks. In fact, her twin sister, another Nandini, was here this morning as a moderator with a different avatar. Look at her, all dressed up for Bangalore paradigm. The perks of having your house very close to or somewhere here in Electronic City. As we know, Nandini, she is the treasurer here at ELCIA, secretary at ELCIA, cluster director at TESCOM. She will be giving a formal vote of thanks, but that doesn't mean that we will be ending the session. We have already with us Sharad Sharma sir, who is going to enlighten us. I saw some of his podcast and I was like, I want to watch it again, I want to watch it again, I want to watch it again. And it is such an honor and privilege that we have him here with us, and I'm sure a lot of us, we would like to ask a lot of questions. I've already announced people saying that all your evening planks, cancel it. We have to listen to you and to Malati ma'am. Nandini? Request? Okay. Oh, you want me there? Oh, awkward silence.
Good evening. How many of you like Chinmay today? Does he deserve a round of applause? He doesn't like silence, so I thought we'll keep you occupied while he's busy with doing something there. Have you all had a great day? Worth being here the whole day? Yes, met some good people. Not good, I think great people. So we are just talking just now how happy we are with this summit and the way it went, and thank you everyone. Now Chinmay is back, he'll be very upset if I continue talking. Go ahead.
No, I'm already upset, Kavita. I thought they're giving me some kind of an acknowledgement, so I got excited and I went running, but they gave me this memento which needs to be handed over to Sridhar Dulipala. Sridhar sir, are you somewhere here? Oh yes, he's the... Oh, Sridhar sir, please join us on stage, and I would request Dr. Veerappan to kindly do the honors. I believe, Sridhar sir, you had addressed the gathering online. Okay. Veerappan sir, kindly do the honors. Yes, huge round of applause for Sridhar sir for taking his time and sharing his thoughts online. We really appreciate your time and thoughts, Sridhar sir. So can I go back to the script? Oh, in fact, Nandini, you should be here on stage. Huge round of applause as we welcome Nandini, who will be formally giving the vote of thanks. But that will not be the end this evening.
Thank you.
Over to you.
Good evening, all. Gratitude is the fairest blossom which springs from the soul. As we come to the close of this inspiring day at ELCIA Tech Summit, I stand here with a heart full of gratitude. What we witnessed today was not just a gathering of brilliant minds, but a celebration of innovation, collaboration, and the spirit of electronic city. First and foremost, heartfelt thank you to our audience, each one of you who chose to spend your valuable time with us today. Your energy, your questions, and your presence have truly elevated this summit. A special note of gratitude to our esteemed speakers and panelists. Your insights have not just informed us, but inspired us to look at the future of technology with renewed hope and purpose. Thank you, Chinmaya Ananda. So I'm really sad that we are going to see you after 1 year. I hope we have this summit once in 6 months so that we can see you very often. Thank you, Chinmaya Ananda, for steering the conversation so gracefully and making the sessions engaging and thought-provoking. Kavita Garla, for spending months in speaker selection, curation, and rehearsal. Kavita is part of ELCIA now. She's part of the vision of ELCIA. Thank you, Kavita. I would like to extend heartfelt thanks to our co-hosts, ELCIA and ELCITA, for bringing together such immersive and thought-provoking summit. Your vision and leadership are the backbone of this initiative. Our principal partners, Fanuc India and Infosys, have been pillars of support, enabling us to turn the summit into a platform of true collaboration and innovation. In a knowledge symposium like this, the strength of our knowledge partners is invaluable. We are privileged to have the backing of Art Park from IISc, CMTI, and IIITB, whose expertise and thought leadership elevate every conversation. A big thank you to our industry partners, ISA, KDEM, and ELCINA, for shaping meaningful dialogues and helping us to stay at the forefront of industry's evolution. Hosting an event of this magnitude requires impeccable on-ground execution. You know whom I'm talking about. Our event partner, Neonish. Our event partner, Neonish, has transformed our vision to reality, going the extra mile to ensure every detail shines. We're equally grateful to our hospitality partner, Otera, for their warm care, exceptional arrangements, and for ensuring every guest feels at home with both comfort and great food. Our digital partner, Verbindon Communications, deserves special mention for amplifying this summit's voice far and wide, from creative storytelling to marketing beyond boundaries. And last, our hackathon partners, VLSD and IIITB, for seamlessly driving the Sense to Sensor hackathon and turning innovative ideas into action. As we close, let's carry the spirit of this summit forward to build, to collaborate, and to create a future where humans, machines, and meaning come together to shape the next chapter of innovation. Thank you all once again, and we hope to see you all next year with bigger dreams and bolder stories. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Malti ma'am. I think we should also thank 2 more people. Oh, I'm sorry. I definitely need coffee. New York. So we need to thank the twin sisters, Nandini, who moderated the morning session, and Nandini, who gave the vote of thanks. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Well, definitely I was really looking forward for this particular day, and now I'm even more excited just to sit back, listen to this panel discussion that's going to happen, or a fireside chat. And okay.
Sorry, I want to come up here. This summit It's been so amazing because we also have Chinmay and Kavita who did a fantastic job in hosting as well as curating.
Thank you.
I want Sriram and Dr. Veerappan sir to felicitate them. Please.
Oh, so we don't have to be upset, Kavita. So they do have a memento for us. Oh, yes. Ladies first, Kavita. Veerappan sir. Thank you. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Sorry, no, sir. Hey, Janice. Thank you. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Thank you, Veerappan sir. Thank you. Just making sure the spelling is correct, and it is. Okay, coming back to what I was saying, the session that I've been really looking forward, which is Bangalore Paradigm, and last year we had Mohandas Pai sir, who graced the occasion. Be moderating this is Malati, or Malti SS.
Trying to make sure we have a lot of fun for the next hour. Yeah, so first of all, thank you for, it has been an amazing day. I've heard the conversations and it feels really great to be here. The startup of, I would say, the Silicon Valley of India. This is the starting space where we are in the Silicon Valley of India. So glad to be here and definitely feel very privileged to be able to have this conversation with Sharath. So thank you, Sharath, for coming over here and having this conversation.
Thank you for inviting me. I appreciate that.
Thank you. All right, so I mean, I think in our generation, we are definitely witnessing one of the very, very transformative times, right? I think we all talked about, using our nails to now using the gadgets. Our habits are changing, the way we work are changing, and a lot more changes, I think, for our next generations. So, we kind of are going to kind of traverse across multiple segments today. And as we start this conversation, today we are sitting in a space where we saw the inception of electronics, manufacturing, a lot of MSMEs, and of course, a lot of IT, right? So, Sharad, I want to kind of get started with how do you see the space evolving, contributing its footprints in India as well as the global space?
No, I feel we are privileged to be in this ecosystem here in Bangalore, which frankly started with Electronic City. If you go back in time, STPI used to be based here. I see Rama ma'am here, and at that time there was lots of grassroots activity happening there. I know many of you may not know this, but there used to be this idea of a SPIN, Software Process Improvement Network. And before you knew it, the largest SPIN chapter in the world ended up being Bangalore. And in those early 90s, if you wanted to organize a meeting, there were no, email was not prevalent. There was, of course, no mobile phone. And so you needed to really pick up the phone on a landline and call people and say, hey, we're going to meet this Friday at such and such place, and then send letters. And all that used to happen from the STPI office. And so in many ways, I think if I also go back, at that time I was in AT&T Bell Labs, and 93 to 97 I was in Bangalore trying to establish the R&D center. And if you ask me which are the places where you could establish the R&D center, you always came down to two cities, Bangalore and Pune. And in 93, it was not clear which is better. Now, AT&T was a rich company at that time. You didn't have to take hard decisions. So you opened one in Pune, which became Avaya, and one, actually two in Bangalore. One became NCR, and another one Lucent. But by the time I left in 97, it was clear that Bangalore had pulled ahead. And I look back, and when people ask me, why is that the case? And I think it is because this community started coming up. Not only SPIN, but there were many such organizations which brought people together. There was sharing of knowledge. There was provoking each other to do more. And frankly, I think the modern version of the IT industry evolved in Electronic City. TCS had been around for a long time. But the real change that happened was when a group of people, the 80-year-old Premji now, and across the road Narayan Murthy, got the religion. And Premji got this because of Dr. Sridhar Mitta, the 88 MG Road. He was an amazing guy. He realized that what Motorola had done with CMM level 5 was applicable to the IT services industry. And instead of keeping that knowledge for growing Wipro, he went to Narayan Murthy. He said, we should get this to happen at the industry level. But the only way you could have this happen at the industry level if you got FC Kohli on board, who was a difficult man to get on board. And I'm told that they went on an offsite, with families, and then, the opportunity emerged, and the industry adopted this idea. And therefore, the industry that we see today is a result of a very simple idea that we can be low cost and high quality. And that idea, had it not taken shape, starting Electronic City and traveled to rest of India, we won't have the industry that we have today. So there is a role that this place has played. It's hallowed ground, and lots of good ideas have emerged from here.
Yeah, absolutely. So kind of, just following up on that, while of course the IT part of it, which you just spoke about, has a lot to contribute, but there is a lot of presence of electronics, manufacturing, and these things. So what is your bet on innovation, in the past, and how do you see this in the future, emanating from here?
India, I think, is at a moment like 91, 92. It needs a pivot of the scale that we saw happen at that time. And what is that pivot? And I think it is best illustrated by what is the story about formation of G20. in 2008, there was a big crisis, and many people thought that we should have a new, geopolitical organization called G20. And there's a wonderful story told by Larry Summers in his book. He says he was one of the people who were trying to figure out who will be in G20. He says, I'm down to one slot and 2 countries, and I'm wondering which one to keep there. So which are the 2 countries? Spain and France. So he said, I ask myself a question. What does the world need from Spain? What does it take from Spain? He said, olive oil. What does it take from France? He says, Airbus, nuclear plants, and other defense tech. He says, I chose France over Spain. And they are comparable economies. Now the question is, geopolitical power in the world is not going to be dependent on being the back office of the world. Geopolitical power is going to be dependent on what do you supply in a distinctive way to the rest of the world that they desperately need. And that means that we must move from a back office mindset to actually a product mindset. And so therefore the era of now becoming a product nation is upon us. It was a nice to have thing to do, 10 years back, but now it is essential to do. It is essential for our national security. It is essential for wealth creation in the future. I love to ask a question to everybody. Can I do that? All right. So if I run an airline, what are my choices? I can buy from Boeing, Airbus, or Embraer. Now, if I take all the airlines in the world and take their profits and say they make $100 profit, what do you think, other than Boeing's troubles in the recent years, but if you go back in time for the last 30 years, what has been the profits of Boeing and Airbus? Are they more than $100 or are they less than $100? How many of you think they are more than $100? I see only a few hands going up. They are more than $100. So what all airlines in the world make has been made by Boeing and Airbus. Now let me take this further. How many of you have an Airtel connection here? Jio. Great mobile operators, Indian operators, respected all over the world. If you take all mobile operators, prominent operators, there are about 200 of them. So take the combined profits of those 200 mobile operators. All right? And the combined profits of hens. Hens are Huawei, Ericsson, Nokia, and Samsung. Which are higher? By now you know how to answer this trick question. Right? So the question is, we cannot be a viable country in the future if we are not going to create a hens-like company, a Airbus and Boeing-like company. If you are only going to be on the services side, it is a non-starter. I'll ask you a third question. In the last 25 years, who has had higher per capita economic growth, Thailand or China? How many of you think it is Thailand? And that is the right answer. Thailand's per capita income is about the same as China. They're comparable. The difference is that Thailand and China both are hitting something called the middle income trap. Middle income trap is that by the time you get to about $10,000 per capita, being the back office of the world stops working. It doesn't work anymore. Because today, how many of you have been to Thailand for a holiday? And how many of you are planning to go to Vietnam for a holiday? You know why? Because Thailand is $18,000 per capita, Vietnam is $11,000 per capita. You will get the same experience at $11,000 per capita, even for tourism. And so therefore you are happy going there. And if you have to do auto parts outsourcing, why would you go to Thailand when you can get the same result from Vietnam? So this is called the middle income trap. So the way to deal with the middle income trap, this is an old concept created by an Indian economist called Indrameet Singh Gill 26, 27 years ago. He was out of fashion for the longest time, but now back in fashion, and he's now the chief economist of the World Bank. And And the reason he'll tell you, the only country that came to him in 25 years to say, how do I get out of the middle income trap? How do I get out of the middle income trap? Can you guess which that country was? Was it Thailand? No, it was China. China said one day will come when people won't manufacture phones inside China because our per capita income will not be able to make us competitive. We will sell phones to the rest of the world. Today, 50% of our smartphones are Chinese. They said that about cars. They said that about, everything else that I'm talking about. That mindset and that ecosystem is a completely different ecosystem from a back office, please give me orders, I will do work for you, kind of an ecosystem. That shift has to happen, and that shift has to start somewhere. I am 100% sure it will start from Bangalore, and perhaps in Bangalore, it will start from Electronic City.
Yeah, I mean, so I kind of want to probe further on that, right? Yes. Now, again, as I said that we are in the middle of this whole disruption, do you see that this is an opportunity, especially, the combination of machines, the hardware part of it, the technology behind it? What is the opportunity for India there?
Let me ask another question. Is that fair? Okay. So we are roughly 3% of global trade. We are 7 to 8% of the global economy. We are roughly about 17 to 18%, 17% of the global population. What is our share of digital transactions in the world? Okay, you gave away the answer, it's actually 51. And so why is it that in the last 5-7 years, a country whose economy is 17%, whose population is 17%, economy is 7 to 8%, and trade is 3%, has 51% of the global economy? How many of you know that the answer is next door? In IIIT Bangalore, right? I don't know if you know this, but in IIIT Bangalore, there is something that sits here, which is called mosip.io. I'm going to flash it here for you. It's in 26 countries, 948 million citizens have signed up for it. And today, if you go to mosip.io, there's a dashboard and it says 138 million people have used it. Tell me anything else, including Infosys software, that 138 million people have used it. Is there Infosys software being used by 138 million people? Tell me, who's from Infosys here? Right? No. Right? So even Finacle is not used by 138 million people. So the point is that, look, there is a revolution that is taking place. We have the power to actually lead from the front. Why were we able to do this? Is because we came up with a simple idea that the West had forgotten. All of you know about 404 error? Do you know there's a 402 error also? No? 402 never gotten it because it was meant to be micro payment failed. So when these error codes were set up, the thinking was that you will consume internet content either for free or you will pay for it at that point in time. And the payment would be a micro payment, and if that fails, then you will get a 402 error. Now, for variety of reasons, Visa, MasterCard, one view is, it is a controversial view, that the reason it didn't happen because Visa and MasterCard, the conspiracy theory is that they never allowed that to happen, which may or may not be true, I don't know for sure, but it didn't happen. Our UPI is actually an implementation of, it's the first payment system in the world that is based on a protocol. Why? Because internet is based on a protocol. I don't need to tell you internet is TCP, IP, right? Protocol. It's SMTP, protocol. It is session initiation protocol. It's HTTP protocol. So sitting in Bangalore, a group of volunteers said, why can't we build a payment system around a protocol? And that payment system has gone on to shape the payment economy of the world today, because it's a public utility, it's not a private good, right? And so therefore, by simply taking ideas which became unfashionable in the West. But we realized from first principles are still good ideas. And by implementing them for a common Indian, this is how the revolution has happened. So we have the ability to reinvent the future. There is little or no doubt in my mind that we can do it. The question is, we have to choose, we have to want to do it, we have to be hungry to do it. And that moment has come that we have no choice but to do it. So we have to roll up our sleeves and make it happen. In all the segments that we talked about, in electronics, in defense, in sensors, I think there's no reason why we can't do it in sensors, in medical devices, in many, many areas we can do this. And I'll be too old, but if you're sitting here 20 years from now, I think we'll be talking about the revolution that would have happened in the next 10, 20 years. And India has the potential to lead from the front. And I think you all have a role to play in making that happen.
Fantastic. See, I mean, you spoke about, right, UPI, the payment infrastructure. I think that's a brilliant example. And you are somebody who has been so deeply involved in the digital public infrastructure, and which is for public good, right? Now, while this is a great government initiative, which basically, the entire ecosystem can leverage on, I think there is also a very fundamental change that needs to happen is bringing in that product thinking mindset, right? Whether in any part, as you said, not in one industry, but across that industry. Now, and I remember looking at one of your podcasts where you beautifully said that we need to get into a culture of being paranoid.
Yes.
Now, I really would like to understand that we, as especially enablers for our next generations, talking about taking India, becoming that product nation, how do we bring in that paranoid culture?
I think we need 3 Ps. First P, of course, is the product P, right? I mean, now keep in mind that services innovation is usually process innovation. And process innovation, we understand as a country, right? This is how the CMM thing was. There will be people here in Electronic City who are 5 Sigma in, black belts in this. So we understand process innovation, and that is important, and we shouldn't kind of disregard it because it will serve us well in the future. But product innovation is a different animal altogether. And who am I to say this? You say this much more beautifully than I do. And you know that. And it needs a different mindset. It requires to unlearn many of the things that are important in process innovation. Because without that unlearning, you cannot embrace product innovation. And so this is the first P. The second P is that you have to be paranoid. Because in the product innovation, see, there'll never be a time where, let's say Wipro and Infosys, both of which we have a deep connection with Electronic City, will ever have 80% market share in the IT services business. No bank in India can have more than market share than even, SBI is at its peak. But if, you mentioned Finacle, would it be a surprise one day if Finacle has 80% market share? No. Products by definition are winner take all. And so therefore, if you are not paranoid, you will not be able to win in the product business. Now, paranoid for what? And the third one is a term that betrays my Delhi roots. You have to take panga with the rest of the world. You can't be just goody and win in this product business. You have to disrupt your competitors. You have to take on your competitors and destroy them. I think you have to take a panga. And therefore the 3 Ps that you need. In a services, it's a client-server model. Sir, I'll be very nice to you. How can I keep you very happy? That's not the business in the product business. Yes, back in time, Guy Kawasaki used to say, never listen to your customer in the product business. Anticipate what they need. Tell them what they will need. And Steve Jobs says this. So it is not a client service business, right? And so you need to have a different mindset to be able to do that. And that's why it is tough. Because we succeeded so well in the services business, it makes it harder for us to succeed in the product business unless we embrace an idea that these two are different and we need to unlearn to be able to learn the new. And why can't we do that? We are the only culture in the world that can be, you know, vegetarian at home and non-vegetarian outside and not feel this thing. So we can keep complex ideas in our head without any problem, and we can live with, you know, completely different ideas. So we, if at all anybody in the world can make it happen, it is us. And I'm counting on us to be able to do that.
That was a fantastic metaphor. So I'm going to kind of go a little bit more deeper on the DPI space, right? I mean, in the last decade, there is so many more layers, you know, whether it is DEPA, whether it is ONDC, and now with, you know, the AI coming in, there is so much around the new governances, policies, laws that are being coming up, right? So I actually want to double click a little bit of how can, you know, MSME industries, for example, how can they take leverage of these kind of opportunities and initiatives?
It's a very good question. So first, I think the biggest thing that kills MSMEs is that nobody gives them a loan. They're starved for capital. I think it's been brought out several times. You know, there's a famous UK SINA report on MSMEs that brings it out very well. So we got to solve the cash flow lending problem because they don't have the collateral against which they can take a loan. Our banks, I hope there are no bankers here, are the laziest business people in the world. So what they say is, hey, you know, you want a loan? No, give me collateral and I'll give you a loan, right? That doesn't work for MSMEs. And even when they officially don't take collateral, you know, there is a system in the banking industry called emotional collateral. Emotional collateral is that the bank will say, you know, you have that property. I know I'm going to give you a collateral-free loan, but your original documents of your house, you have to leave in my locker, right? So if you don't pay, I won't give you back your original documents. This is more pervasive than you think. Now, it's completely illegal, but it happens. So we have to find a way to solve the lending problem. And in fact, as you know, the whole idea of India Stack is to solve this problem. We are still 2-3 years away. This is the Rajni story. It's been told many times. I'm not going to tell it here. The second is, look, AI can be an enormous enabler, but we need a different type of AI. We need a new type of AI which has smaller models that are there. And therefore, I think we have an opportunity to build that type of AI here in India as we go forward that can serve our MSMEs as we go forward. And that AI will manifest for MSMEs as agents. It will not manifest as some complicated implementation. And those agents will need to be reliable so that I can trust my agent. You know, you have a mutual fund and many of you must have invested. You have two modalities here. You can either get a broker, a distributor's agent, or you can get a registered investment advisor. Either way, you are paying for both of them. And in India, having two modalities that are well regulated, India is the country with the highest use of the RIA model, where it is a buyer's agent, not a seller's agent. And all the open network thing is really to say, look, if there is a middleman in there, that person, that intermediary should either be a buyer's agent or a seller's agent. If it's an agent of both, it's neither's agent and therefore very hard to regulate. So if we'll have AI agents, we need to apply the same principle. The world doesn't make a differentiation today. India has to make that differentiation. So we have an opportunity to set up what's called a store for fiduciary AI agents. A lot of work for that is taking place in India. It'll be announced hopefully before the AI summit in February next year. And so that can be really beneficial to MSMEs because they can now rely on an agent that they know is working for them and is not secretly working for somebody else. And that's also important in healthcare. If you give an agent to an ASHA worker, is it working for a pharma company or truly for the ASHA worker? Is the doctor, you know, being seduced by a pharma agent or actually an agent that makes a doctor a super doctor? Same for the patient, same for our children. If you have a tutor, you know, who are they working for? So this is an opportunity for us to create this for the rest of the world. And hopefully we'll be able to do that. So there are many opportunities. We got to focus on this and bring our MSMEs up. Because if we don't bring our MSMEs up, job creation will not happen. Job creation is not going to be in the big companies. It'll be in the smaller companies as we go forward. So that has to be one of the most important things that we focus on as we go.
Fantastic. In fact, at least the trend that I have been seeing is that we see more and more one-person companies or smaller companies which are now becoming the unicorns or this thing, right? But talking about this whole agent part which you're saying, right? I think right now the bigger question that we have is where is India in this overall AI race, right? I mean, there are bigger economies who have taken a different stance. So as I'm hearing you, are we saying that this agent space is something where India has a hope?
No. India has a more ambitious play.
Okay.
But I'll share it with you. I know this is being recorded, so nothing is secret. But before that, I have to tell you a story.
Okay.
Right? Essentially, India Stack or DPI is coming together of three things. Sometimes we call it coming together of Bangalore, Bombay, and Delhi. Okay. Why? Because in Bombay were the banks, right? I mean, financial inclusion happened in the hands of the banks, or there is the market, or the industry is there. And Delhi is policy making. And the public tech that was built was built in Bangalore. Most of it was built in Bangalore. And so the India Stack or DPI story is a whole of nation approach. Whole of nation approach that brings public tech, market, and policy making together. This led to a fascinating conversation about 3 years ago. And what had happened is that we had a telecom secretary. His name is Mr. Rajaram. He is now the IFSCA chairman, very well regarded. His minister was Ashwini Vaishnav. And they posed a question. They said, what can we learn from the India Stack model so that we can solve this problem for telecom?
Yeah.
Right? Remember, telecom, we only have operators. In the hens, and in hens, we don't want to buy anything from Huawei, right? So the question was, many people in the world don't want to buy from Huawei. Is this an opportunity for an Indian company to slip into the top 5, be the circle of 5 on a global basis? So what emerged from that was a creation of a voice consortium, a consortium of 16 companies, almost all of them startups in Bangalore, the biggest of which is a neighbor of ours, called Tejas Networks here. And many of you know this as an electronic city company. They were all given R&D money through something called Telecom Technology Development Fund. And then a series of movements happened which were about policy making. And essentially BSNL decided to buy only Indian equipment for 5G. Now at that time, the thinking was that if government places a big order, then the SIs should be Indian, but the products can be foreign, right? This was the reverse. So it said SI can be anybody, but the product ultimately has to be Indian. Now this is very confusing for the market, but so we had two SIs who participated in that RFP, which is TCS and Tech Mahindra, because they couldn't fathom really what was happening. Reliance got it. They quickly went and acquired an American company which actually has a big presence in Bangalore on Outer Ring Road called Radsys, and they participated there. Sterlite participated. To the life of me, I can't figure out why. I don't think they knew why. And of course, this consortium participated. And so they all got cities to demonstrate this technology, Chandigarh, Bhopal, and Baroda, cities like that. And ultimately, only one was able to demonstrate, which is the voice consortium. All right. And the government then had to go through hoops because now it became a single vendor RFP. Reliance fought hard to make it, postpone it, because they thought if it gets postponed, they'll get a better chance of making it. And one day they're going to beat me up for criticizing them like this. But nevertheless, the good thing is that we had wonderful leaders in the telecom ministry, and they decided to go ahead. They indicated they would place roughly a $800 million order. How could Tejas collect that order? Because they were only $200 million in revenue. So now a team from Bangalore went to Bombay. They met with every big man that you can think of, saying, please buy 50% of Tejas. By then, Tejas had already listed publicly. So it was even more difficult to buy this. And there was only one person, I wish there were more, they would have got a better, Tejas would have got a better deal, but there was only one person who decided to buy this. And that too, there's a Hindi expression, some of you will understand, with Budbud. Budbud is grumbling. And that is Chandra of Tata Sons. Right? And the government of India played its part. They didn't place a $800 million order. They placed a 100,000 base station order, $2.9 billion. Last year, Tejas did $1 billion in revenue. It is now well regarded. I was at a meeting of all the telecom operators, and these telecom operators were telling, all of us, saying that they are going to flood them with orders. Why? Because they say they hate these incumbents. They are in the pocket of the incumbents. They need somebody to kind of get leverage, right? So Tejas is on a roll because it brought research, market, and policy together. So the big learning for AI is that we got to bring research, market, and policy together. And it is not a battle of companies. Before it becomes a battle of companies, it is a battle of ecosystems. This is why your effort is so important, because you are thinking ecosystem, you're not thinking companies. This is why Premji and Narayan Murthy, I think they have a seminal role to play, because they could have made this new insight a battle of companies, and they chose to make it a battle of ecosystems, and they fought this as an Indian industry versus remaining industry. So look, this is what we need for AI as well. In this battle of ecosystem, we got to invest in FROs. So in Jan 4th last year, a meeting took place in Delhi. I can't reveal all the details, but I'll reveal some of them. There are 3 people there in that meeting. There is Kris Gopalakrishnan. Now what is important about Kris is that he has poured all his philanthropic money into research, philanthropic. He did that for Mathematical Institute. He has done for Center of Brain Science, Neurogenerative, everything. So in fact, some people believe that of the philanthropic money that has gone into research, 65% of it has come from only one person, Kris, right? And so you have Kris there. We needed an economist to make a case. There is a famous economist, you may know him, Neelkant Mishra, who is actually a JE4 computer science engineer from IIT Kanpur, who decided to become an economist, and many people said, do a course in economics, do masters, do PhD. He said, I will do that when I can't understand the economics textbook. And so therefore, since he could understand all economics textbooks, he doesn't have an economics degree, but he is now a top economist of the country, is in the PM Economic Advisory Board and many other places. And so he was there, and then the joker of the pack. And we made an argument, which I want to make to you, which I think is important. We said, if we take you back to 95, in 1995, there was a question that was asked by Rangachari. He said, do we have the banking system for New India? And the answer was no. So 2 decisions emerged. We need radical reform of our public sector banks. But even if we do that, that will not be sufficient. We also need to create private sector banks. And now 30 years later, HDFC and SBI both have $10 billion of profit last year. Think of it, right? And our banking system is better served because of this decision that was taken in 95. So we invoked that. We said for the new India that we are talking about, where we have product sovereignty, tech sovereignty, strategic autonomy in key areas, we need a new R&D infrastructure. Do we have the R&D infrastructure for what we need? The answer to that is no. The R&D infrastructure that we have in academia and we have in CSIR labs needs radical reform. And even if we do that radical reform, it will not be sufficient. So we need new type of R&D centers. They're being called FROs, focused research centers, that are publicly funded but privately run. And so that, an example of that is the Center of Brain Research here. Almost all of them have a hand of Kris. So Kris said, look, we don't have enough philanthropic money. We want the government to experiment with investing in these FROs so that we get the template right, because we'll need 30 to 50 of them in the future, and they will cost 1 lakh crores. So we have come to, however, say please experiment with 10,000 crores. And the powers that be at the senior most level said 10,000 crores is too little. Let me see if I can arrange 25,000 crores for you. And on 1st of February, when the vote of accounts happened, it had all 1 lakh crore in it. When after the election, the budget happened, it had all 1 lakh crore in it. On March 5th this year, the Prime Minister chaired the meeting when it was announced to the public for feedback, and 3 Tuesdays ago, it was approved by the Cabinet. The first 2 FROs are already up and running, and it will be no surprise to you, both are in AI. And the first of them, first one of India in the new model is in Bangalore, and it is at the intersection of AI and cybersecurity. All these are meant to be headed by the world's best people. In fact, for both, you have people who are returned. The first one is being headed by Dr. Kapil Vaswani. He just happened to be one of the top researchers in Microsoft research in Cambridge, packed up his bags, is in Bangalore now. And the second one is by Professor Amit Seth. He is one of the 4 horsemen in a new type of AI called neuro-symbolic computing, and he is packing up his bags and moving. That one is coming up in Gandhinagar. So we'll need to create a whole new R&D infrastructure. But on the back of that R&D, what holds us back to do R&D? It is our mindset. It is our mindset. So I'm not giving you a chance to ask more questions, but I'll finish with this because that is the answer. We have now, this financial year, 5 companies that made $10 billion profit. Now keep in mind, my colleague from Wipro will tell, because they have a close relationship with GE. GE's profit last year was $7.8 billion. So $7.8 billion is good profit. GE is a successful company. $10 billion is great profit, right? But if you take those 5 companies, and they are Tata's, Ambani's, Adani's, SBI and HDFC, their combined R&D spend is 0.1%. It is an embarrassment. If you go to Fortune 500 and filter it and say, show me companies that have more than $10 billion profit, and look at the company with the lowest spend on R&D, that will be 2.1%. So our Indian companies have to grow their R&D not by 2 times, but by 21 times to really be in the reckoning. So that is the mindset change that we need. We need policy making to be different. We need, of course, market to step up so that we convert that to products. But combinatorial innovation-based products are necessary, but they are not sufficient. We need a moat that will come from R&D. Aether is a tremendous example of combinatorial innovation, but will not survive long term until there is a moat for R&D that will give them a competitive edge. And this, I think, is understood by smaller companies. They have the mindset but don't have the money, and the companies that have the money don't have the mindset. We have to fix this as we go forward.
Yeah, I mean, I remember reading, I think even a Korea or an Israel has a higher R&D spending than India.
India is down in the dumps, but it'll change. It'll change.
So
I think we have the longest history of a knowledge economy. It is not as if in the past we didn't know the value of R&D. We knew the value of R&D, we knew the value of knowledge, we gave it to the rest of the world, and I think we have to invoke that again. And there was an interruption for some few hundred years. We have to overcome that. We are not a culture that is against R&D. And, I was telling you a story. I'll tell you my grandfather's story. My grandfather, used to tell his grandchildren that you have to live a good life because the village that we come from has, he said, 5,000 years of scholarship in it. And, as grandchildren, we would all laugh it off, right? And, 2 years ago, my chacha, my father's younger brother, who I was very, very close to, he passed away, and, we took his ashes to Haridwar, and, there's a place to register this. And when we were leaving, that Pandit says, hey, your village is a lot in the news. I said, oh, really? But I have no real connection with that village. And he pulls out on Wikipedia this village called Uchapind, it's in Punjab, it's called Sanghol, and they have found the largest number, till then, 2 years or 2.5 years ago, the largest collection of Indus Valley art, and the first Indian museum has come up in that village. And when I'm reading that article, tears are flowing from my face, because the Wikipedia says the oldest artifact there has been dated as 4,780 years ago. And I am now crying, because all I can remember is my grandfather talking about this 5,000 years of scholarship. That, hey, you children have to live up to that. We are the oldest culture of scholarship in the world, and we will invoke this again, and we can do it if we set our minds to making that happen.
Yeah. And actually, I hope we have more time. But one question I have, right? Some brilliant things that you spoke about is mindset shift that is needed. There is definitely a lot of initiatives being taken. And I'm also hearing reverse brain drain, which is great. But how do we trickle this down to the academia? Because I think we have kind of lived a very comfortable life, and we have seen the Indian economy, the technology being kind of helping us. But how do we trickle it down to the next set of builders, the next wave of generation with this research mindset, with this product first mindset? How do we enable that?
I'm going to get into trouble for saying that. There are 65,000 scientists in CSIR. Our expectation is that 65 of them will make the transition. It'll be only a few. I think the real bet, and I hope there are more, but it's very hard. Because, look, how many of you are professors here? Other than her? Professors are the most selfish people on this.
I'm professor of practice.
Okay. It's my paper, my student, my this, my that. They're not geared for change. They live in an environment, whether they change or not, what difference is going to go? It's a tenureship is guaranteed. So they're not going to change. If at all we will see this change, that's why FROs, because our old research institutions will not change. We want them to change. We need radical reform there, but very few will make it. So therefore, we have to make a bet on the new. And this is also true for academia. So we have a good clutch of universities coming up in and around Bangalore. They're coming up in Maharashtra. They're coming up in and around Sonipat. I have more faith in those places. You yourself are working in a new university, which is not, where the legacy effects are very muted. And there's good leadership, and therefore it's already pulled ahead. I'm talking about IIM Udaipur. Despite being new, it's already setting new benchmarks because it doesn't have legacy. So I think we must not be shy for renewal. This kind of a creative destruction idea, which comes from Schumpeter, if you go back and look at it, the Schumpeter's idea actually comes from a Trinity. And if you don't believe me, you have to only go to CERN and you will see the Nataraj statue with the description that the creative destruction of the universe is an Indian idea that is there. And then Schumpeter brought it to economics. We have to embrace this. There's nothing wrong. We shouldn't be shy of doing it. So it will happen, but in new places, not necessarily in old places. I'm sorry to say that. I'm going to make a few enemies by saying that. But nevertheless, that is the truth, at least for me.
No, wonderfully said. And again, I think, we are talking about transformative changes. These are going to take multiple years, multiple decades. Yeah, hope not centuries.
Yes. No, I feel, look, we made the IT service, we took an idea to implementation in 10, 15 years. There's little or no doubt. India Stack is a 10, 15-year journey. We, I think, have the wherewithal to do things in 10, 15. Will it be 2 years or 5 years? No, I don't think so. But 10, 15 years is a reasonable amount to focus on. And I think, there's something in Bangalore water which allows for a collaborative approach. There's much more of an abundance mindset. And I think we owe this to many, many people. In fact, Of course, this is true for Premji and Narayan Murthy. They created that, but they also benefited from ISC being here, the Jamshedji Tata, the fact that we had a lot of public sector R&D units here, and I think we must appreciate the local culture, which is so accepting of new ideas. It's not a surprise that the cultural leader, the largest number of Gyanpith awards are Kannadigas. So I think there is something in this land, right, that is special. And I think, therefore, this is where the new India will emerge. And this will be the effective capital of the new India that we are talking about.
Absolutely, absolutely. Fantastic. And I think that is also the reason folks like you and me who are raised in Delhi, we came all here now for here more than 2-3 decades. So probably, we have the leadership of ELCIA here. A lot of things that we spoke about, how do you think they can play a role? How can they enable, for example, the AI for Bharat?
Look, I think first, there are many applications of AI, right? I'm particularly excited about medical devices and sensors. You and I are I carry a Pixel phone, which has a very ordinary hardware. But when ordinary hardware with AI gives good results, and this is going to happen to sensors. This is going to happen to medical devices. This is a disruption that ought to be led from Bangalore. But it has to be led in a way that brings those three things together. We invest in research. There's an appetite to invest in research. We have market players here, and we get policy making. I think Bangalore can certainly shape policy making in Delhi and can unlock money of Bangalore. But it has to lead from thinking about the next generation. Why Tejas or that Voice Consortium won is because when 3G was dominant, they were focusing on 5G. If 5G is dominant and say we're going to become big in 5G, it ain't going to happen. You can become big in 6G or 7G. You can't become big in what already exists. So you have to focus on the N+1 generation. The N+1 generation for sensors can happen from here. For medical devices can happen from here. And I know, ELCIA is already focusing on sensors. This is an opportunity to showcase. Because in India, what happens is, if you can demonstrate something, India, we are an old culture. We don't get carried away by just talking. We want to see things in action. So if you can show metro working in one place, it'll travel to everywhere else, right? And so similarly, if we can show sensors working, which is a project of ELCIA, can working in Bangalore for India, and then it will become a replicable model in many areas. So yes, I think it can make a difference. It must focus, it must adopt the new way of ecosystem building. It must, we talked about all of this, and I think we have passionate people, we have a history which is very favorable. It can actually be brought to life as we go forward.
Fantastic, absolutely. I probably have one follow-up question on that, Sharad, that I was looking at the Inc. 42 report, which was published a few days back. And if you look at the new AI stack is completely different from what we have as part of the traditional software stack, right? If you look at it, the maximum number of startups in India, which are starting in the AI space, is in the application layer, right? Yeah. And there is a lot of opportunity for us in the infra layer and other places. Is that, do you have a point of view on that?
Yeah, of course. Clearly, look, there are many components that go into AI. Compute is one. Compute needs energy, right? We'll struggle on the compute side because we don't have enough of that. But it also needs data. And we have a lot of data. So we have to focus on areas where we can unlock data. So let me see if I can very quickly explain this. So the data comes in three types. And in data sharing comes in three types. One is I have literally the ability to have public data. And I can therefore make it available to people who want it. I may be wanting to charge for it, but other than that, there are no restrictions. The systemic way to do that is so in India, this non-personal data was actually effort that was led by Kris Gopalakrishnan. He chaired that committee, and many other people were there, and that set into motion something. And then in 2022, quietly, without much fanfare, we said the place to demonstrate this would be geospatial data, because we are investing big on geospatial data. We, in fact, are the second largest producer of geospatial data. And just a couple of Mondays ago, was the final submission for a consortium where government is going to give away 1,000 crores to people who are going to set satellites to collect even more geospatial data, right? And so why? Because even in space, while ISRO, which is Bangalore based, does the system building, in space does the ecosystem building, and that's come together very well. So the way we open up in a systematic way that geospatial data is something that has happened in Bangalore and in Gandhinagar. Inside the government, Gandhinagar, it's an organization called BISAC, which has done a phenomenal job. And here in ISC, there is IUDX, and the whole area is called GDI. So this is all going to be fused together and launched, and we hope to lead this in the front. The data is not a public good, but the data sharing infrastructure is a public good, right? And that's already built out, that's going to scale in a big way. But all data cannot be shared like that. Cancer data, it cannot be shared like that because it's personal data. I don't want my cancer information to go like that. That requires a different approach. The AI people don't get a silver copy of the data like they would for geospatial. They have to instead come into a secure environment, and in that secure environment, they will get access to data. And then what they take out as a model is inspected to make sure there's no privacy breach. This is a very cumbersome, complicated way to do that. It was originally pioneered by Denmark. France does a very good job of it. Japan does a good job of it. In India, we have completely reinvented this, and that is called DEPA training. And believe it or not, there are closed pilots that are taking place in India, but it is also happening in France. And if you make a pecking order of countries that are doing well in AI, obviously US and China are first and second, but the third is France. Because the Bell Labs of AI is in France. They have 2 of the 3 Turing Award winners are French, and although they don't live in France, their heart lives in France. France is an amazingly different country than UK. UK is a mercantile state. Like US is a mercantile state. Their idea of nationalism is mercantilist nationalism. Till it's convenient, we'll stay together. France is a civilizational state. Though those guys, even if they don't live in France, their heart is French, and their loyalty to France is more than the loyalty to the politicians who may be running France, right? I mean, that distinction is very clear. So France is an emerging part. The reason they made us a co-host is because they use our DEPA. Right? So we have something cooking on that front, and that will come out. We think we will be leading this new type of data sharing, which will go away from just scraping the web to being able to use private data sets. They're going to be important, for example, for enterprise AI, but they will certainly be important for health. So sitting out of Bangalore, the intersection of AI and drug discovery and synthetic biology is happening in Bangalore. The intersection of AI and medical devices will happen in Bangalore. The intersection of AI and agents for health provisioning, so that if you get a cataract surgery done, how can a doctor be a super doctor? How can a surgeon be a super surgeon? How can a teacher be a super teacher? Will happen hopefully out of India. So there are many opportunities. So what we have to do is to focus on Geo AI, which is geospatial AI. This is believe it or not, a type of AI that is there. And India has the ability to play in this, certainly in the circle of 5. We have an ability to do that for health. We have to do that in defense because we have no choice. We live in a bad neighborhood. And so there are areas where we have to focus on. The current noise that you see, which are essentially wrappers that are being built, is all, as I said, noise. There's not going to amount to much. You know, we shouldn't stop people from having fun, but it's not meaningful. It's not going to take us anywhere. It is good for diffusion, but it's not good for strategic autonomy in the future. We have to go beyond.
Yeah, completely. Wow, last hour has been literally like a masterclass for me personally. I think we can, thank you, Sharad. I think, you know, just understanding the capabilities, the initiatives, the mindset change. I think there is a lot of work to be done. There is a lot of work which is already happening. And thank you for giving us a glimpse of, you know, what are the conversations happening, what are the changes happening. I think we can now open up for questions.
Yes. Oops, okay.
Yeah, one big change which could happen in the product side which you are mentioning could also be semiconductor area, because actually when we look at the Indian diaspora in Bay Area leading the semiconductor companies in technology and the 3D packaging and more data center oriented complicated packaging devices, the legacy semiconductors are going to be outdated. There is, again, my only worry is that the companies which are investing now billions of dollars in wafer, are they going through the legacy approach, or are they reinventing themselves to a new generation 3D packaging and those areas?
You know, first, I think the fabless portion is ours to take, right? Bangalore is the epicenter for this. Wipro got it going. There's a lot of contribution that Wipro, Infotech, before even, you know, the whole, you restructured, has a role to play. So clearly we must focus on that. Then downstream, we have to do demand aggregation, right? I mean, there are many opportunities. I'll just take a trivial one to point out. You know, all these LED lights have a controller. There's no reason why we can't, in fact, the controller is, both the companies are Chinese. There's nothing that prevents us from putting the next generation controller in place and pushing it out from India. But that requires us to do demand aggregation so that we can go after everybody else. So demand aggregation would be very, very important. We need to also provide the ability to do pre-commercial R&D. That would be necessary for us to create a moat, as we discussed. And then we need people to actually invest to make that happen. Luckily, the government is willing to make, you know, kind of matching investments. So I think it is possible. And I think hopefully we'll play a role. You know, we have to start where our strengths are, which is around fabless design. And that's where I think Bangalore and India is important. So that's to my mind the area we should start with and then build forward from.
Thank you, sir.
Sharad, here.
Yes, Ved.
Yeah, thanks. Fantastic discourse. You see, like whether it is DBT or MeitY, telecom, now AI, there is a distinct central government blessing, thought leaders, because of which the translational research, we are able to approach it holistically, and we are doing it. The conventional mechanical, electromechanical, electrochemical industries, but they seem to be getting missed out in this particular thing. Now, why I'm raising that question is, MSMEs, when we try to talk in India, it is this which builds it. When it is textiles and all of them, suddenly they get the central blessing. But this MSMEs, here in Electronic City, I'm conscious and aware some of them who are doing disruptive of innovation, but there's a need for an umbrella institution to support. How can that be addressed?
No. First of all, I worry about it like you do. It's a legitimate worry. We should be paranoid about this. But at the same time, I just want to give you an example. We are creating lots of solar farms in Rajasthan and Gujarat. So we have to evacuate power. So we have to set up HVDC systems. Because of what happened in October 2020 in Mumbai, when our power grid was brought down, you know, our neighboring country was involved. It's not a secret, it's out in the press. We don't want to build an HVDC system which has essentially Chinese power electronics in it. We are not the only one. Many other parts of the world don't want that. So therefore, now the US and Europe, I used to work for Lucent. US doesn't have any telecom equipment expertise left because they let it all slip away. They let it all happen with power electronics as well. So there's an opportunity for India to step up. Now the way to step up is not only for Wipro to do it, and we need motherships like Wipro to happen. Like Tejas needed Tatas to come to life, but we also needed a consortium of 16 companies to come in. And the magic of those 16 companies were they all made different things so that put together they could demonstrate a working 5G system without having to go to HENS to say, I will use your X component to demonstrate that this works. Because if you go to them to demonstrate it works, they'll slow you down. That's not in their interest. They'll pretend to help you, but they'll help you in a way that is not going to allow you to be a major competitor to them. So being able to create this bands of companies, when you took me to the traffic station, you said something which is very important. You said amongst the companies in ELCIA, we had somebody who did the metal fabrication.
Yeah, with
you brought
companies.
a federation of companies together to build the whole thing. That is the approach that we need to do. And I'm telling you, our Indian situation now requires us. This is no longer, this is about sometimes you get a health shock. Let's say I smoke and then I get a health shock, and now I knew all along that I should give up smoking, but now it's not an option anymore. This is what has happened to India. It is no longer an option for us to build this new ecosystem. We have and can build it, and I think the Voice Consortium is all startups. The biggest one, Tejas Network, was also a startup, frankly, an old 23-year-old startup, but nevertheless a small company at that time. And so it can be done. It is happened in ELCIA, it in Electronic City. So I think the template is there. We have to apply it as we go forward. And I think I also worry that the big companies, as Larry Ellison once said, somebody asked him, what's your innovation model? And he blurted out, it's acquired innovation. That is generally true for big companies. For Tata's, acquired innovation is what allowed them to get Tejas. There's nothing wrong in it. We should encourage that to happen. But real innovation will happen in smaller companies. And we got to bring them together, to work together, to create a whole solution, and then find a way to get all the help for R&D, for policy, and for market demand aggregation. These are roles that the ecosystem Sutradhar has to play, right? Because the Sutradhar has to play this role. How can a single company get everybody together? It's very hard. So, but Sutradhar can do that. And so there's a role for Sutradhar, and without the Sutradhar, small companies will not come together.
Lovely. Thank you.
Sharath
Yes,
and
please.
Malti, I think both of you have done a wonderful job. We don't know how the time went. I think it's so inspirational. I have a question for you. See, we are all now 60 plus. We have seen Godrej refrigerators. We have seen Solitaire TV, Dianora TV, those time. Now the recent past, like for the 20 years, we are seeing LG, Samsung, and the phone is Apple, Samsung. And absolutely, we are not seeing any Indian product either in the consumer market or in anything, right? When we don't make a single chip out of the country, so many things. I just want to ask you, when in our lifetime will we see like a killer product from India which will make the world wonder, and also we have to see in our lifetime an Indian product?
This very angst is when in 2009, when I turned 45, I decided to just be in this business of making Product Nation happen. I agree with you. This angst it burns me up on the inside. It hurts me on the inside. I think we can do it. There are good signs emerging. I think in two-wheeler EV, Ather is a good example of combinatorial innovation. Although the building blocks, which is a controller, the battery chemistry, and the drivetrain are all imported, but nevertheless they put it all together. We certainly are beginning to do combinatorial innovation, right? Combinatorial innovation is your traffic thing that you showed me, where you are able to put things together in an innovative fashion. That's the step number one. But step number two is to create a moat around the combinatorial innovation. Because if you don't create a moat, it will dissipate. Even Apple, maybe her phone is Apple, was not able to create a moat that prevents Android from succeeding, right? And so moat is very important. And moat comes from R&D driven activity, where you invest in something that will give you a moat as you go forward. I think this understanding is developing, and I'm hoping that in the next 5-10 years, we will see Indian companies emerge. Will they be in consumer products? I think less likely. They're more likely to be what we saw in your video, which is likely to be in business products, because they are very, intelligent choice is easier to make there. Many of us will buy a phone because it's part, the brand and part what it says for us, right? And so, I think it will first happen not so much in Aether area, but it will happen on the B2B side. And I think that's where we must put our energy and focus right now. And for example, sensors, if we do that, it will be a B2B company that will succeed. If we do a LED controller, it will be a B2B company. I think we should do both, but my prediction is that we are likely to see winners first on the B2B. Tejas is a B2B company, right? It's much easier to do it there than it is to do it on the consumer. Consumer will follow a little later. Having said that, let me ask the last trick question related to this. Who had higher per capita income, Thailand or Korea in 1974?
24.
Thailand. And today Korea is 5.6 times that of Thailand. And it's not as if Thailand hasn't done well. I told you Thailand has grown faster than China in per capita income. But Korea is a breakout country. It grew many times faster than China. Because in 1974, when the 20 years of the Korean War had ended, they said, we are not going anywhere, we must do something different. They adopted the idea of becoming a product nation. And nothing happened for the 10, 15 years. But today, you yourself pointed out, can you name a single Thai product brand? No. But you can name so many Korean brands. So this is the long journey, long innings that we are playing. I think we are making progress. It is slow, but I think we have to stay the course. We have no option, and we have to all come together to make it happen. Unlearn so that we can learn. That's my last thought.
Thank you very much. I have only one question
Yes,
now related to that.
Yes.
You said about Korea. So this is because of government or because of industry?
All three, everywhere, even in the US. See, I think one of the mythologies we believed that came from the US. US is an example of a whole of nation approach. You can see this, for example, space transportation, they said they want to privatize. It is as much government involvement as private sector involvement. There is, of course, R&D that has gone in. It's all the three comes, and this was pioneered by a famous memo which is worth reading called Science, the Endless Frontier, which came in July of 1945 after World War II. So I'm not going to go into the details of that. The US has always practiced it. But for the rest of the world, they said, hey, don't worry about this. Let it be an emergent phenomena instead of being a guided phenomena. They followed the guided phenomena, but they preached the emergent phenomena. We drank their Kool-Aid, unfortunately, but so did Europe. The reason Europe has nothing to show for the last 20, 30 years is because they also drank that same formula. Now they are also waking up. If you see the Draghi report, they are talking about the same crisis that we are talking about here. So look, it has got to be a whole of nation approach. Whole of nation approach means there has to be trust between Delhi, Bangalore and Bombay for it to come together. And I think that India Stack has helped us build that trust. We have to build it. Luckily, there is nobody in India who thinks Bangalore people are not trustworthy. Even the semi-Bangalore people, outsiders like me, get the benefit of saying I'm from Bangalore, so they trust me more. Do you think they would trust me if I told them I'm coming from Delhi or Mumbai? No. So look, so there's something magical that is happening here. We can create this trust around the stuff that we need to do, because no matter which country does it, whether it's Korea or Israel or Taiwan or China, you need trust amongst these researchers, market players and policy makers for this to happen, and only then will it happen. It cannot happen all by itself. Right?
Super answer, sir. Thank you.
Hello. Did you
digitization across the nation has been done with your UPI and all that.
Yeah.
But what I observe is MSMEs are really suffering with lack of digitization. They may do it in parts, maybe procurement here and there and things like that. It might be worth for national level this kind of digitization, whatever you did for UPI, to be done for MSMEs.
I could not agree with you more. And I think this has come up even again. Our next few years, if we are going to rely only on big companies, and we will not succeed in this mission that we are on, we have to unlock our smaller companies to make this happen. And for those smaller companies, we got to find, because these are the people who will embrace the mindset but won't have the money. Correct. So we have to find a way to get them the money. And whether it's equity or debt, and there are many other things that we have to do. But I could not agree with you. It's a long discussion on what should we do for MSMEs. I am 100% in agreement that that has to be the focus if we have to be successful.
Okay, one last question from Mr. Hegde.
Yes.
See, this is on the MSME space. I come from that space. You said credit was one of the biggest problems in MSME space. But I think there's one more problem what we face is even successful enterprise in MSMEs, the next generation of people not coming. And a lot of the times industry cannot be built in one generation. And how do you keep these children here? Then...
No, see, one point that I want to make, okay, let's two quick points that I want to make. First is, to empower the MSMEs, we got to fix our R&D infrastructure. See, how MSMEs succeed world over, and Germany is a very good example of that, Japan is a very good example of that. They are the first movers in taking pre-commercial technology and commercializing it. Because they can see, they have a connection with the market. But that means that technology, pre-commercial technology should be available to them for free. And if you are only going to rely on CSIR to give them pre-commercial technology, it ain't going to work, because CSIR will, anybody dealing with CSIR is dealing with a public sector bank. Worse, right? So look, we have to, the biggest drivers of MSME is because they can absorb technology quicker than big companies can. But that means that technology should be available to them more, on an even keel, whether you're a big company, small company, it doesn't have a disadvantage. So I want to mention that till we do that, MSMEs will remain copycat MSMEs. That's not going to solve the problem. So if we want breakout MSMEs, we got to link them up with R&D, right? And publicly funded R&D, because they don't have the money to fund it themselves. So this is number one. Number two, the point that I want to make is that, look, my lived experience is, so we have this idea, we are a volunteer organization. Anybody can become a volunteer. I wish we were smart enough to know the power of this idea, but way back, right in the beginning, we said we don't know the archetype of a good volunteer, so anybody can be a volunteer. And then we started, today, more than 30% of our volunteers are under 30 years of age. Right? I find that between myself and the youngsters are more idealistic. Not all of them. There are obviously always, even in my generation, your generation, you could divide them into, lean back, enjoy, or lean forward and seek adventure, right? I think we have enough people in the lean forward, seek adventure. And I don't think we'll be short of people. I don't think we'll be short of people. I think our young generation is healthier than our generation was. They have an abundance mindset. Many of them are self-learners. And in our system, to be a self-learner, to be able to be a person who can hold their own in our volunteer model is hard. You are dealing with Sanjay Jain, Pramod Verma, Sunnu engineer, Kapil Vaswani, Kapil Vaswani, there are two Vaswanis who are famous in AI. Ashish Vaswani, who wrote the famous attention paper, and then there is Kapil Vaswani. These people hold their own. We have a young volunteer who just finished his engineering. He is 22 years old. He is holding his own because they learn on their own. They have this belief in this power of India. They believe in India more than we believed in India. There is no doubt about that in my mind. We were the middle generation. People older than us didn't have faith in India. They became the $8 Indians. They went to the West. Then people like us went there and then came back. But these people are not even willing to go. You can see that in the IIT hiring. Majority of them have an option of going abroad and they choose not to go. I am not worried about the people. What will attract these people is a sense of mission. The magnet is not money. The magnet is a challenge. And I think those MSMEs, those companies, big or small, that can articulate that challenge will attract them. That is what brings them together. So don't worry about the people. We have higher native intelligence than almost any other country. We understand an ambiguous VUCA mindset is natural to us. We have a history of scholarship. We just need to have self-belief in our future. If we have self-belief in our future, everything else can follow from there.
Thank you. Check. Thank you, Sharad sir. Final thoughts, Malti ma'am?
Yeah, no, I think we can, I'm sure there are more questions which we can take over the, networking dinner. But thank you, first of all, the team, ELCIA team for this opportunity. And thank you, Sharad, for such amazing thoughts. Very, very, I would say, I'm definitely enlightened. So yeah, I think I don't need anything to summarize. So thank you again, and thank you.
Well, in this world of artificial intelligence, I wonder if there is a technology that can capture and clone Sharad sir's intelligence so that we can just go Control-C, Control-V in every city, town and village. So what I really appreciate in what you have just shared is you called spade a spade. You said this is how it is, let's face it. Yes, you also said, Malti ma'am, that she being a professor, no, but she's not. She's a professor in practice. It reminds me of the words of Socrates. Someone asked Socrates, what is the greatest tragedy in life? Is it death? Socrates said, the greatest tragedy in life is what dies within us when we are alive. Touch wood, if Socrates was here, probably he would have said, the greatest tragedy 20 years from now, Electronic City, ELCIA might face is if we are not embracing the opportunities, the skills, the talents, the resources that are out there right in front of us. And that is what Sharad sir was talking about. No, he has that angst that everything is there, what are we doing? And someone in the morning said, the gap is not in the hard work, the gap is in that ambition which you went about emphasizing again and again and again. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, a huge round of applause to Malti for moderating and Sharad sir for being here. We would love to felicitate you. For that, I would like to request Sriram Kumar, the President of ELCIA, and Dr. Veerappan, Chairman of ELCIA Trust. ELCITA. Yes, please come forward. Let's keep the applause going, ladies and gentlemen. The night is still young. We have a musician waiting for us in the dining area who will be singing amazing melodious Hindi and Kannada song. His name is Pawan Bhatt. Yes, in the front, please. Keep the applause going, ladies and gentlemen. What a way to end almost 10.5 hours of marathon. We started at 9:30 in the morning. Amazing knowledge we have gained, amazing wisdom has been shared. Let's make sure that we make use of it. Final thoughts. Yes, we have come to the end of ELCIA Tech Summit. Last year I made a wish without knowing that it's going to be fulfilled. Let me make a wish once again. See you all next year. The hotel will hate me for this. Not in this very hotel because it can accommodate only 300 people. We would love to have the next ELCIA Tech Summit 3.0 with 1,000 plus people and preferably over 2 days. And let's ensure that we keep dreaming, we keep building, and we continue with taking pangas, as Sharat sir said. Thank you so much, everyone. Let's enjoy the dinner, continue the networking. Have a wonderful evening. Stay safe.
3 cheers for Chinmay.
3 cheers.
Thank you.